Section 0 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George Banfield. Recorded in Somerset, England, June 2024. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Preface. The Classical Moralists is a companion volume in the field of ethics to the author's Modern Classical Philosophers in the Domain of Philosophy. The book is virtually a history of ethics, based not upon the ordinary description of systems, but upon selections from the original sources and upon translations of the authors themselves. It is sought, so far as is practicable, to present by means of the case method the most distinctive and constructive features in the ethical systems of the successive moralists. The evolution of ethical thought is thereby revealed, stripped of its controversial material, from Socrates to Martineau. Such a work, it is hoped, will prove indispensable as a textbook of required reading, alike for the historical and for the systematic study of ethics in the universities. The general reader, and more especially anyone, whether among the clergy or the laity, desirous of acquiring knowledge of the different ethical systems, will find here a volume containing the original material of the great ethical masters, from the earliest to the most recent times. Since Socrates may justly be regarded as the founder of ethics, this work begins with selections from Xenophon's Memorabilia of Socrates, which centre about his doctrine of true knowledge as the source of right conduct, and the application of the Socratic method to the identification of wisdom and virtue. The book then sets forth the lofty idealism of Plato. For this purpose is chosen his greatest work, The Republic, since the virtues of the state and of the individual are regarded as identical. In Plato's subordination of the non-rational impulses to reason, there is revealed the triple division of the soul, upon which he bases his four kinds of excellence, later styled the cardinal virtues. 1. Wisdom. 2. Courage. 3. Temperance. And 4. Justice. His beautiful allegory of the cave is also added, as used to teach the true dialectical process and the value of philosophy. The passages from the Nicomachean Ethics of Aristotle present the end of human action as the good, pleasure as the natural concomitant of virtuous activity, and virtue as a settled habit formed by a due observance of the mean in a course of conduct. The post-Aristotelian ethics of the Stoics and Epicureans is based upon the account contained in Diogenes Laertius's Lives and Opinions of Eminent Philosophers. The chosen representatives are Zeno, the follower of Aristippus the Cynic, and Epicurus, the follower of Antisthenes the Cyrenaic. The former reverts to the original Socratic identification of virtue and knowledge, and also seeks the highest good in a life comfortable to nature. The latter places the root of pleasure in a freedom of the body from pain, and the soul from disquietude, but likewise clearly points out that the supreme object of life can be attained only through an intellectual happiness that is identical with virtue. The transfer of Hellenic philosophy to Rome finds illustration from the Epicurean Lucretius, author of the didactic poem on the nature of things, in the two passages where he treats of the tranquillity of the philosopher and of the fear of death dispelled. It was in Stoicism, however, that the Roman mind reacted most fully on Greek speculation, and to it abundant expression is given by discourses of Epictetus and meditations of Marcus Aurelius. The first development of Neoplatonism in systematic form is contained in the Aeneids of Plotinus, from which extracts here show how, in pure intellectual existence, the soul escapes from the evils due to its bodily environment, and how it reaches its most exalted state, when in pure contemplation it apprehends the one, or the good. In the medieval period, it is difficult to present ethics apart from the great body of theological doctrines, except by means of a collection of isolated passages. Chapters from Augustine's City of God, Peter Abelard's Ethics or Know Thyself, and Thomas Aquinas's Summa Theologiae have, however, been chosen, as it is believed that these works embody the most sustained and representative ethical speculation in medieval thought. The starting point of modern ethics is to be found in the discussion relative to the laws of nature, taken from the epoch-making work of Hugo Grotius upon the rights of war and peace. From Hobbes's Leviathan are taken those chapters wherein the rules of society which men ought to observe are established upon the dictates of right reason, proceeding necessarily from the nature of man. Cudworth, the most distinguished of the English Platonists, sets forth through his eternal and immutable morality the essential and eternal distinctions of right and wrong. More, in his Enchiridion Ethicum, lays down certain nomata into which he believes all moral doctrine may be resolved, and Cumberland, in his Laws of Nature, becomes the precursor of modern utilitarianism by his one general proposition of benevolence or universal love. In the History of Continental Morals, from Spinoza's Ethics are given the doctrines of his one eternal substance, his three kinds of cognition, and his intellectual love of God. And from Malebranche's Treatise of Morality is taken his theory that virtue consists in submission to an immutable and necessary order. Locke, the founder of English empiricism, in his celebrated Essay on the Human Understanding, refutes here the existence of innate practical principles and interprets good and evil as pleasure and pain, but nevertheless regards the divine law as the true touchstone of rectitude. Samuel Clarke's Discourse on Natural Religion, in the sections reproduced, places ethics among the sciences capable of demonstration from propositions which are as incontestable as those of mathematics. In the Inquiry Concerning Virtue and Merit, the eloquent Shaftesbury insists on the naturalness of man's social affections and defines virtue as a conformity of our affections with our natural sense of the sublime and beautiful in things. A brief section from Mandeville's Fable of the Bees is included, since it stimulated deeper inquiries on the part of those who opposed his theory that moral virtue is alien to the natural man. Wollaston, a disciple of Clarke, in the Religion of Nature Delineated, bases the distinction of good and evil on the respect which men's actions bear to truth. The 3 sermons of Bishop Butler, printed in this work, clearly reveal a fundamental difference between the two great ethical periods, the Greco-Roman and the English. In the former, the one regulative principle of reason of the wise man is opposed to the uncultivated impulses of the unwise. In the latter period, conscience, or the reflective self-estimate, is opposed to all unreflective tendencies, whether good or bad. Hutcheson's Inquiry Concerning Moral Good and Evil is perhaps best known for the doctrine reproduced in the present text that moral distinctions are made known by a special capacity of the soul designated as the moral sense. Hartley's Observations on Man, as stimulated by Gay, makes the first systematic application of the laws of association to the explanation of moral phenomena, and is thus the source of modern ethical psychology. In Hume's Inquiry Concerning the Principles of Morals and Adam Smith's Theory of Moral Sentiments, alike, sympathy is regarded as the sufficient basis of moral approbation without recourse to a moral sense, and the trend of later utilitarianism is thereby in no small degree anticipated. Brief chapters from Helvetius's De l'Esprit and Paley's Moral and Political Philosophy foreshadow Benthamism in the identification of probity or virtue with action productive of happiness. From Bentham's Morals and Legislation are printed the fundamental principles of the first really complete and thoroughgoing system of utilitarianism. Price, in his Review of the Principal Questions in Morals, maintains the existence of other ultimate moral principles in addition to the utilitarian principle of general benevolence. And Reid, in his Active Powers of Man, appeals to common sense as the final arbiter of moral evidence. In German ethics, Kant's exposition of the sublime moral law, or categorical imperative, has been taken from the metaphysics of morals, more particularly because the modern classical philosophers already contains his Critique of Practical Reason. Fichte's deduction of the principle of morality is reproduced from his Science of Ethics, and Hegel's conception of the universal will as objectively presented in the state is reproduced from his Philosophy of Right. Pessimism finds expression in the glowing utterances from Schopenhauer's World as Will and Idea. The translation from Beneke's Natural System of Morals offers a psychological basis for ethics in his distinctions of worth subsisting among psychical functions. Classical extracts illustrating Mills's utilitarianism, Spencer's Ethics of Evolution, and Sidgwick's philosophical intuitionism or universalistic hedonism clearly revealed the development of later utilitarianism. Similarly, vital chapters setting forth Bradley's self-realization, Green's development of the moral ideal, and Martineau's ideo-psychological ethics present in a cumulative way the most fundamental principles of the recent ethics of intuitionism. The foregoing sketch traces the attempt made in this work to give for the first time in a single volume selections which may serve to exhibit nearly in chronological order the chief doctrines of the classical moralists, alike in ancient, medieval, and modern ethics. Numerous texts will be found in the work that are dispersed in books either difficult of access or belonging to expensive sets. Translations of the ancient classics and of the continental moralists have, so far as is possible, been obtained from writers who have won recognition for accuracy and literary merit. In this book appear also, for the first time, translations from the Latin, in part, of Abelard's Ethics, or Know Thyself, and of More's Enchiridion Ethicum, for which the author is much indebted to the courtesy of his colleague, Professor Edward Kennard Rand, of the Classical Department in Harvard University. An important chapter from the German of Beneke's Natural System of Morals has been translated by the editor, with the desire to secure more serious study of a moralist who deserves much greater recognition than he has heretofore received. His thanks for permission to reprint selections of moralists are also due various publishers and translators, whose names will be found at the beginning of the respective chapters accompanying the titles of the works employed. The book will serve its highest end if its representative selections shall inspire the perusal of the complete works of the classical moralists. Benjamin Rand, Emerson Hall, Harvard University. End of section 0.
Section 1 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Socrates, 469 to 399 BC, Part 1. From Xenophon's Memorabilia of Socrates, translated by the Greek by John Selby Watson. Book 3, Chapter 8 of the Good and Beautiful. 1. When Aristotle attempted to confuse Socrates, as he himself had previously been confuted by him, Socrates, wishing to benefit those who were with him, gave his answers, not like those who are on their guard lest their words be perverted, but like those who are persuaded that they ought above all things to do what is right. 2. What Aristippus had asked him was, whether he knew anything good, in order that if he should say any such thing as food or drink or money, or health or strength or courage, he might prove that it was sometimes an evil. But Socrates, reflecting that if anything troubles us, we want something to relieve us from it, replied, as it seemed best to do, "Do you ask me whether I know anything good for a fever?" 3. I do not. Anything good for soreness of the eyes? No. For hunger? No, nor for hunger either. Well then, concluded Socrates, if you ask me whether I know anything good that is good for nothing, I neither know anything, nor wish to know. 4. Aristippus again asking him if he knew anything beautiful, he replied, "Many things." Are they then, inquired Aristippus, all like each other? Some of them, answered Socrates, are as unlike one another as it is possible for them to be. How then, said he, can what is beautiful be unlike what is beautiful? Because assuredly, replied Socrates, one man who is beautifully formed for wrestling is unlike another who is beautifully formed for running, and a shield, which is beautifully formed for defense, is unlike as possible to a dart which is beautifully formed for being forcibly and swiftly hurled. 5. You answer me, said Aristotle, in the same manner as when I asked you whether you knew anything good. And do you imagine, said Socrates, that the good is one thing and the beautiful another? Do you not know that with reference to the same objects, all things are both beautiful and good? Virtue, for instance, is not good with regard to some things and beautiful with regard to others. And persons in the same way are called beautiful and good with reference to the same objects. And human bodies, too, with reference to the same objects appear beautiful and good. And in like manner all other things, whatever men use, are considered beautiful and good with reference to the objects for which they are serviceable. 6. Can a dung basket then, said Aristides, be a beautiful thing? Yes, by Jupiter, returned Socrates, and a golden shield may be an ugly thing, if the one be beautifully formed for its particular uses, and the other ill-formed. 7. Do you say, then, that the same things may be both beautiful and ugly? Yes, undoubtedly, and also that they may be good and bad, for oftentimes what is good for hunger is bad for a fever, and what is good for a fever is bad for hunger. Oftentimes what is beautiful in regard to running is the reverse in regard to wrestling, and what is beautiful in regard to wrestling is the reverse in regard to running. For whatever is good is also beautiful in regard to purposes for which it is well adapted, and whatever is bad is the reverse of beautiful in regard to purposes for which it is ill adapted. 8. When Socrates said, too, that the same houses that were beautiful were also useful, he appeared to me to instruct us what sort of houses we ought to build. He reasoned on the subject thus: should not he who proposes to have a house such as it is ought to be, contrive that it may be most pleasant, and at the same time most useful to live in? 9. This thing admitted, he said, is it not then pleasure to have it cool in summer and warm in winter? When his hearers had assented to this, he said, in houses, then, that look to the south, does not the sun in the winter shine into the porticos, while in the summer it passes over our heads, and above the roof and casts a shade? If it is well, therefore, that houses should thus be made, ought we not to build the parts towards the south higher, that the sun in winter may be not shut out, and the parts toward the north lower, that the cold winds may not fall violently on them? 10. To sum up the matter briefly, that would be the most pleasant and the most beautiful residence, in which the owner, at all seasons, would find the most satisfactory retreat, and deposit what belongs to him with the greatest safety. Paintings and colored decorations of the walls deprive us, he thought, of more pleasure than they give. The most suitable ground for temples and altars, he said, was such as was most open to view and least trodden by the public, for that it was pleasant for people to pray as they looked on them, and pleasant to approach them in purity. Chapter 9. On Virtues and Vices. 1. Being asked again whether fortitude was a quality acquired by education or bestowed by nature. I think, said he, that as one body is by nature stronger for enduring toil than another body, so one mind may be by nature more courageous in meeting dangers than another mind. For I see that men who are brought up under the same laws and institutions differ greatly from each other in courage. 2. I am of opinion, however, that every natural disposition may be improved, as to fortitude, by training and exercise, for it is evident that the Scythians and the Thracians would not dare to take bucklers and spears and fight with the Macedonians, and it is certain that the Macedonians would not like to fight the Thracians with small shields and javelins, or the Scythians with bows. 3. In other things also I see that men differ equally from one another by nature, and make great improvements by practice, from which it is evident that it concerns all, as well the naturally ingenious as the naturally dull, to learn and study those arts in which they desire to become worthy of commendation. 4. Prudence and temperance he did not distinguish, for he deemed that he who knew what was honorable and good, and how to practice it, and who knew what was dishonorable and how to avoid it, was both prudent and temperate. Being also asked whether he thought that those who knew what they ought to do, but did the contrary, were prudent and temperate, he replied, no more than I think the openly imprudent and intemperate to be so. For I consider that all prudent and temperate persons choose from what is possible what they judge for their interest, and do it. And I therefore deem those who do not act thus judiciously to be neither prudent nor temperate. 5. He said too that justice and every other virtue was a part of prudence, for that everything just and everything done agreeably in virtue was honorable and good, that those who could discern those things would never prefer anything else to them, that those who could not discern them would never be able to do them, but would even go wrong if they attempted to do them, and that the prudent accordingly did what was honorable and good, but that the imprudent could not do it, but went wrong even if they attempted to do it, and that since therefore all just actions, and all actions that are honorable and good, are done in agreement with virtue, it is manifest that justice and every other virtue is comprehended in prudence. 6. The opposite to prudence, he said, was madness. He did not, however, regard ignorance as madness, though for a man to be ignorant of himself, and to fancy and believe that he knew what he did not know, he considered to be something closely bordering on madness. The multitude, he observed, do not say that those are mad who make mistakes in matter, of which most people are ignorant, but call those only mad who make mistakes in affairs with which most people are acquainted. 7. For if a man should think himself so tall as to stoop when going through the gates in the city wall, or so strong as to try to lift up houses, or attempt anything else that is plainly impossible to all men, they say that he is mad. But those who make mistakes in small matters are not thought by the multitude to be mad, but just as they call strong desire love, so they call great disorder of intellect madness. 8. Considering what envy was, he decided it to be a certain uneasiness, not such as arises, however, at the ill success of friends, nor such as is felt of the good success of enemies, but those only, he said, were envious who were annoyed at the good success of their friends, when some expressed surprise that my one who had a friendly feeling for another should feel uneasy at his good fortune. He reminded them that many are so disposed towards each other as to be incapable of neglecting them if they are unfortunate, but would relieve them in ill fortune, though they are uneasy at their good fortune. This feeling, he said, could never arise in the breast of a sensible man, but that the foolish were constantly affected with it. 9. Considering what idleness was, he said that he found most men did something, for that dice players and buffoons did something, but he said that all such persons were idle, for it was in their power to go and do something better. He observed that a man was not idle, however, in passing from a better employment to a worse, but that if he did so, he, as he previously had occupation, acted in that respect viciously. 10. Kings and commanders, he said, were not those who held scepters merely, or those elected by the multitude, or those who gained authority by lot, or those who attained it by violence or deceit, but those who knew how to command. 11. For when someone admitted that it was the part of a commander to enjoin what another should do, and the part of him who was commanded to obey, he showed that in a ship the skillful man is the commander, and that the owner and all the other people in the ship were obedient to the man of knowledge, that in agriculture, those who had farms in sickness, and those who were ill in bodily exercises, those who practiced them, and indeed all other people who had any business requiring care, personally took the management of it if they thought that they understood it, but if not, that they were not only ready to obey men of knowledge who were present, but even sent for such as were absent, in order that, by yielding to their directions, they might do what was proper. In spinning, too, he pointed out that women commanded men, as the one knew how to spin and the other did not know. 12. But if anyone remarked in reply to these observations that a tyrant is at liberty not to obey judicious advisers, he would say, and how is it he at liberty not to obey, when a penalty hangs over him that does not obey a wise monitor? For in whatever affair a person does not obey a prudent adviser, he will doubtless err, and by erring will incur a penalty. 13. If anyone also observed that a tyrant might put to death a wise counselor, and do you think he would say that he who puts to death the best of his allies will go unpunished, or that he will be exposed only to casual punishment? Whether do you suppose that a man who acts thus would live in safety, or would be likely rather by such conduct to bring immediate destruction on himself? 14. When someone asked him what object of study he thought best for a man, he replied, good conduct. When he asked him again whether he thought good fortune an object of study, he answered, fortune and conduct I think entirely opposed. For were a person to light on anything that he wants without seeking it, I consider to be good fortune, but to achieve anything successfully by learning and study, I regard as good conduct, and those who make this their object of study appear to me to do well. 15. The best men, and those most beloved by the gods, he observed, were those who in agriculture performed their agricultural duties well, those who in medicine performed their medical duties well, and those who in political offices performed their public duties well. But he who did nothing well, he said, was neither useful for any purpose nor acceptable to the gods. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralist by Benjamin Rand. Socrates, 469 to 399 BC, Part 2. Book 4, Chapter 2, on Self-Knowledge. 1. I will now show how Socrates addressed himself to such as thought that they had attained the highest degree of knowledge, and prided themselves on their ability. Hearing yet Euthydemus, surnamed the Handsome, had collected many writings of the most celebrated poets and sophists, and imagined by that means he was outstripping his contemporaries in accomplishments, and had great hopes that he would excel them in talent for speaking and acting, and finding by his first inquiries about him that he had not yet engaged in public affairs on account of his youth, but that when he wished to do any business, he usually sat in a bridle-maker's shop near the Forum. He won himself to it, accompanied by some of his hearers. 2. And as somebody asked, first of all, whether it was from his intercourse with some of the wise men, or from his own natural talents, that Themistocles attained such a preeminence among his fellow citizens that the Republic looked to him whenever it wanted the service of a man of ability. Socrates, wishing to excite the attention of Euthydemus, said that it was absurd to believe that men could not become skilled in the lowest mechanical arts without competent instructors, and to imagine that ability to govern a state, the most important of all arts, might spring up in men by the unassisted efforts of nature. 8. Socrates used at first to make such remarks, while Euthydemus merely listened, but when he observed that he stayed while he conversed with more willingness, and hearkened to him with more attention, he at last came to the bridle maker's shop unattended. As Euthydemus sat down beside him, he said, "Tell me, Euthydemus, have you really, as I hear, collected many of the writings of men who are said to have been wise?" "I have indeed," Socrates replied him, "and I am still collecting, intending to persevere till I get as many as I possibly can." 9. "By Juno," rejoined Socrates, "I feel admiration for you, because you have not preferred acquiring treasures of silver and gold rather than of wisdom. For it is plain you consider that silver and gold are unable to make men better, but that the thoughts of wise men enrich their possessors with virtue." Euthydemus was delighted to hear this commentation, believing that he was thought by Socrates to have sought wisdom in the right course. 10. Socrates, observing that he was gratified with the praise, said, "And in what particular art do you wish to become skillful, that you collect these writings?" As Euthydemus continued silent, considering what reply he should make, Socrates again asked, "Do you wish to become a physician? For there are many writings of physicians." "Not I, by Jupiter," replied Euthydemus. "Do you wish to become an architect, then? For a man of knowledge is needed for that art also." "No, indeed," answered he. "Do you wish to become a good geometrician, like Theodorus?" "Not a geometrician either," said he. "Do you wish then to become an astronomer?" said Socrates. As Euthydemus said no to this, "Do you wish then," added Socrates, "to become a rhapsodist? For they say that you are in possession of all the poems of Homer." "No, indeed," said he, "for I know that the rhapsodists, though eminently knowing in the poems of Homer, are, as men, extremely foolish." 11. "You are perhaps desirous, then," proceeded Socrates, "of attaining that talent by which men become skilled in governing states, in managing households, able to command and qualified to benefit other men as well as themselves." "I indeed greatly desire," said he, Socrates, "to acquire that talent." "By Jupiter," returned Socrates, "you aspire to a most honorable accomplishment, and a most exalted art, for it is the art of kings, and is called the royal art. But," added he, "have you ever considered whether it is possible for a man who is not just to be eminent in that art?" "I have certainly," replied he, "and it is not possible for a man to be even a good citizen without justice." 12. "Have you yourself, then, made yourself master of that virtue?" "I think," said he, Socrates, "that I should be found not less than just any other man." "Are there then works of just men as there are works of artisans?" "There are, doubtless," replied he. "Then," said Socrates, "as artisans are able to show their works, would not just men be able to tell their works?" "And why should not I," asked Euthydemus, "be able to tell the works of justice, as also indeed those of injustice? For we may see and hear of no small number of them every day." 13. "Are you willing then," said Socrates, "that we should make a delta on this side and an alpha on that, and then that we should put whatever seems to us to be a work of justice under the delta, and whatever seems to be a work of injustice under the alpha?" "If you think that we need those letters," said Euthydemus, "make them. 14. Socrates, having made the letters as he proposed, asked, "Does falsehood then exist among mankind?" "It does assuredly," replied he. "Under which head shall we place it?" "Under injustice, certainly." "Does deceit also exist?" "Unquestionably." "Under which head shall we place that?" "Evidently under injustice." "Does mischievousness exist?" "Undoubtedly." "In the enslaving of men?" "That too prevails." "And shall neither of these things be placed by us under justice, Euthydemus?" "It would be strange if they should be," said he. 15. "But," said Socrates, "if a man being chosen to lead an army should reduce to slavery an unjust and hostile people, should we say that he committed injustice?" "No, certainly," replied he. "Should we not rather say that he acted justly?" "Indisputably. And if, in the course of the war with them, he should practice deceit?" "That also would be just," said he. "And if he should steal and carry off their property, should he not do what was just?" "Certainly," said Euthydemus. "But I thought at first that you asked these questions only with reference to our friends." "Then," said Socrates, "all that we have placed under the head of injustice, we must also place under that of justice." "It seems so," replied Euthydemus. 16. "Do you agree then," continued Socrates, "that, having so placed them, we should make a new distinction? That it is just to do such things with regard to enemies, but unjust to do them with regard to friends, and that towards his friends our general should be as guileless as possible?" "By all means," replied Euthydemus. 17. "Well then," said Socrates, "if a general, seeing his army dispirited, should tell them, inventing a falsehood, that auxiliaries were coming, and should, by that invention, check the despondency of his troops, under which head should we place such an act of deceit?" "It appears to me," said Euthydemus, "that we must place it under justice." "And if a father, when his son requires medicine and refuses to take it, should deceive him and give him the medicine as ordinary food, and by adopting such deception should restore him to health, under which head must we place such an act of deceit?" "It appears to me that we must put it under the same head." "And if a person, when his friend was in despondency, should, through fear that he might kill himself, steal or take away his sword or any other weapon, under which head must we place that act?" "That assuredly we must place under justice." 18. "You say then," said Socrates, "that not even towards our friends must we act on all occasions without deceit?" "We must not indeed," said he, "for I retract what I said before, if I may be permitted to do so." "It is indeed much better that you should be permitted," said Socrates, "than that you should not place actions on the right side." 19. "But of those who deceive their friends in order to injure them, that we might not leave even his point unconsidered. Which of the two is the more unjust, he who does so intentionally, or he who does so involuntarily?" "Indeed, Socrates," said Euthydemus, "I no longer put confidence in the answers which I give, for all that I said before appears to me now to be quite different from what I then thought. However, let me venture to say that he who deceives intentionally is more unjust than he who deceives involuntarily." 20. "Does it appear to you, then, that there is a way of learning and knowing what is just, as there is of learning and knowing how to read and write?" "I think there is. And which should you consider the better scholar, him who should purposely write or read incorrectly, or him who should do so unawares?" "Him who should do so purposely, for, whatever he pleased, he would be able to do both correctly. He, therefore, that purposely writes incorrectly may be a good scholar, but he who does so involuntarily is destitute of scholarship." "How can it be otherwise?" And whether does he who lies and deceives intentionally know what is just, or he who does so unawares? Doubtless he who does so intentionally. You therefore say that he who knows how to write and read is a better scholar than he who does not know. Yes, and that he who knows what is just is more just than he who does not know. I seem to say so, but I appear to myself to say this I do not know how. 21. But what would you think of the man who, wishing to tell the truth, should never give the same account of the same thing, but in speaking of the same road should say at one time that it led towards the east and another towards the west, and in stating the result of the same calculation, should sometimes assert it to be greater and sometimes less? What I say, would you think of such a man? It would be quite clear that he knew nothing of what he thought he knew. 22. Do you know any person called slave-like? I do. Whether for their knowledge or their ignorance? For their ignorance, certainly. Is it then for their ignorance of working in brass that they receive this appellation? Not at all. Is it for their ignorance of the art of building? Nor for that. Or for their ignorance of shoemaking? Not on any one of these accounts, for the contrary is the case, as most of those who know such trades are servile. Is this, then, an appellation of those who are ignorant of what is honorable and good and just? It appears so to me. 23. It therefore becomes us to exert ourselves in every way to avoid being like slaves. But by the gods, Socrates, rejoined Euthydemus, I firmly believed that I was pursuing their course of study, by which I should, as I expected, be made fully acquainted with all that was proper to be known by a man, striving after honor and virtue. But now, how dispirited must you think I feel, when I see that with all my previous labor, I am not even able to answer a question about what I ought most of all to know, and am acquainted with no other course which I may pursue to become better. 24. Socrates then said, Tell me, Euthydemus, have you ever gone to Delphi? Yes, twice, replied he. And did you observe what is written somewhere on the temple wall? Know thyself? I did. And did you take no thought of that inscription, or did you attend to it, and try to examine yourself, to ascertain what sort of character you are? I did not indeed try, for I thought that I knew very well already, since I should hardly know anything else if I did not know myself. 25. But whether does he seem to you to know himself, who knows his own name merely, or he who, like people buying horses, who do not think that they know the horse that they want to know, until they have ascertained whether he is tractable or unruly, whether he is strong or weak, swift or slow, or how he is as to other points which are serviceable or disadvantageous in the use of a horse. So he, having ascertained with regard to himself how he is adapted for the service of mankind, knows his own abilities. It appears to me, I must confess, that he who does not know his own abilities does not know himself. 26. But is it not evident, said Socrates, that men enjoy a great number of blessings in consequence of knowing themselves, and incur a great number of evils, through being deceived in themselves? For they who know themselves know what is suitable for them, and distinguish between what they can do and what they cannot, and, by doing what they know how to do, procure for themselves what they need, and are prosperous, and by abstaining from what they do not know, live blamelessly, and avoid being unfortunate. By this knowledge of themselves, too, they can form an opinion of other men, and by their experience of the rest of mankind, obtain for themselves what is good, and guard against what is evil. 27. But they do not know themselves, but are deceived in their own powers, are in similar case with regard to other men and other human affairs, and neither understand what they require, nor what they are doing, nor the characters of those with whom they connect themselves, but being in error as to all these particulars, they fail to obtain what is good and fall into evil. 28. They, on the other hand, who understand what they take in hand, succeed in what they attempt, and become esteemed and honored. Those who resemble them in character willingly form connections with them. Those who are unsuccessful in life desire to be assisted with their advice, and to refer them to themselves. They place in them their hopes of good and love them, on all these accounts, beyond all other men. 29. But those again who do not know what they are doing, who make an unhappy choice in life and are unsuccessful in what they attempt, not only incur losses and sufferings in their own affairs, but become, in consequence, disreputable and ridiculous, and drag out their lives in contempt and dishonor. Among states, too, you see that such as, from ignorance of their own strength, go to war with others that are more powerful, are some of them utterly overthrown, and others reduced from freedom to slavery. 30. Be assured, therefore, replied Denis, that I feel convinced we must consider self-knowledge of the highest value. But as to the way in which we must begin to seek self-knowledge, I look to you for information, if you will kindly impart it to me. 31. Well then, said Socrates, you doubtless fully understand what sort of things are good, and what sort of things are evil. Yes, by Jupiter, replied Euthydemus, for if I did not understand such things, I should be in a worse condition than slaves are. Come then, said Socrates, tell me what they are. That is not difficult, said he, for in the first place, health I consider to be a good, and sickness an evil, and in the next to look into the causes of each of them, as drink, food, and employments. I esteem such as conduce to health to be good, and such as lead to sickness to be evil. 32. Consequently, said Socrates, health and sickness themselves, when they are the causes of any good, will be good, and when they are the causes of any evil, will be evil. But when, exclaimed Euthydemus, can health be the cause of evil and sickness of good? When, for example, said Socrates, some portion of a community, from being in good health, take care in a disgraceful expedition by land, or a ruinous voyage by sea, or in any other such matters, which are sufficiently common, and lose their lives, while others, who are left behind from ill health, are saved. What you say is true, said Euthydemus, but you see that some men share in successful enterprises from being in health, while others from being in sickness are left out of them. Whether then, said Socrates, are those things which are sometimes beneficial and sometimes injurious, goods rather or evils? Nothing, by Jupiter, is to be settled with regard to them by considering thus. 33. But as to wisdom, Socrates, it is indisputably a good thing, for what business will not one who is wise conduct better than one who is untaught? Have you not heard, then, of Daedalus, said Socrates, how he was made prisoner by Minos and compelled to serve him as a slave, how he was cut off at once from his country and from liberty, and how, when he endeavored to escape with his son, he lost the child, and was unable to save himself, but was carried away among barbarians, and made a second time a slave? Such a story is told, indeed, said Euthydemus. Have you not heard, too, of the sufferings of Palamedes? For everybody says that it was for his wisdom he was envied, and put to death by Ulysses. That, too, is said, replied Euthydemus. And how many other men do you think have been carried off to the king, on account of their wisdom, and made slaves there? 34. But as to happiness, Socrates, said Euthydemus, That at least appears to be an indisputable good. Yes, Euthydemus, replied Socrates, if we make it consist in things that are themselves indisputably good. But what, said he, among things constituting happiness can be a doubtful good? Nothing, answered Socrates, unless we join with it beauty or strength or wealth or glory or any other such thing. 35. But we must assuredly join them with it, said Euthydemus, for how can a person be happy without them? We shall then join with it by Jupiter, said Socrates, things from which many grievous calamities happen to mankind. For many, on account of their beauty, are ruined by those who are maddened with passion for their youthful attractions. Many, through confidence in their strength, have entered upon undertakings too great for it, and involved themselves in no small disasters. Many, in consequence of their wealth, have become enervated, been plotted against and destroyed, and many from the glory and power that they have acquired in their country have suffered the greatest calamities. 36. Well then, said Euthydemus, if I do not say what is right when I praise happiness, I confess that I do not know what we ought to pray for to the gods. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralist by Benjamin Rand. Socrates, 469 to 399 BC, Part 3. 1. I will now endeavor to show that Socrates rendered those who associated with him more skillful in argument, for he thought that those who knew the nature of things severally would be able to explain them to others. But as to those who did not know, he said that it was not supposing that they fell into error themselves and led others into it. He therefore never ceased to reason with his associates about the nature of things, to go through all the terms that he defined, and to show how he defined them would be a long task, but I will give as many instances as I think will suffice to show the nature of his reasoning. 2. In the first place, then, he reasoned in piety, in some such way as this. Tell me, said he, Euthydemus, what sort of feeling do you consider piety to be? The most noble of all feelings, replied he. Can you tell me, then, who is a pious man? The man, I think, who honors the gods. Is it allowable to pay honor to the gods in any way that one pleases? No. There are certain laws in conformity with which we must pay our honors to them. 3. He, then, who knows these laws, will know how he must honor the gods. I think so. He, therefore, who knows how to pay honor to the gods, will not think that he ought to pay it otherwise than as he knows. Doubtless not. But does anyone pay honors to the gods otherwise than as he thinks that he ought to pay them? I think not. 4. He, therefore, who knows what is agreeable to the laws with regard to the gods, will honor the gods in agreement with the laws. Certainly. Does he not, then, who honors the gods agreeably to the laws, honor them as he ought? How can he do otherwise? And he who honors them as he ought is pious? Certainly. He, therefore, who knows what is agreeable to the laws with regard to the gods, may be justly defined by us as a pious man. So it appears to me, said Euthydemus. 5. But is it allowable for a person to conduct himself towards other men in whatever way he pleases? No, but with respect to men also. He who knows what is in conformity with the laws, and how men ought, according to them, to conduct themselves towards each other, will be an observer of the laws. Do not those, then, who conduct themselves towards each other according to what is in conformity with the laws, conduct themselves towards each other as they ought? How can it be otherwise? Do not those, therefore, who conduct themselves towards each other as they ought, conduct themselves well? Certainly. Do not those, then, that conduct themselves well towards each other act properly in transactions between man and man? Surely. Do not those, then, who obey the laws do what is just? Undoubtedly. 6. And do you know what sort of actions are called just? Those which the laws sanction. Those, therefore, who do what the laws sanction, do what is just and what they ought. How can it be otherwise? Those who do just things, therefore, are just. I think so. Do you think that any person yields obedience to the laws who do not know what the laws sanction? I do not. And do you think that any who know what ought to do think that they ought not to do it? I do not think so. And do you know any persons that do other things than those which they think they ought to do? I do not. Those, therefore, who know what is agreeable to the laws in regard to men, do what is just? Certainly. And are those who do what is just men? But who else can be so? Shall we not define rightly, therefore, concluded Socrates, if we define those to be just who know what is agreeable to the laws in regard to men? It appears so to me, said Euthydemus. 7. And what shall we say that wisdom is? Tell me, whether do men seem to you to be wise in things which they know, or in things which they do not know? In what they know, certainly. For how can a man be wise in things of which he knows nothing? Those, then, who are wise by their knowledge. By what else can a man be wise, if not by his knowledge? Do you think wisdom, then, to be anything else than that by which men are wise? I do not. Is knowledge, then, wisdom? It appears so to me. Does it appear to you, however, that it is possible for a man to know all things that are? No, by Jupiter, not even as I think a comparatively small portion of them. It is not therefore possible for a man to be wise in all things. No, indeed. Every man is wise, therefore, in that only of which he has a knowledge. So it seems to me. 8. Shall we thus too, Euthydemus, said he, inquire what is good? How, said Euthydemus? Does the same thing appear to you to be beneficial to everybody? No. And does not that which is beneficial to one person appear to you to be sometimes hurtful to another? Assuredly. Would you say, then, that anything is good that is not beneficial? I would not. What is beneficial, therefore, is good, to whomsoever is beneficial. It appears so to me, said Euthydemus. 9. And can you define the beautiful in any other way than if you term whatever is beautiful, whether a person or a vase, or anything else whatsoever, beautiful for whatever purpose you know that it is beautiful? No, indeed, said Euthydemus. For whatever purpose, then, anything can be useful. For that purpose, it is beautiful to use it. Certainly. And is anything beautiful for any other purpose than that for which it is beautiful to use it? For no other reason, replied he. What is useful is beautiful, therefore, for that purpose for which is it beautiful. So I think, said he. 10. As to courage, Euthydemus, said Socrates, do you think it is to be numbered among excellent things? I think it one of the most excellent, replied Euthydemus. But you do not think courage a thing of use for small occasions? No, by Jupiter, but for the very greatest. Does it appear to you to be useful with regard to formidable and dangerous things to be ignorant of their character? By no means. They therefore who do not fear such things because they do not know what they are not courageous. Certainly not, for in that case many madmen and even cowards would be courageous. And what do you say of those who fear things that are not formidable? Still less, by Jupiter, should they be called courageous. Those, then, that are good, with reference to formidable and dangerous things, you consider to be courageous, and those that are bad, cowardly? Certainly. 11. But do you think that any other persons are good, with reference to terrible and dangerous circumstances, except those who are able to conduct themselves well unto them? No, those only, said he. And you think those bad with regard to them, who are of such a character as to conduct themselves badly unto them? Whom else can I think so? Do not each, then, conduct themselves unto them as they think they ought? How can it be otherwise? Do those, therefore, who do not conduct themselves properly unto them, know how they ought to conduct themselves unto them? Doubtless not. Those, then, who know how they ought to conduct themselves unto them can do so, and they alone. Do those, therefore, who do not fail under such circumstances conduct themselves badly unto them? I think not. Those, then, who do conduct themselves badly unto them do fail? It seems so. Those, therefore, who know how to conduct themselves well in terrible and dangerous circumstances are courageous, and those who fail to do so are cowards. They are at least appear so to me, said Euthydemus. 12. Monarchy and tyranny he considered to be both forms of government, but conceived that they differed greatly from one another. For a government over men with their own consent, and in conformity with the laws of free states, he regarded as a monarchy, but a government over men against their will, and not according to the laws of free states, but just as the ruler pleased, a tyranny, and whenever magistrates were appointed from among those who complied with the injunctions of the laws, he considered the government to be an aristocracy. Wherever they were appointed according to their wealth, a plutocracy, and wherever they were appointed from among the whole people, a democracy. 13. Whenever any person contradicted him on any point, who had nothing definite to say, and who perhaps asserted without proof that some person whom he mentioned was wiser or better skilled in political affairs, or possessed of greater courage, or worthier in some such respect than some other whom Socrates had mentioned, he would recall the whole argument in some such way as the following to the primary proposition. 14. Do you say that he whom you commend is a better citizen than he whom I commend? I do say so. Why should we not then consider in the first place what is the duty of a good citizen? Let us do so. Would not he, then, be superior in the management of the public money who make the state richer? Undoubtedly. And he, in war, who should make it victorious over its enemies? Assuredly. And in embassy, he who should make friends of foes? Doubtless. And he in addressing the people, who should check dissension and inspire them with unanimity? I think so. When the discussion was thus brought back to fundamental principles, the truth was made evident to those who had opposed him. 15. When he himself went through any subject in argument, he proceeded upon propositions of which the truth was generally acknowledged, thinking that a sure foundation was thus formed for his reasoning. Accordingly, Whenever he spoke, he of all men that I have known most readily prevailed on his hearers to assent to his arguments, and he used to say that Homer had attributed to Ulysses the character of a sure orator, as being able to form his reasoning on points acknowledged by all mankind. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Plato, Part 1. The Republic. Translated from the Greek by Benjamin Jowett. Book 1. The Function of the Soul. Well then, proceed with your answers, and let me have the remainder of my repast. For we have already shown that the just are clearly wiser and better and abler than the unjust, and that the unjust are incapable of common action. Nay, more, that to speak as we did of evildoers ever acting vigorously together is not strictly true. For if they had been perfectly evil, they would have laid hands upon one another. But it is evident that there must have been some remnant of justice in them, which enabled them to combine. If there had not been, they would have injured one another as well as their victims. They were but half villains in their enterprises. For had they been whole villains and utterly unjust, they would have been wholly incapable of action. That, as I believe, is the truth of the matter, and not what you said at first. But whether the just have a better and happier life than the unjust is a further question, which we also propose to consider. I think that they have, and for the reasons which I have given, but still I should like to examine further, for no light matter is at stake, nothing less than the rule of human life. Proceed. I will proceed by asking a question. Would you not say that a horse has some end? I should. And the end or use of a horse or of anything would be that which could not be accomplished, or not so well accomplished, by any other thing? I do not understand, he said. Let me explain. Can you see except with the eye? Certainly not. Or hear except with the ear? No. These, then, may be truly said to be the ends of these organs? They may. But you can cut off a vine branch with a carving knife, or with a chisel, and in many other ways? Of course. And yet not so well as with a pruning hook made for the purpose? True. May we not say that this is the end of a pruning hook? We may. Then now I think you will have no difficulty in understanding my meaning when I said that the end of anything was that which could not be accomplished, or not so well accomplished, by any other thing. I understand your meaning, he said, and assent. And that to which an end is appointed has also an excellence. Need I ask again whether the eye has an end? It has. And has not the eye an excellence? Yes. And the ear has an end and an excellence also? True. And the same is true of all other things. They have each of them an end and a special excellence? That is so. Well, and can the eyes fulfill their end if they are wanting in their own proper excellence, and have a defect instead? How can they, he said, if they are blind and cannot see? You mean to say, if they have lost their proper excellence, which is sight, but I have not arrived at that point yet. I would rather ask the question more generally, and only inquire whether the things which fulfill their ends fulfill them by their own proper excellence, and fail of fulfilling them by their own defect? Certainly, he replied. I might say the same of the ears. When deprived of their own proper excellence, they cannot fulfill their end. True. And the same observation will apply to all other things? I agree. Well, and has not the soul an end which nothing else can fulfill? For example, to superintend and command and deliberate and the like. Are not these functions proper to the soul, and can they rightly be assigned to any other? To no other. And is not life to be reckoned among the ends of the soul? Assuredly, he said. And has not the soul an excellence also? Yes. And can she or can she not fulfill her ends when deprived of that excellence? She cannot. Then an evil soul must necessarily be an evil ruler, and the good soul a good ruler. Yes, necessarily. And we have admitted that justice is the excellence of the soul, and injustice the defect of the soul. That has been admitted. Then the just soul and the just man will live well, and the unjust man will live ill? That is what your argument proves. And he who lives well will be blessed and happy, and he who lives ill the reverse of happy? Certainly. Then the just is happy and the unjust miserable? So be it. But happiness and not misery is profitable? Of course. Then, my blessed Thrasymachus, injustice can never be more profitable than justice. Let this, Socrates, be your entertainment at the Bendidia. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Round. Plato, 427 to 347 BC. Part 2. Book 4. The Cardinal Virtues. A conversation between Socrates, Adeimantus, and Glaucon. But where, amid all this, is justice, son of Aristotle? Tell me, where? Now that our city has been made habitable, light a candle and search. Get your brother and Polemarchus and the rest of our friends to help, and let us see whether we can discover where is justice, and where is injustice, and in what they differ from one another, and which of them the man who would be happy should have for his portion, whether seen or unseen, by gods and men. Nonsense, said Glaucon. Did you not promise to search yourself, saying that to desert justice in her need would be an impiety? I do not deny that I said so, and as you remind me, I will be as good as my word. But you must join. We will, he replied. Well, then I hope to make the discovery in this way. I mean to begin with the assumption that our state, if rightly ordered, is perfect. That is most certain. And being perfect, is therefore wise and valiant, and temperate and just. That is likewise clear. And whichever of these qualities we find in a state, the one which is not found will be the residue? Very good. If there were 4 things, and we were searching for one of them, whatever it might be, the one sought for might be known to us from the first, and there would be no further trouble. Or we might know the 3 first, and then the 4th would clearly be the one left. Very true, he said. And is not a similar method to be pursued about the virtues, which are also 4 in number? Clearly. First among the virtues found in the state, wisdom comes into view, and in this I detect a certain peculiarity. What is that? The state which we have been describing is said to be wise as being good in counsel. Very true. And good counsel is clearly a kind of knowledge, for not by ignorance but by knowledge do men counsel well. Clearly. And the kinds of knowledge in a state are many and diverse. Of course. There is the knowledge of the carpenter, but that the sort of knowledge which gives a city the title of wise and good in counsel? Certainly not. That would only give a city the reputation of skill in carpentering. Then a city is not to be called wise because possessed of knowledge which counsels for the best about wooden implements? Certainly not. Nor by reason of a knowledge which advises about brazen implements, he said. Nor as possessing any other similar knowledge? Nor by reason of any of them, he said. Nor yet by reason of a knowledge which cultivates the earth. That would give the city the name of agricultural. Yes. Well, I said, and is there any knowledge in our recently founded state, among any of the citizens, which advises not about any particular thing in the state, but about the whole, and considers how a state can best deal with itself and with other states? There certainly is. And what is this knowledge, and among whom is it found? I asked. It is the knowledge of the guardians, he replied, and is found among those whom we were just now describing as perfect guardians. And what is the name which the city derives from the possession of this sort of knowledge? The name of good in counsel, and truly wise. And will there be more of these true guardians, or more smiths? The smiths, he replied, will be far more numerous. Will not the guardians be the smallest of all classes who receive a name from the profession of some kind of knowledge? Much the smallest. And so, by reason of this smallest part or class, and the knowledge which resides in this presiding and ruling part of itself, the whole state, being thus naturally constituted, will be wise, and this, which has only the knowledge worthy to be called wisdom, has been ordained by nature to be of all classes the least. Most true. Thus, then, I said, the nature and place in the state of one of the four virtues has somehow or other been discovered. And in my humble opinion, very satisfactorily discovered, he replied. Again, I said, there is no difficulty in seeing the nature of courage, and in what part that quality resides which gives the name of courageous to the state. How do you mean? Why, I said, everyone who calls any state courageous or cowardly will be thinking of the part which fights and goes out to battle on the state's behalf. No one, he replied, would think of any other. The rest of the citizens may be courageous or may be cowardly, but their courage or cowardice will not, as I conceive, have the effect of making the city either the one or the other. Certainly not. The city will be courageous in virtue of a portion of herself which preserves under all circumstances that opinion about things to be feared and not to be feared, in which our legislature educated them. And this is what you term courage. I should like to hear what you are saying once more, for I do not think that I perfectly understand you. I mean that courage is a kind of salvation. Salvation of what? Of the opinion respecting things to be feared, of what they are, and of what nature, which the law implants through education, and I mean by the words, under all circumstances, To intimate that in pleasure or in pain, or under the influence of desire or fear, a man preserves and does not lose this opinion. Shall I give you an illustration?
If you please.
You know, I said, that the dyers, when they want to dye wool for making the true sea purple, begin by selecting their white color first. This they prepare and dress with much care and pains, in order that the white ground may take the purple hue in full perfection. The dyeing then proceeds, and whatever is dyed in this manner becomes a fast color, and no washing, either with lyes or without them, can take away the bloom. But when the ground has not been duly prepared, you will have noticed how poor is the look either of purple or of any other color.
Yes, he said, I know that they have a washed out and ridiculous appearance.
Then now, I said, you will understand what our object was in selecting our soldiers and educating them in music and gymnastic. We were contriving influences which would prepare them to take the dye of the laws in perfection, and the color of their opinion about the dangers of every other opinion was to be indelibly fixed by their nurture and training, and not to be washed away by such potent lies as pleasure, mightier agent far in washing the soul than any soda or lie, or by sorrow, fear, and desire, which are the mightiest of all other solvents. And this sort of universal saving power of true opinion in conformity with law about real and false dangers, I call and maintain to be courage, unless you disagree.
But I agree, he replied. For I suppose that you mean to exclude mere uninstructed courage, such as that of a wild beast or a slave. This, in your opinion, is not the courage which the law ordains and ought to have another name.
Most certainly.
Then I may infer courage to be such as you describe.
Why, yes, I said. You may, and if you add the words, of a citizen, you will not be far wrong. Hereafter, if you like, we will carry the examination further. But at present we are seeking not for courage, but for justice. And for the purpose of our inquiry, we have said enough.
You are right, he replied.
2 virtues remain to be discovered in the state. First, temperance, and then justice, which is the great object of our search.
Very true.
Now, can we find justice without troubling ourselves about temperance?
I do not know how that can be accomplished, he said. Nor do I desire that justice should be brought to light and temperance lost sight of. And therefore I wish that you would do me the favor of considering temperance first.
Certainly, I replied. I should not be justified in refusing your request.
Then consider, he said.
Yes, I replied, I will, and as far as I can at present see, the virtue of temperance has more of the nature of harmony and symphony than the preceding.
How so? He asked.
Temperance, I replied, is the ordering or controlling of certain pleasures and desires. This is, curiously enough, implied in the saying of a man being his own master, and other traces of the same notion may be found in language.
No doubt, he said.
There is something ridiculous in the expression master of himself. For the master is also the servant, and the servant the master. And in all these modes of speaking, the same person is denoted.
Certainly.
The meaning is, I believe, that the human soul has a better principle, and has also a worse principle. And when the better has the worse under control, then a man is said to be master of himself. And this is a term of praise. But when, owing to evil education or association, the better principle, which is also the smaller, is overwhelmed by the greater mass of the worse, in this case he is blamed and called the slave of self and unprincipled.
Yes, there is reason in that.
And now, I said, look at our newly created state, and there you will find one of these two conditions realized. For the state, as you will acknowledge, may be justly called master of itself, if the words temperance and self-mastery truly express the rule of the better part over the worse.
Yes, he said, I see what you say is true.
Let me further note that the manifold and complex pleasures and desires and pains are generally found in children and women and servants, and in the freemen, so-called, who are of the lowest and more numerous class.
Certainly, he said.
Whereas the simple and moderate desires, which follow reason, and are under the guidance of mind and true opinion, are to be found only in a few, and those the best born and best educated.
Very true.
These two, as you may perceive, have a place in our state, but the meaner desires of the many are held down by the virtuous desires and wisdom of the few.
That I perceive, he said.
Then, if there be any city which may be described as master of its own pleasures and desires, and master of itself, ours may claim such a designation.
Certainly, he replied.
It may also be called temperate, and for the same reasons.
Yes.
And if there be any state which rulers and subjects will be agreed about, the question who are to rule, that again will be our state.
Undoubtedly.
And the citizens, being thus agreed amongst themselves, in which class will temperance be found? In the rulers or in the subjects?
In both, as I should imagine, he replied.
Do you observe that we were not far wrong in our guess that temperance was a sort of harmony?
Why so?
Why, because temperance is unlike courage and wisdom, each of which resides in a part only, the one making the state wise, and the other valiant. Not so temperance, which extends to the whole, and runs through the notes of the scale, and produces a harmony of the weaker and the stronger and the middle class, where you suppose them to be stronger or weaker in wisdom or power, or numbers or wealth, or anything else. Most truly, then, may we deem temperance to be the agreement of the naturally superior and inferior, as to the right rule of either, both in states and individuals.
I entirely agree with you.
And so, I said, we may consider 3 of the virtues to have been discovered in our state. The last of those qualities which make a state virtuous must be justice. If we only knew what that was.
The inference is obvious.
The time then has arrived, Glaucon, when, like huntsmen, we should surround the cover and look sharp that justice does not steal away and pass out of sight and escape us, for beyond a doubt she is somewhere in this country. Watch, therefore, and strive to catch a sight of her, and if you see her first, let me know.
Would that I could, but you should regard me rather as a follower, who has just eyes enough to see what you show him. That is about as much as I am good for.
Offer up a prayer with me, and follow.
I will, but you must show me the way.
Here is no path, I said, and the wood is dark and perplexing. Still, we must push on.
Let us push on.
Here, I saw something. Hello, I said. I begin to perceive a track, and I believe that the quarry will not escape.
Good news, he said.
Truly, I said, we are stupid fellows.
Why so?
Why, my good sir, at the beginning of our inquiry, ages ago, there was justice tumbling about at our feet, and we never saw her. Nothing could be more ridiculous. Like people who go about looking for what they have in their hands. That was the way with us. We looked not at what we were seeking, but what was far off in the distance. And therefore, I suppose, we missed her.
What do you mean?
I mean to say that, in reality, for a long time past, we have been talking of justice, and have failed to recognize her.
I grow impatient at the length of your exordium.
Well then, tell me, I said, whether I am right or not. You remember the original principle which we were always laying down at the foundation of the state, that one man should practice one thing only, the thing to which his nature was best adapted. Now justice is this principle, or a part of it.
Yes, we often said that one man should do only one thing.
Further, we affirmed that justice was doing one's own business, and not being a busybody. We said so again and again, and many others have said the same to us.
Yes, we said so.
Then, to do one's own business, in a certain way, may be assumed to be justice? Can you tell me whence I derive this inference?
I cannot, but I should like to be told.
Because I think that this is the only virtue which remains in the state, when the other virtues of temperance and courage and wisdom are abstracted, and that this is the ultimate cause and condition of the existence of all of them, and while remaining in them is also their preservative. And we were saying that if the three were discovered by us, justice would be the fourth, or remaining one.
That follows of necessity.
If we were asked to determine which of these four qualities, by its presence, contributes most to the excellence of the state, whether the agreement of rulers and subjects, or the preservation in the soldiers of the opinion which the law ordains about the true nature of dangers, or wisdom and watchfulness in the rulers, or whether this other which I am mentioning, and which is found in children and women, slave and free men, artisan, ruler, subject, the quality, I mean, of everyone doing his own work and not being a busybody, would claim the palm. The question is not so easily answered.
Certainly, he replied, there would be difficulty in saying which.
Then the power of each individual in the state to do his own work appears to compete with the other political virtues, wisdom, temperance, courage.
Yes, he said.
And the virtue which enters into this competition is justice.
Exactly.
Let us look at the question from another point of view. Are not the rulers in a state those to whom you would entrust the office of determining suits at law?
Certainly.
And are suits decided on any other ground, but that a man may neither take what is another's, nor be deprived of what is his own?
Yes, that is their principle.
Which is a just principle?
Yes.
Then, on this view also, justice will be admitted to be the having and doing what is a man's own and belongs to him.
Very true.
Think now, and say whether you agree with me or not. Suppose a carpenter to be doing the business of a cobbler, or a cobbler of a carpenter. And suppose them to exchange their implements or their duties, or the same person to be doing the work of both. Do you think that any great harm would result to the state?
Not much.
But when the cobbler, or any other man whom nature designed to be a trader, having his heart lifted up by wealth or strength, or the number of his followers, or any like advantage, attempts to force his way into the class of warriors, or a warrior into that of legislators and guardians, for which he is unfitted, and either to take the implements or the duties of the other, or when one man is trader, legislator, and warrior all in one, then I think you will agree with me that this interchange and meddling of one with another is the ruin of the state.
Most true.
Seeing then, I said, that there are three distinct classes, any meddling of one with another, or the change of one into another, is the greatest harm to the state, and may be most justly termed evil doing.
Precisely.
And the greatest degree of evil doing to one's own city would be termed by you injustice?
Certainly.
Then this is injustice. And on the other hand, when the trader, the auxiliary, and the guardian each do their own business, that is justice, and will make the city just.
I agree with you.
We will not, I said, be over-positive as yet. But if, on trial, this conception of justice be verified, in the individual as well as in the state, then there will no longer be any room for doubt. If it be not verified, we must have a fresh inquiry. First, let us complete the old investigation, which we began, as you remember, under the impression that if we could previously examine justice on a larger scale, there would be less difficulty in discerning her in the individual. That larger example appeared to be the state, and accordingly we constructed one, as good a one as we could, knowing well that in the good state justice would be found. Let the discovery which we made be now applied to the individual. If they agree, we shall be satisfied. Or, if there be a difference in the individual, we will come back to the state and have another trial of the theory. The friction of the two when rubbed together may possibly strike a light in which justice will shine forth, and the vision which is then revealed we will fix in our souls.
That will be in regular course, and let us do as you say.
I proceeded to ask, when two things, a greater and less, are called by the same name, are they like or unlike in so far as they are called the same?
Like, he replied.
The just man, then, if we regard the idea of justice only, will be like the just state.
He will.
And a state was thought by us to be just when the three classes in the state severally did their own business, and thought to be temperate and valiant and wise by reason of a certain other affections and qualities of these same classes.
True, he said.
And so, of the individual, we may assume that he has the same three principles in his own soul, which are found in the state, and he may rightly described in the same terms, because he is affected in the same manner.
Certainly, he said.
Once more, then, O my friend, we have alighted upon an easy question, whether the soul has these three principles or not.
An easy question! Nay, rather, Socrates, the proverb holds that hard is the good.
Very true, I said. And I do not think that the method which we are employing is at all adequate to the accurate solution of this question. The true method is another and a longer one. Still, we may arrive at a solution not below the level of the previous inquiry.
May we not be satisfied with that, he said. Under the circumstances, I am quite content.
I too, I replied, shall be extremely well satisfied.
Then faint not in pursuing the speculation, he said.
Must we not acknowledge, I said, that in each of us there are the same principles and habits which there are in the state, and that from the individual they pass into the state? How else can they come there? Take the quality of passion or spirit. It would be ridiculous to imagine that this quality, when found in states, is not derived from the individuals who are supposed to possess it. For example, the Thracians, Scythians, and in general the northern nations. And the same may be said of the love of knowledge, which is the special characteristic of our part of the world, or the love of money, which may, with equal truth, be attributed to the Phoenicians and Egyptians.
Exactly so, he said.
There is no difficulty in understanding this.
None whatever.
And so, after much tossing, we have reached land, and are fairly agreed that the same principles which exist in the state exist in the individual, and that they are three in number.
Exactly.
Must we not, then, infer that the individual is wise in the same way, and virtue of the same quality, which makes the state wise?
Certainly.
And that the same quality which constitutes courage in the state constitutes courage in the individual? That both the state and the individual bear the same relation to all other virtues?
Assuredly.
And the individual will be acknowledged by us to be just in the same way that the state is just?
That follows, of course.
We cannot but remember that the justice of the state is consisted in each of the three classes doing the work of its own class.
We are not very likely to have forgotten.
we must recollect that the individual in whom the several qualities of his nature do their own work will be just and will do his own work.
Yes, he said, we must remember that too.
And ought not the rational principle, which is wise and has the care of the whole soul, to rule, and the passionate or spirited principle to be the subject and ally?
Certainly.
And, as we were saying, the united influence of music and gymnastic will bring them into accord, nerving and sustaining the reason with noble words and lessons, and moderating and soothing and civilizing the wildness of passion by harmony and rhythm.
Quite true, he said.
And these two, thus nurtured and educated, and having learned truly to know their own functions, will rule over the concupiscent, which in each of us is the largest part of the soul, and by nature the most insatiable of gain. Over this they will keep guard, lest, waxing great with the fullness of bodily pleasures, as they are termed, the concupiscent soul, no longer confined to her own sphere, should attempt to enslave and rule those who are not her natural-born subjects, and overturn the whole life of man?
Very true, he said.
Both together will they not be the best defenders of the whole soul and the whole body against attacks from without, the one counseling, and the other fighting under his leader and courageously executing his commands and counsels?
True.
And he is to be deemed courageous whose spirit retains fast in pleasure and in pain the commands of reason about what he ought or ought not to fear.
Right, he replied.
And him we call wise, who has in him that little part which rules, and which proclaims these commands, that part too being supposed to have a knowledge of what is for the interest of each of the three parts and of the whole.
Assuredly.
And would you not say that he is temperate who has these same elements in friendly harmony, in whom the one ruling principle of reason and the two subject ones of spirit and desire are equally agreed that reason ought rule and do not rebel?
Certainly, he said. That is the true account of temperance, whether in the state or individual.
And surely, I said, we have explained again and again how, by virtue of what quality a man will be just.
That is very certain.
And is justice dimmer in the individual, and is her form different? Or is she the same which we found in the state?
There is no difference, in my opinion, he said.
Because, if any doubt is still lingering in our minds, a few commonplace instances will satisfy us of the truth of what I am saying.
What sort of instances do you mean?
If the case is put to us, must we not admit that the just state, or the man who is trained in the principles of such a state, will be less likely than the unjust to make away with a deposit of gold or silver? Would anyone deny this?
No one, he replied.
Will the just man or citizen ever be guilty of sacrilege or theft or treachery, either to his friends or to his country?
That will be far from him.
Neither will he ever break faith where there have been oaths or agreements.
Impossible.
No one will be less likely to commit adultery, or to dishonor his father and mother, or to fail in his religious duties?
No one.
And the reason is that each part of him is doing its own business, whether in ruling or being ruled.
Very true.
Are you satisfied, then, that the quality which makes such men and such states is justice? Or do you hope to discover some other?
Not I, indeed.
Then our dream has been realized, and the suspicion that we entertained at the beginning of our work of construction, that some divine power must have conducted us to a primary form of justice, that suspicion of ours has now been verified, and the division of labor which required the carpenter and the shoemaker, and the rest of the citizens, to be doing each his own business and not another's, was a shadow of justice, and for that reason it was of use?
Clearly.
But in reality, justice was such as we were describing, being concerned not with the outward man, but with the inward, which is the true self and concernment of man. For the just man does not permit the several elements within him to interfere with one another, or any of them to do the work of others, but he sets in order his own inner life, and is his own master and his own law, and at peace with himself. And when he has bound together the three principles within him, which may be compared to the higher, lower, and middle notes of the scale, and the intermediate intervals, when he has bound all of these together, and is no longer many, but has become one, entirely temperate, and perfectly adjusted nature, then he proceeds to act. If he has to act, whether in a matter of property, or in the treatment of the body, or in some affairs of politics or private business, always thinking and calling that which preserves and cooperates with this harmonious condition, just and good action, and the knowledge which presides over this, wisdom, and that which at any time impairs this condition, he will call unjust action, and the opinion which presides over it, ignorance.
You have said the exact truth, Socrates.
Very good. And if we were to affirm that we had discovered the just man and the just state, and the place of justice in each of them, we should not be telling a falsehood?
Most certainly not.
End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Plato, 427 to 347 BC. Part 3. The Republic. Book 7. The Allegory of the Cave. A conversation between Socrates and Glaucon. And now, I said, let me show you in a figure how far our nature is enlightened or unenlightened. Behold, human beings living in an underground den, which has a mouth open towards the light and reaching all along the den. They have been here from their childhood, and have their legs and necks chained so that they cannot move and can only see before them. For the chains are arranged in such a manner as to prevent them from turning round their heads. Above and behind them, the light of a fire is blazing at a distance, and between the fire and the prisoners there is a raised way. And you will see, if you look, a low wall built along the way, like the screen which marionette players have in front of them over which they show the puppets. I see. And do you see, I said, men passing along the wall, carrying all sorts of vessels and statues, and figures of animals made of wood and stone and various materials, which appear over the wall? Some of them are talking, others silent. You have shown me a strange image, And they are strange prisoners, like ourselves, I replied. And they only see their own shadows, or the shadows of one another, which the fire throws on the opposite wall of the cave? True, he said. How could they see anything but the shadows if they were never allowed to move their heads? And of the objects which are being carried in like manner, they would only see the shadows? Yes, he said. And if they were able to converse with one another, would they not suppose that they were naming what was actually before them? Very true. And suppose further that the prison had an echo which came from the other side. Would they not be sure to fancy, when one of the passers-by spoke, that the voice which they heard came from the passing shadow? No question, he replied. To them, I said, the truth would be literally nothing but the shadows of the images. That is certain. And now look again, and see what will naturally follow if the prisoners are released and disabused of their error. At first, when any one of them is liberated and compelled suddenly to stand up and turn his neck round and walk and look towards the light, he will suffer sharp pains, the glare will distress him, and he will be unable to see the realities of which, in his former state, he had seen the shadows. And then conceive someone saying to him that what he saw before was an illusion, but that now when he is approaching nearer to being and his eye is turned towards more real existence, he has a clearer vision. What will be his reply? And you may further imagine that his instructor is pointing to the objects as they pass, and requiring him to name them. Will he not be perplexed? Will he not fancy that the shadows which he formerly saw are truer than the objects which are now shown to him? Far truer. And if he is compelled to look straight at the light, will he not have pain in his eye which will make him turn away to take refuge in the objects of vision which he can see, and which he will conceive to be in reality clearer than the things which are now being shown to him? True, he said. And suppose once more that he is reluctantly dragged up a steep and rugged ascent, and held fast until he is forced into the presence of the sun himself. Is he not likely to be pained and irritated? When he approaches, the light in his eyes will be dazzled, and he will not be able to see anything at all of what we are now called realities. Not at all in a moment, he said. He will require to grow accustomed to the sight of the upper world, and first he will see the shadows best, next the reflections of men and other objects in the water, and then the objects themselves. He will gaze upon the light of the moon and the stars, and the spangled heaven, and he will see the sky and the stars by night better than the sun or the light of the sun by day? Certainly. Last of all, he will be able to see the sun, and not mere reflections of him in the water, but he will see him as he is in his own proper place, and not in another, and he will contemplate him as he is, certainly. He will proceed to argue that this sun is he who gives the seasons and the years, and is the guardian of all that is in the visible world, and in a certain way, the cause of all things which he and his fellows have been accustomed to behold. Clearly, he said, he would first see the sun and then reason about him. And when he remembered his old habitation, and the wisdom of the den and his fellow prisoners, do you not suppose that he would facilitate himself on the change and pity them? Certainly, he would. And if they were in the habit of conferring honours amongst themselves on those who were the quickest to observe the passing shadows and to remark which of them went before, and which followed after, and which were together, and who were therefore best able to draw conclusions as to the future, do you think that he would care for such honours and glories, or envy the possessors of them? Would he not say with Homer, "Better to be the poor servant of a poor master, and to endure everything, rather than to think as they do and live after their manner"? Yes, he said. I think that he would rather suffer anything than entertain these false notions, and live in this miserable manner. Imagine once more, I said, such an one coming suddenly out of the sun to be replaced in his old situation. Would he not be certain to have his eyes full of darkness? To be sure, he said. And if there were a contest, and he had to compete in measuring the shadows with the prisoners who had never moved out of the den, while his sight was still weak, and before his eyes had become steady, and the time which would be needed to acquire this new habit of sight might be very considerable. Would he not be ridiculous? Men would say of him that up he went and down he came without his eyes, and that it was better not even to think of ascending. And if any one tried to loose another and lead him up to the light, let them only catch the offender, and they would put him to death. No question, he said. This entire allegory, I said, you may now append, dear Glaucon, to the previous argument. The prison house is the world of sight. The light of the fire is the sun, and you will not misapprehend me if you interpret the journey upward to be the ascent of the soul into the intellectual world, according to my poor belief, which at your desire I have expressed. Whether rightly or wrongly, God knows. But, whether true or false, my opinion is that in the world of knowledge, the idea of good appears last of all, and is only seen with an effort, and, when seen, is also inferred to be the universal author of all things beautiful and right, parent of light and of the Lord of light in this world, and the source of truth and reason in the intellectual, and that this thing is the power upon which he who would act rationally, either in public or private life, must have his eye fixed. I agree, he said, as far as I am able to understand you. Moreover, I said, you must not wonder that those who attain this beatific vision are unwilling to descend to human affairs, for their souls are ever hastening into the upper world where they desire to dwell, which desire of theirs is very natural, if our allegory may be trusted. Yes, very natural. And is there anything surprising in one who passes from divine contemplations to the evil state of man, misbehaving himself in a ridiculous manner, if, while his eyes are blinking and before he has become accustomed to the surrounding darkness, he is compelled to fight in courts of law, or in other places, about the images or shadows of images of justice, and is endeavouring to meet the conceptions of those who have never yet seen absolute justice? Anything but surprising, he replied. Anyone who has common sense will remember that the bewilderments of the eyes are of two kinds, and arise from two causes, either from coming out of the light or from going into the light, which is true of the mind's eye, quite as much as of the bodily eye. And he who remembers this when he sees anyone whose vision is perplexed and weak will not be too ready to laugh. He will first ask whether that soul of man has come out of the brighter life, and is unable to see because unaccustomed to the dark, or having turned from darkness to the day is dazzled by excess of light. And he will count the one happy in his condition and state of being, and he will pity the other. Or, if he have a mind to laugh at the soul which comes from below, into the light, there will be more reason in this than in the laugh which greets him who returns out of the light into the den. That, he said, is a very just distinction. But then, if I am right, certain professors of education must be wrong when they say that they can put a knowledge into the soul which was not there before, like sight into blind eyes. They undoubtedly say this, he replied. Whereas, our argument shows that the power and capacity of learning exists in the soul already, and that just as the eye was unable to turn from darkness to light without the whole body, so too the instrument of knowledge can only, by the movement of the whole soul, be turned round from the world of becoming into that of being, and learn by degrees to endear the sight of being, and of the brightest and best of being, or, in other words, of the good. Very true. And must there not be some art, which will effect conversion in the easiest and quickest manner, not implanting the faculty of sight, for that exists already, but has been turned in the wrong direction and is looking away from the truth? Yes, he said, such an art may be presumed. And whereas the other so-called virtues seem to be akin to the bodily qualities, for even when they are not originally innate, they can be implanted by later habit and exercise, The virtue of wisdom, more than anything else, contains a divine element which always remains, and, by this conversion, is rendered useful and profitable, or, on the other hand, hurtful and useless. Did you ever observe the narrow intelligence flashing from the keen eye of a clever rogue? How eager he is, how clearly his paltry soul sees the way to his end. He is the reverse of blind, but his keen eyesight is forced into the service of evil. And he is mischievous in proportion to his cleverness? Very true, he said. But if there had been a circumcision of such natures in their days of their youth, and they had been severed from those sensual pleasures like eating and drinking, which like leaden weights were attached to them at their birth, and which dragged them down and turned their vision of their souls upon the things that are below, if, I say, they had been released from these impediments and turned in the opposite direction, the very same faculty in them would have seen the truth as keenly as they see what their eyes are turned to now. Very likely, yes, I said. And there is another thing which is likely, or rather a necessary inference from what has preceded, that neither the uneducated and uninformed of the truth, nor yet those who never make an end of their education, will be able ministers of state, not the former, because they have no single aim of duty, which is the rule of all their actions, private as well as public, nor the latter, because they will not act at all except from compulsion, fancying that they are already dwelling apart in islands of the blessed. Very true, he replied. Then, I said, the business of us, who are the founders of the state, will be to compel the best minds to attain that knowledge which has already been declared by us to be the greatest of all. They must continue to ascend until they arrive at the good. But when they have ascended, and seen enough, we must not allow them to do as they do now. What do you mean? I mean that they remain in the upper world, but this must not be allowed. They must be made to descend again among the prisoners in the den, and partake of their labours and honours, whether they are worth having or not. But is this not unjust? He said. Ought we to give them an inferior life, when they might have a superior one? You have again forgotten, my friend, I said. The intention of the legislator, who did not aim at making any one class in the state happy above the rest. The happiness was to be in the whole state, and he held the citizens together by persuasion and necessity, making them benefactors of the state, and therefore benefactors of one another. To this end he created them, not that they should please themselves, but they were to be his instruments in binding up the state. True, he said, I had forgotten. Observe, Glaucon, that there will be no injustice in compelling our philosophers to have a care and providence of others. We shall explain to them that in other states, men of their class are not obliged to share in the toils of politics, and this is reasonable, for they grow up at their own sweet will, and the government would rather not have them. Being self-taught, they cannot be expected to show any gratitude for a culture which they never received. But we have brought you into the world to be rulers of the hive, kings of yourselves and of the other citizens, and have educated you far better and more perfectly than they have been educated, and you are better able to share in the double duty. Wherefore each of you, when his turn comes, must go down to the general underground abode, and get the habit of seeing in the dark. When you have acquired the habit, you will see 10,000 times better than the inhabitants of the den, and you will know what the several images are and what they represent, because you have seen the beautiful and just and good in their truth. And thus our state, which is also yours, will be a reality, and not a dream only, and will be administered in a spirit unlike that of other states, in which men fight with one another about shadows only, and are distracted in a struggle for power which in their eyes is the great good. Whereas the truth is that the state in which the rulers are most reluctant to govern is best and most quietly governed, and the state in which they are most eager is the worst. Quite true, he replied. And will our pupils, when they hear this, refuse to take their turn at the toils of the state when they are allowed to spend the greater part of their time with one another in the heavenly light? Impossible, he answered, for they are just men, and the commands which we impose upon them are just, there can be no doubt that every one of them will take office as a stern necessity, and not after the fashion of our present rulers of the state. Yes, my friend, I said, and there lies the point. You must contrive for your future rulers another and a better life than that of a ruler, and then you may have a well-ordered state. For only in the state which offers this will they rule who are truly rich, not in silver and gold, but in virtue and wisdom, which are the true blessings of life. Whereas, if they go into the administration of public affairs, poor and hungering after their own private advantage, thinking that hence they are to snatch the good of life, order there can never be. For they will be fighting about office, and the civil and domestic broils which thus arise will be the ruin of the rulers themselves, and of the whole state. Most true, he replied. And the only life which looks down upon the life of political ambition is that of true philosophy? Do you know of any other? Indeed, I do not, he said. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Aristotle, 384 to 324 BC. Title: Aristotle, 384 to 324. The Nicomachean Ethics, translated from the Greek. Footnote: from Aristotelus Ethikon Nicomacheon Biblia Deca. Reprinted from the Nicomachean Ethics of Aristotle, translated by F. H. Peters, London, Kegan Paul, Trench, Trubner & Co., Limited, 1881, 9th edition, 1904, end footnote. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Section 8. Aristotle, 384 to 324 BC. Part 1. Book 1. The Good or the End. 1. Every art and every kind of inquiry, and likewise every act and purpose, seems to aim at some good, and so it has been well said that the good is that at which everything aims. But a difference is observable among these aims or ends. What is aimed at is sometimes the exercise of a faculty, sometimes a certain result beyond that exercise, and where there is an end beyond the act, there the result is better than the exercise of the faculty. Now, since there are many kinds of actions and many arts and sciences, it follows that there are many ends also, e.g. health is the end of medicine, ships of shipbuilding, victory of the art of war, and wealth of economy. But when several of these are subordinated to some one art or science, as the making of bridles and other trappings to the art of horsemanship, and this in turn, along with all else that the soldier does, to the art of war, and so on, then the end of the master art is always more desired than the ends of the subordinate arts. And this is equally true whether the end in view be the mere exercise of a faculty, or something beyond that, as in the above instances. 2. If then in what we do there be some end which we wish for on its own account, choosing all the others as means to this, but not every end without exception as a means to something else, for so we should go on ad infinitum, and desire would be left void and objectless. This evidently will be the good or the best of all things, and surely from a practical point of view it much concerns us to know this good, for then, like archers shooting at a definite mark, we shall be more likely to attain what we want. If this be so, we must try to indicate roughly what it is, and first of all to which of the arts or sciences it belongs. It would seem to belong to the supreme art or science, that one which most of all deserves the name of master art or master science. Now politics, To Aristotle, politics is a much wider term than to us. It covers the whole field of human life, since man is essentially social. Seems to answer to this description, for it prescribes which of the sciences a state needs, and which each man shall study, and up to what point, and to it we see subordinated even the highest arts, such as economy, rhetoric, and the art of war. Since then it makes use of the other practical sciences, and since it further ordains what men are to do and from what to refrain, its end must include the ends of the others, and must be the proper good of man. For though this good is the same for the individual and the state, yet the good of the state seems a grander and more perfect thing both to attain and to secure, and glad as one would be to do this service for a single individual, to do it for a people and for a number of states is nobler and more divine. This, then, is the aim of the present inquiry, which is a sort of political inquiry. 4. Since, to resume, all knowledge and all purpose aims at some good, what is this which we say is the aim of politics? Or, in other words, what is the highest of all realizable goods? As to its name, I suppose nearly all men are agreed, for the masses and the men of culture alike declare that it is happiness, and hold that to live well or to do well is the same as to be happy. But they differ as to what this happiness is, and the masses do not give the same account of it as the philosophers. The former take it to be something palpable and plain, as pleasure or wealth or fame. One man holds it to be this, and another that, and often the same man is of different minds at different times. After sickness it is health, and in poverty it is wealth. While when they are impressed with the consciousness of their ignorance, they admire most those who say grand things that are above their comprehension. Some philosophers, on the other hand, have thought that, beside these several good things, there is an absolute good, which is the cause of their goodness. As it would hardly be worth while to review all the opinions that have been held, we will confine ourselves to those which are most popular, or which seem to have some foundation in reason. But we must not omit to notice the distinction that is drawn between the method of proceeding from your starting points or principles and the method of working up to them. Plato used with fitness to raise this question and to ask whether the right way is from or to your starting points, as in the race course you may run from the judges to the boundary, or vice versa. Well, we must start from what is known. But what is known may mean two things: what is known to us, which is one thing, or what is known simply, which is another. I think it is safe to say that we must start from what is known to us. And on this account, nothing but a good moral training can qualify a man to study what is noble and just. In a word, to study questions of politics. For the undemonstrated fact is here the starting point, and if this undemonstrated fact be sufficiently evident to a man, he will not require a reason why. Now the man who has had a good moral training either has already arrived at starting points or principles of action, or will easily accept them when pointed out. But he who neither has them nor will accept them may hear what Hesiod says: "The best is he who of himself doth know. Good too is he who listens to the wise, but he who neither knows himself nor heeds the words of others is a useless man." 1 Works and Days 291 to 295. 5. Let us now take up the discussion at the point from which we digressed. It seems that men not unreasonably take their notions of the good or happiness from the lives actually led, and that the masses who are the least refined suppose it to be pleasure, which is the reason why they aim at nothing higher than the life of enjoyment. For the most conspicuous kinds of life are three: this life of enjoyment, the life of the statesman, and thirdly, the contemplative life. The mass of men show themselves utterly slavish in their preference for the life of brute beasts, but their views receive consideration because many of those in high places have the tastes of Sardanapalus. Men of refinement with a practical turn prefer honor, for I suppose we may say that honor is the aim of the statesman's life. But this seems too superficial to be the good we are seeking, for it appears to depend upon those who give rather than upon those who receive it, while we have a presentiment that the good is something that is peculiarly a man's own and can scarce be taken away from him. Moreover, these men seem to pursue honor in order that they may be assured of their own excellence. At least they wish to be honored by men of sense and by those who know them, and on the ground of their virtue or excellence. It is plain, then, that in their view, at any rate, virtue or excellence is better than honor, and perhaps we should take this to be the end of the statesman's life, rather than honor. But virtue or excellence also appears too incomplete to be what we want, for it seems that a man might have virtue and yet be asleep, or be inactive all his life, and moreover might meet with the greatest disasters and misfortunes, and no one would maintain that such a man is happy, except for argument's sake. But we will not dwell on these matters now, for they are sufficiently discussed in the popular treatises. The third kind of life is the life of contemplation. We will treat of it further on. As for the money-making life, it is something quite contrary to nature, and wealth evidently is not the good of which we are in search, for it is merely useful as a means to something else. So we might rather take pleasure and virtue or excellence to be ends than wealth, for they are chosen on their own account. But it seems that not even they are the end, though much breath has been wasted in attempts to show that they are. 6. Dismissing these views, then, we have now to consider the universal good, and to state the difficulties which it presents, though such an inquiry is not a pleasant task in view of our friendship for the authors of the doctrine of ideas. But we venture to think that this is the right course, and that in the interests of truth we ought to sacrifice even what is nearest to us, especially as we call ourselves philosophers. Both are dear to us, but it is a sacred duty to give the preference to truth. In the first place, the authors of this theory themselves did not assert a common idea in the case of things of which one is prior to the other, and for this reason they did not hold one common idea of numbers. Now the predicate good is applied to substances and also to qualities and relations, but that which has independent existence, what we call substance, is logically prior to that which is relative, for the latter is an offshoot, as it were, or, in logical language, an accident of a thing or substance. So, by their own showing, there cannot be one common idea of these goods. Secondly, the term good is used in as many different ways as the term is or being. We apply the term to substances or independent existences, as God, reason, to qualities, as the virtues, to quantity, as the moderate or due amount, to relatives, as the useful, to time, as opportunity, to place, as habitation, and so on. It is evident, therefore, that the word good cannot stand for one and the same notion in all these various applications, for if it did, the term could not be applied in all the categories, but in one only. Thirdly, if the notion were one, since there is but one science of all the things that come under one idea, there would be but one science of all goods, but as it is, there are many sciences, even of the goods that come under one category, as, for instance, the science which deals with opportunity in war is strategy, but in disease is medicine, and the science of the due amount in the matter of food is medicine, but in the matter of exercise is the science of gymnastic. Fourthly, one might ask what they mean by the absolute. In absolute man and man, the word man has one and the same sense, for in respect of manhood there will be no difference between them, and if so, neither will be there any difference in respect of goodness between absolute good and good. Fifthly, they do not make the good any more good by making it eternal. A white thing that lasts a long while is no whiter than what lasts but a day. There seems to be more plausibility in the doctrine of the Pythagoreans, who in their table of opposites place the one on the same side with the good things, instead of reducing all goods to unity, and even Speusippus seems to follow them in this. However, these points may be reserved for another occasion, but objection may be taken to what I have said on the ground that the Platonists do not speak in this way of all goods indiscriminately, but hold that those that are pursued and welcomed on their own account are called good by reference to one common form or type, while those things that tend to produce or preserve these goods, or to prevent their opposites, are called good only as a means to these, and in a different sense. It is evident that there will thus be two classes of goods, one good in themselves, the other good as means to the former. Let us separate, then, from the things that are merely useful, those that are good in themselves, and inquire if they are called good by reference to one common idea or type. Now, what kind of things would one call good in themselves? Surely those things that we pursue even apart from their consequences, such as wisdom and sight and certain pleasures and certain honors. For although we sometimes pursue these things as means, no one could refuse to rank them among the things that are good in themselves. If these be excluded, nothing is good in itself except the idea, and then the type or form will be meaningless. If, however, these are ranked among the things that are good in themselves, then it must be shown that the goodness of all of them can be defined in the same terms, as white has the same meaning when applied to snow and to white lead. But in fact we have to give a separate and different account of the goodness of honor and wisdom and pleasure. Good, then, is not a term that is applied to all these things alike in the same sense or with reference to one common idea or form. But how, then, do these things come to be called good? For they do not appear to have received the same name by chance merely. Perhaps it is because they all proceed from one source, or all conduce to one end, or perhaps it is rather in virtue of some analogy, just as we call the reason the eye of the soul because it bears the same relation to the soul that the eye does to the body, and so on. But we may dismiss these questions at present, for to discuss them in detail belongs more properly to another branch of philosophy. And for the same reason we may dismiss the further consideration of the idea, for even granting that this term good, which is applied to all these different things, has one and the same meaning throughout, or that there is an absolute good apart from these particulars, it is evident that this good will not be anything that man can realize or attain, but it is a good of this kind that we are now seeking. It might perhaps be thought that it would nevertheless be well to make ourselves acquainted with the universal good, with a view to the goods that are attainable and realizable. With this for a pattern, it may be said, we shall more readily discern our own good, and, discerning, achieve it. There certainly is some plausibility in this argument, but it seems to be at variance with the existing sciences. For though they are all aiming at some good and striving to make up their deficiencies, they neglect to inquire about this universal good. And yet it is scarce likely that the professors of the several arts and sciences should not know, nor even look for, what would help them so much. And indeed I am at a loss to know how the weaver or the carpenter would be furthered in his art by a knowledge of this absolute good, or how a man would be rendered more able to heal the sick or to command an army by contemplation of the pure form or idea. For it seems to me that the physician does not even seek for health in this abstract way, but seeks for the health of man, or rather of some particular man, for it is individuals that he has to heal. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Section 9. Leaving these matters, then, let us return once more to the question, what this good can be, of which we are in search. It seems to be different in different kinds of action and in different arts, one thing in medicine and another in war, and so on. What, then, is the good in each of these cases? Surely that for the sake of which all else is done, and that in medicine is health, in war is victory, in building is a house. A different thing in each different case, but always, in whatever we do and in whatever we choose, the end. For it is always for the sake of the end that all else is done. If then there be one end of all that man does, this end will be the realizable good, or these ends if there be more than one. By this generalization our argument is brought to the same point as before. This point we must try to explain more clearly. We see that there are many ends, but some of these are chosen only as means, as wealth, flutes, and the whole class of instruments. And so it is plain that not all ends are final. But the best of all things must, we conceive, be something final. If then there be only one final end, this will be what we are seeking, or if there be more than one, then the most final of them. Now that which is pursued as an end in itself is more final than that which is pursued as a means to something else, and that which is never chosen as means, that which is chosen both as an end in itself and as means, and that is strictly final, which is always chosen as an end in itself and never as means. Happiness seems more than anything else to answer to this description, for we always choose it for itself, and never for the sake of something else, while honor and pleasure and reason, and all virtue or excellence, we choose partly indeed for themselves, for, apart from any result, we should choose each of them, but partly also for the sake of happiness, supposing that they will help to make us happy. But no one chooses happiness for the sake of these things, or as a means to anything else at all. We seem to be led to the same conclusion when we start from the notion of self-sufficiency. The final good is thought to be self-sufficing or all-sufficing. In applying this term, we do not regard a man as an individual leading a solitary life, but we also take account of parents, children, wife, and in short, friends and fellow citizens generally, since man is naturally a social being. Some limit must indeed be set to this, for if you go on to parents and descendants and friends of friends, you will never come to a stop. But this we will consider further on. For the present we will take self-sufficing to mean what by itself makes life desirable and in want of nothing. And happiness is believed to answer to this description. And further, happiness is believed to be the most desirable thing in the world, and that not merely as one among other good things. If it were merely one among other good things, so that other things could be added to it, it is plain that the addition of the least of other goods must make it more desirable, for the addition becomes a surplus of good, and of two goods the greater is always more desirable. Thus it seems that happiness is something final and self-sufficing, and is the end of all that man does. But perhaps the reader thinks that though no one will dispute the statement that happiness is the best thing in the world, yet a still more precise definition of it is needed. This will best be gained, I think, by asking, what is the function of man? For as the goodness and the excellence of a piper or a sculptor, or the practicer of any art, and generally of those who have any function or business to do, lies in that function, so man's good would seem to lie in his function, if he has one. But can we suppose that, while a carpenter or a cobbler has a function and a business of his own, man has no business and no function assigned him by nature? Nay, surely as his several members, eye and hand and foot, plainly have each his own function, so we must suppose that man also has some function over and above all these. What then is it? Life evidently he has in common even with the plants, but we want that which is peculiar to him. We must exclude, therefore, the life of mere nutrition and growth. Next to this comes the life of sense, but this too he plainly shares with horses and cattle and all kinds of animals. There remains then the life whereby he acts, the life of his rational nature with its two sides or divisions, one rational as obeying reason, the other rational as having and exercising reason. But as this expression is ambiguous, we must be understood to mean thereby the life that consists in the exercise of the faculties, for this seems to be more properly entitled to the name. The function of man, then, is exercise of his vital faculties, or soul, on one side in obedience to reason, and on the other side with reason. But what is called the function of a man of any profession, and the function of a man who is good in that profession, are generically the same, e.g. of a harper and of a good harper, and this holds in all cases without exception, only that in the case of the latter his superior excellence at his work is added. For we say a harper's function is to harp, and a good harper's to harp well. Man's function then being, as we say, a kind of life, that is to say, exercise of his faculties and action of various kinds with reason, the good man's function is to do this well and beautifully, or nobly. But the function of anything is done well when it is done in accordance with the proper excellence of that thing. If this be so, the result is that the good of man is exercise of his faculties in accordance with excellence or virtue, or, if there be more than one, in accordance with the best and most complete virtue. But there must also be a full term of years for this exercise, for one swallow or one fine day does not make a spring, nor does one day or any small space of time make a blessed or happy man. 13. Since happiness is an exercise of the vital faculties in accordance with perfect virtue or excellence, we will now inquire about virtue or excellence, for this will probably help us in our inquiry about happiness. And indeed, the true statesman seems to be especially concerned with virtue, for he wishes to make the citizens good and obedient to the laws. Of this we have an example in the Cretan and the Lacedaemonian lawgivers, and any others who have resembled them. But if the inquiry belongs to politics or the science of state, it is plain that it will be in accordance with our original purpose to pursue it. The virtue or excellence that we are to consider is, of course, the excellence of man, for it is the good of man and the happiness of man that we started to seek. And by the excellence of man I mean excellence not of body, but of soul, for happiness we take to be an activity of the soul. If this be so, then it is evident that the statesman must have some knowledge of the soul, just as the man who is to heal the eye or the whole body must have some knowledge of them, and that the more in proportion as the science of the state is higher and better than medicine. But all educated physicians take much pains to know about the body. As statesmen or students of politics, then, we must inquire into the nature of the soul, but in so doing we must keep our special purpose in view and go only so far as that requires, for to go into minuter detail would be too laborious for the present undertaking. Now there are certain doctrines about the soul which are stated elsewhere with sufficient precision, and these we will adopt. Two parts of the soul are distinguished, an irrational and a rational part. Whether these are separated as are the parts of the body or any divisible thing, or whether they are only distinguishable in thought but in fact inseparable, like concave and convex in the circumference of a circle, makes no difference for our present purpose. Of the irrational part, again, one division seems to be common to all things that live, and to be possessed by plants. I mean that which causes nutrition and growth, for we must assume that all things that take nourishment have a faculty of this kind, even when they are embryos, and have the same faculty when they are full grown. At least this is more reasonable than to suppose they then have a different one. The excellence of this faculty, then, is plainly one that man shares with other beings, and not specifically human. And this is confirmed by the fact that in sleep this part of the soul, or this faculty, is thought to be most active. While the good and the bad man are undistinguishable when they are asleep, whence the saying that for half their lives there is no difference between the happy and the miserable, which indeed is what we should expect. For sleep is the cessation of the soul from those functions in respect of which it is called good or bad, except that they are to some slight extent roused by what goes on in their bodies, with the result that the dreams of the good man are better than those of ordinary people. However, we need not pursue this further, and may dismiss the nutritive principle, since it has no place in the excellence of man. But there seems to be another vital principle that is irrational, and yet in some way partakes of reason. In the case of the continent and of the incontinent man alike, we praise the reason or the rational part, for it exhorts them rightly and urges them to do what is best. But there is plainly present in them another principle beside the rational one, which fights and struggles against the reason. For just as a paralyzed limb, when you will to move it to the right, moves on the contrary to the left, so it is with the soul. The incontinent man's impulses run counter to his reason. Only whereas we see the refractory member in the case of the body, we do not see it in the case of the soul. But we must nevertheless, I think, hold that in the soul too there is something beside the reason, which opposes and runs counter to it, though in what sense it is distinct from the reason does not matter here. It seems, however, to partake of reason also, as we said. At least in the continent man it submits to the reason, while in the temperate and courageous man we may say it is still more obedient, for in him it is altogether in harmony with the reason. The irrational part, then, it appears, is twofold. There is the vegetative faculty, which has no share of reason, and the faculty of appetite or of desire in general, which in a manner partakes of reason or is rational, as listening to reason and submitting to its sway. Rational in the sense in which we speak of rational obedience to father or friends, not in the sense in which we speak of rational apprehension of mathematical truths. But all advice and all rebuke and exhortation testify that the irrational part is in some way amenable to reason. If, then, we like to say that this part too has a share of reason, the rational part also will have two divisions, one rational in the strict sense as possessing reason in itself, the other rational as listening to reason as a man listens to his father. Now on this division of the faculties is based the division of excellence, for we speak of intellectual excellences and of moral excellences. Wisdom and understanding and prudence we call intellectual, liberality and temperance we call moral virtues or excellences. When we are speaking of a man's moral character, we do not say that he is wise or intelligent, but that he is gentle or temperate. But we praise the wise man, too, for his habit of mind or trained faculty, and a habit or trained faculty that is praiseworthy is what we call an excellence or virtue. Book 2. Moral Virtue. 1. Excellence, then, being of these two kinds, intellectual and moral, intellectual excellence owes its birth and growth mainly to instruction, and so requires time and experience, while moral excellence is the result of habit or custom, and has accordingly in our language received a name formed by a slight change from custom. From this it is plain that none of the moral excellences or virtues is implanted in us by nature, for that which is by nature cannot be altered by training. For instance, a stone naturally tends to fall downwards, and you could not train it to rise upwards, though you tried to do so by throwing it up 10,000 times. Nor could you train fire to move downwards, nor accustom anything which naturally behaves in one way to behave in any other way. The virtues, then, come neither by nature nor against nature, but nature gives the capacity for acquiring them, and this is developed by training. Again, where we do things by nature, we get the power first, and put this power forth in act afterwards, as we plainly see in the case of the senses, for it is not by constantly seeing and hearing that we acquire those faculties, but, on the contrary, we had the power first and then used it, instead of acquiring the power by the use. But the virtues we acquire by doing the acts, as is the case with the arts too. We learn an art by doing that which we wish to do when we have learned it. We become builders by building, and harpers by harping. And so by doing just acts we become just, and by doing acts of temperance and courage we become temperate and courageous. This is attested, too, by what occurs in states, for the legislators make their citizens good by training, i.e., this is the wish of all legislators, and those who do not succeed in this miss their aim, and it is this that distinguishes a good from a bad constitution. Again, both the moral virtues and the corresponding vices result from and are formed by the same acts, and this is the case with the arts also. It is by harping that good harpers and bad harpers alike are produced. And so with builders and the rest, by building well, they will become good builders, and bad builders by building badly. Indeed, if it were not so, they would not want anybody to teach them, but would all be born either good or bad at their trades. And it is just the same with the virtues also. It is by our conduct in our intercourse with other men that we become just or unjust, and by acting in circumstances of danger, and training ourselves to feel fear or confidence, that we become courageous or cowardly. So too with our animal appetites and the passion of anger. For by behaving in this way or in that on the occasions with which these passions are concerned, some become temperate and gentle, and others profligate and ill-tempered. In a word, acts of any kind produce habits or characters of the same kind. Hence we ought to make sure that our acts be of a certain kind, for the resulting character varies as they vary. It makes no small difference, therefore, whether a man be trained from his youth up in this way or in that, but a great difference, or rather all the difference. But our present inquiry has not, like the rest, a merely speculative aim. We are not inquiring merely in order to know what excellence or virtue is, but in order to become good, for otherwise it would profit us nothing. We must ask, therefore, about these acts, and see of what kind they are to be, for, as we said, it is they that determine our habits or character. First of all, then, that they must be in accordance with right reason is a common characteristic of them, which we shall here take for granted, reserving for future discussion the question what this right reason is, and how it is related to the other excellences. But let it be understood, before we go on, that all reasoning on matters of practice must be an outline merely, and not scientifically exact. For, as we said at starting, the kind of reasoning to be demanded varies with the subject in hand, and in practical matters and questions of expediency there are no invariable laws, any more than in questions of health. And if our general conclusions are thus inexact, still more inexact is all reasoning about particular cases, for these fall under no system of scientifically established rules or traditional maxims, but the agent must always consider for himself what the special occasion requires, just as in medicine or navigation. But though this is the case, we must try to render what help we can. First of all, then, we must observe that in matters of this sort, to fall short and to exceed are alike fatal. This is plain, to illustrate what we cannot see by what we can see, in the case of strength and health. Too much and too little exercise alike destroy strength, and to take too much meat and drink or to take too little is equally ruinous to health. But the fitting amount produces and increases and preserves them. Just so, then, is it with temperance also, and courage, and the other virtues. The man who shuns and fears everything and never makes a stand becomes a coward, while the man who fears nothing at all but will face anything becomes foolhardy. So, too, the man who takes his fill of any kind of pleasure and abstains from none is a profligate, but the man who shuns all, like him whom we call a boor, is devoid of sensibility. Thus temperance and courage are destroyed both by excess and defect, but preserved by moderation. But habits or types of character are not only produced and preserved and destroyed by the same occasions and the same means, but they will also manifest themselves in the same circumstances. This is the case with palpable things like strength. Strength is produced by taking plenty of nourishment and doing plenty of hard work, and the strong man, in turn, has the greatest capacity for these. And the case is the same with the virtues. By abstaining from pleasure we become temperate, and when we have become temperate we are best able to abstain. And so with courage, by habituating ourselves to despise danger and to face it, we become courageous, and we have become courageous we are best able to face danger. We have next to inquire what excellence or virtue is. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Section 10. We have next to inquire what excellence or virtue is. A quality of the soul is either 1. A passion or emotion, or 2. A power or faculty, or 3. A habit or trained faculty, and so virtue must be one of these 3. By 1. A passion or emotion we mean appetite, anger, fear, confidence, envy, joy, love, hate, longing, emulation, pity, or generally that which is accompanied by pleasure or pain. 2. A power or faculty is that in respect of which we are said to be capable of being affected in any of these ways, as, for instance, that in respect of which we are able to be angered or pained, or to pity. And 3. A habit or trained faculty is that in respect of which we are well or ill regulated, or disposed in the matter of our affections, as, for instance, in the matter of being angered, we are ill regulated if we are too violent or too slack, but if we are moderate in our anger, we are well regulated, and so with the rest. Now the virtues are not emotions, nor are the vices. 1. Because we are not called good or bad in respect of our emotions, but are called so in respect of our virtues or vices. 2. Because we are neither praised nor blamed in respect of our emotions. A man is not praised for being afraid or angry, nor blamed for being angry simply, but for being angry in a particular way. But we are praised or blamed in respect of our virtues or vices. 3. Because we may be angered or frightened without deliberate choice, but the virtues are a kind of deliberate choice, or at least are impossible without it. And 4. Because in respect of our emotions we are said to be moved, but in respect of our virtues and vices we are not said to be moved, but to be regulated or disposed in this way or that. For these same reasons also they are not powers or faculties, for we are not called either good or bad for being merely capable of emotion, nor are we either praised or blamed for this. And further, while nature gives us our powers or faculties, she does not make us either good or bad. This point, however, we have already treated. If, then, the virtues be neither emotions nor faculties, it only remains for them to be habits or trained faculties. We have thus found the genus to which virtue belongs, but we want to know, not only that it is a trained faculty, but also what species of trained faculty it is. We may safely assert that the virtue or excellence of a thing causes that thing both to be itself in good condition and to perform its function well. The excellence of the eye, for instance, makes both the eye and its work good, for it is by the excellence of the eye that we see well. So the proper excellence of the horse makes a horse what he should be, and makes him good at running and carrying his rider and standing a charge. If, then, this holds good in all cases, the proper excellence or virtue of man will be the habit or trained faculty that makes a man good, and makes him perform his function well. How this is to be done we have already said, but we may exhibit the same conclusion in another way, by inquiring what the nature of this virtue is. Now, if we have any quantity, whether continuous or discrete, it is possible to take either a larger or too large, or a smaller or too small, or an equal or fair amount, and that either absolutely or relatively to our own needs. By an equal or fair amount I understand a mean amount, or one that lies between excess and deficiency. By the absolute mean, or mean relatively to the thing itself, I understand that which is equidistant from both extremes, and this is one and the same for all. By the mean relatively to us, I understand that which is neither too much nor too little for us, and this is not one and the same for all. For instance, if 10 be larger, or too large, and 2 be smaller, or too small, if we take 6, we take the mean relatively to the thing itself, or the arithmetical mean, for it exceeds one extreme by the same amount by which it is exceeded by the other extreme, and this is the mean in arithmetical proportion. But the mean relatively to us cannot be found in this way. If 10 pounds of food is too much for the given man to eat, and 2 pounds too little, it does not follow that the trainer will order him 6 pounds, for that also may perhaps be too much for the man in question, or too little. Too little for Milo, too much for the beginner. The same holds true in running and wrestling. And so we may say generally that a master in any art avoids what is too much and what is too little, but seeks for the mean and chooses it, not the absolute, but the relative mean. If, then, every art or science perfects its work in this way, looking to the mean and bringing its work up to this standard, so that people are wont to say of a good work that nothing could be taken from it or added to it, implying that excellence is destroyed by excess or deficiency, but secured by observing the mean, and good artists, as we say, do in fact keep their eyes fixed on this in all that they do. And if virtue, like nature, is more exact and better than any art, it follows that virtue also must aim at the mean. Virtue, of course, meaning moral virtue or excellence, for it has to do with passions and actions, and it is these that admit of excess and deficiency and the mean. For instance, it is possible to feel fear, confidence, desire, anger, pity, and generally to be affected pleasantly and painfully, either too much or too little, in either case wrongly, but to be thus affected at the right times and on the right occasions, and toward the right persons, and with the right object, and in the right fashion, is the mean course and the best course, and these are characteristics of virtue. And in the same way our outward acts also admit of excess and deficiency, and the mean or due amount. Virtue, then, has to deal with feelings or passions, and with outward acts, in which excess is wrong and deficiency also is blamed, but the mean amount is praised and is right, both of which are characteristics of virtue. Virtue, then, is a kind of moderation, inasmuch as it aims at the mean or moderate amount. Again, there are many ways of going wrong, for evil is infinite in nature, to use a Pythagorean figure, while good is finite, but only one way of going right, so that the one is easy and the other hard, easy to miss the mark and hard to hit. On this account, also, then, excess and deficiency are characteristic of vice. Hitting the mean is characteristic of virtue. Goodness is simple, ill takes any shape. Virtue, then, is a habit or trained faculty of choice, the characteristic of which lies in moderation or observance of the mean relatively to the persons concerned, as determined by reason, i.e. by the reason by which the prudent man would determine it. And it is a moderation, firstly, inasmuch as it comes in the middle or mean between two vices, one on the side of excess, the other on the side of defect, and secondly, inasmuch as, while these vices fall short of or exceed the due measure in feeling and in action, it finds and chooses the mean, middling or moderate amount. Regarded in its essence, therefore, or according to the definition of its nature, virtue is a moderation or middle state, but viewed in its relation to what is best and right, it is the extreme of perfection. But it is not all actions, nor all passions, that admit of moderation. There are some whose very names imply badness, as malevolence, shamelessness, envy, and among acts, adultery, theft, murder. These and all other like things are blamed as being bad in themselves, and not merely in their excess or deficiency. It is impossible, therefore, to go right in them. They are always wrong. Rightness and wrongness in such things, e.g. in adultery, does not depend upon whether it is the right person and occasion and manner, but the mere doing of any one of them is wrong. It would be equally absurd to look for moderation or excess or deficiency in unjust, cowardly, or profligate conduct, for then there would be moderation in excess or deficiency, and excess in excess, and deficiency in deficiency. The fact is that just as there can be no excess or deficiency in temperance or courage because the mean or moderate amount is, in a sense, an extreme, so in these kinds of conduct also there can be no moderation or excess or deficiency, but the acts are wrong however they be done. For, to put it generally, there cannot be moderation in excess or deficiency, nor excess or deficiency in moderation. But it is not enough to make these general statements about virtue and vice. We must go on and apply them to particulars, i.e. to the several virtues and vices. For in reasoning about matters of conduct, general statements are too vague, and do not convey so much truth as particular propositions. It is with particulars that conduct is concerned. Our statements, therefore, when applied to these particulars, should be found to hold good. These particulars, then, i.e. the several virtues and vices, and the several acts and affections with which they deal, we will take from the following table. Moderation in the feelings of fear and confidence is courage. Of those that exceed, he that exceeds in fearlessness has no name, as often happens, but he that exceeds in confidence is foolhardy, while he that exceeds in fear, but is deficient in confidence, is cowardly. Moderation in respect of certain pleasures, and also, though to a less extent, certain pains, is temperance, while excess is profligacy. But defectiveness in the matter of these pleasures is hardly ever found, and so this sort of people also have as yet received no name. Let us put them down as void of sensibility. In the matter of giving and taking money, moderation is liberality. Excess and deficiency are prodigality and illiberality. But both vices exceed and fall short in giving and taking in contrary ways. The prodigal exceeds in spending, but falls short in taking, while the illiberal man exceeds in taking, but falls short in spending. For the present, we are but giving an outline or summary, and aim at nothing more. We shall afterwards treat these points in greater detail. But, besides these, there are other dispositions in the matter of money. There is a moderation which is called magnificence, for the magnificent is not the same as the liberal man. The former deals with large sums, the latter with small, and an excess which is called bad taste or vulgarity, and a deficiency which is called meanness. And these vices differ from those which are opposed to liberality. How they differ will be explained later. With respect to honor and disgrace, there is a moderation which is high-mindedness, an excess which may be called vanity, and a deficiency which is little-mindedness. But just as we said that liberality is related to magnificence, differing only in that it deals with small sums, so here there is a virtue related to high-mindedness, and differing only in that it is concerned with small instead of great honors. A man may have a due desire for honor, and also more or less than a due desire. He that carries this desire to excess is called ambitious. He that has not enough of it is called unambitious. But he that has the due amount has no name. There are also no abstract names for the characters, except ambition, corresponding to ambitious. And on this account those who occupy the extremes lay claim to the middle place. And in common parlance, too, the moderate man is sometimes called ambitious, and sometimes unambitious, and sometimes the ambitious man is praised, and sometimes the unambitious. Why this is we will explain afterwards. For the present we will follow out our plan and enumerate the other types of character. In the matter of anger also we find excess and deficiency, and moderation. The characters themselves hardly have recognized names, but as the moderate man is here called gentle, we will call his character gentleness. Of those who go into extremes we may take the term wrathful for him who exceeds, with wrathfulness for the vice, and wrathless for him who is deficient, with wrathlessness for his character. Besides these, there are three kinds of moderation, bearing some resemblance to one another, and yet different. They all have to do with intercourse in speech and action, but they differ in that one has to do with the truthfulness of this intercourse, while the other two have to do with its pleasantness. One of the two with pleasantness in matters of amusement, the other with pleasantness in all the relations of life. We must, therefore, speak of these qualities also, in order that we may the more plainly see how, in all cases, moderation is praiseworthy, while the extreme courses are neither right nor praiseworthy, but blamable. In these cases also names are for the most part wanting, but we must try, here as elsewhere, to coin names ourselves, in order to make our argument clear and easy to follow. In the matter of truth, then, let us call him who observes the mean a true or truthful person, and observance of the mean truth or truthfulness, pretense. When it exaggerates, may be called boasting, and the person a boaster. When it understates, let the names be irony and ironical. With regard to pleasantness in amusement, he who observes the mean may be called witty, and his character wittiness. Excess may be called buffoonery, and the man a buffoon, while boorish may stand for the person who is deficient, and boorishness for his character. With regard to pleasantness and the other affairs of life, he who makes himself properly pleasant may be called friendly, and his moderation friendliness. He that exceeds may be called obsequious if he have no ulterior motive, but a flatterer if he has an eye to his own advantage. He that is deficient in this respect, and always makes himself disagreeable, may be called a quarrelsome or peevish fellow. Moreover, in mere emotions and our conduct with regard to them, there are ways of observing the mean. For instance, shame is not a virtue, but yet the modest man is praised. For in these matters also we speak of this man as observing the mean, of that man as going beyond it, as the shamefaced man whom the least thing makes shy. While he who is deficient in the feeling, or lacks it altogether, is called shameless, but the term modest is applied to him who observes the mean. Righteous indignation again hits the mean between envy and malevolence. These have to do with feelings of pleasure and pain at what happens to our neighbors. A man is called righteously indignant when he feels pain at the sight of undeserved prosperity, but your envious man goes beyond him and is pained by the sight of anyone in prosperity, while the malevolent man is so far from being pained that he actually exults in the misfortunes of his neighbors. But we shall have another opportunity of discussing these matters. As for justice, the term is used in more senses than one. We will, therefore, after disposing of the above questions, distinguish these various senses and show how each of these kinds of justice is a kind of moderation. And then we will treat of the intellectual virtues in the same way. There are, as we said, 3 classes of disposition, viz. 2 kinds of vice, one marked by excess, the other by deficiency, and one kind of virtue, the observance of the mean. Now, each is in a way opposed to each, for the extreme dispositions are opposed both to the mean or moderate disposition and to one another, while the moderate disposition is opposed to both the extremes. Just as a quantity which is equal to a given quantity is also greater when compared with a less, and less when compared with a greater quantity, so the mean or moderate dispositions exceed as compared with the defective dispositions, and fall short as compared with the excessive dispositions, both in feeling and in action. E.g., the courageous man seems foolhardy as compared with the coward, and cowardly as compared with the foolhardy. And similarly, the temperate man appears profligate in comparison with the insensible, and insensible in comparison with the profligate man, and the liberal man appears prodigal by the side of the illiberal man, and illiberal by the side of the prodigal man. And so the extreme characters try to displace the mean or moderate character, and each represents him as falling into the opposite extreme, the coward calling the courageous man foolhardy, the foolhardy calling him coward, and so on in other cases. But while the mean and the extremes are thus opposed to one another, the extremes are strictly contrary to each other rather than to the mean, for they are further removed from one another than from the mean, as that which is greater than a given magnitude is further from that which is less, and that which is less is further from that which is greater, than either the greater or the less is from that which is equal to the given magnitude. Sometimes again an extreme, when compared with the mean, has a sort of resemblance to it, as foolhardiness to courage, or prodigality to liberality, but there is the greatest possible dissimilarity between the extremes. Again, things that are as far as possible removed from each other is the accepted definition of contraries, so that the further things are removed from each other, the more contrary they are. In comparison with the mean, however, it is sometimes the deficiency that is the more opposed, and sometimes the excess. E.g., foolhardiness, which is excess, is not so much opposed to courage as cowardice, which is deficiency, but insensibility, which is lack of feeling, is not so much opposed to temperance as profligacy, which is excess. The reasons for this are 2. One is the reason derived from the nature of the matter itself. Since one extreme is in fact nearer and more similar to the mean, we naturally do not oppose it to the mean so strongly as the other. E.g., as foolhardiness seems more similar to courage and nearer to it, and cowardice more dissimilar, we speak of cowardice as the opposite rather than the other, for that which is further removed from the mean seems to be more opposed to it. This, then, is one reason derived from the nature of the thing itself. Another reason lies in ourselves, and it is this: those things to which we happen to be more prone by nature appear to be more opposed to the mean, e.g., our natural inclination is rather towards indulgence in pleasure, and so we more easily fall into profligate than into regular habits. Those courses, then, on which we are more apt to run to great lengths, are spoken of as more opposed to the mean, and thus profligacy, which is an excess, is more opposed to temperance than the deficiency is. We have sufficiently explained, then, that moral virtue is moderation or observance of the mean, and in what sense, v. as holding a middle position between two vices, one on the side of excess and the other on the side of deficiency, and 2. as aiming at the mean or moderate amount both in feeling and in action. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Section 11. 9. We have sufficiently explained, then, that moral virtue is moderation, or observance of the mean, and in what sense, v. 1. as holding a middle position between two vices, one on the side of excess and the other on the side of deficiency, and 2. as aiming at the mean or moderate amount both in feeling and in action. And on this account it is a hard thing to be good, for finding the middle or the mean in each case is a hard thing, just as finding the middle or center of a circle is a thing that is not within the power of everybody, but only of him who has the requisite knowledge. Thus, anyone can be angry, that is quite easy, anyone can give money away or spend it, but to do these things to the right person, to the right extent, at the right time, with the right object, and in the right manner, is not what everybody can do, and is by no means easy. And that is the reason why right-doing is rare and praiseworthy and noble. He that aims at the mean, then, should first of all strive to avoid that extreme which is more opposed to it, as Calypso bids Ulysses, "Clear of these smoking breakers, keep thy ship." For of the extremes one is more dangerous, the other less. Since then it is hard to hit the mean precisely, we must row when we cannot sail, as the proverb has it, and choose the least of two evils, and that will be best effected in the way we have described. And secondly, we must consider, each for himself, what we are most prone to, for different natures are inclined to different things, which we may learn by the pleasure or pain we feel. And then we must bend ourselves in the opposite direction, for by keeping well away from error we shall fall into the middle course, as we straighten a bent stick by bending it the other way. But in all cases we must be especially on our guard against pleasant things and against pleasure, for we can scarce judge her impartially. And so, in our behavior towards her, we should imitate the behavior of the old counselors towards Helen, and in all cases repeat their saying, "If we dismiss her, we shall be less likely to go wrong." This, then, in outline, is the course by which we shall best be able to hit the mean. But it is a hard task, we must admit, especially in a particular case. It is not easy to determine, for instance, how and with whom one ought to be angry, and upon what grounds, and for how long. For public opinion sometimes praises those who fall short, and calls them gentle, and sometimes applies the term manly to those who show a harsh temper. In fact, a slight error, whether on the side of excess or deficiency, is not blamed, but only a considerable error, for then there can be no mistake. But it is hardly possible to determine by reasoning how far or to what extent a man must err in order to incur blame, and indeed matters that fall within the scope of perception never can be so determined. Such matters lie within the region of particulars, and can only be determined by perception. So much then is plain that the middle character is in all cases to be praised, but that we ought to incline sometimes towards excess, sometimes towards deficiency, for in this way we shall most easily hit the mean and attain to right doing. Book 3. The Will. Virtue and Vice Voluntary. 4. Wish, we have already said, is for the end, but whereas some hold that the object of wish is the good, others hold that it is what seems good. Those who maintain that the object of wish is the good have to admit that what those wish for, who choose wrongly, is not object of wish, for if so it would be good, but it may so happen that it was bad. On the other hand, those who maintain that the object of wish is what seems good have to admit that there is nothing which is naturally object of wish, but that each wishes for what seems good to him, different and even contrary things seeming good to different people. As neither of these alternatives quite satisfies us, perhaps we had better say that the good is the real object of wish, without any qualifying epithet, but that what seems good is object of wish to each man. The good man, then, wishes for the real object of wish, but what the bad man wishes for may be anything whatever, just as, with regard to the body, those who are in good condition find those things healthy that are really healthy, while those who are diseased find other things healthy. And it is just the same with things bitter, sweet, hot, heavy, etc. For the good or ideal man judges each case correctly, and in each case what is true seems true to him. For, corresponding to each of our trained faculties, there is a special form of the noble and the pleasant, and perhaps there is nothing so distinctive of the good or ideal man as the power he has of discerning these special forms in each case, being himself, as it were, their standard and measurer. What misleads people seems to be in most cases pleasure. It seems to be a good thing even when it is not. So they choose what is pleasant as good and shun pain as evil. 5. We have seen that, while we wish for the end, we deliberate upon and choose the means thereto. Actions that are concerned with means, then, will be guided by choice, and so will be voluntary. But the acts in which the virtues are manifested are concerned with means. Therefore virtue depends upon ourselves, and vice likewise. For where it lies with us to do, it lies with us not to do. Where we can say no, we can say yes. If, then, the doing a deed which is noble lies with us, the not doing it, which is disgraceful, lies with us. And if the not doing which is noble lies with us, the doing which is disgraceful also lies with us. But if the doing and likewise the not doing of noble or base deeds lies with us, and if this is, as we found, identical with being good or bad, then it follows that it lies with us to be worthy or worthless men. And so the saying, "None would be wicked, none would not be blessed," seems partly false and partly true. No one indeed is blessed against his will, but vice is voluntary. If we deny this, we must dispute the statements made just now, and must contend that man is not the originator and the parent of his actions, as of his children. But if those statements commend themselves to us, and if we are unable to trace our acts to any other sources than those that depend upon ourselves, then that whose source is within us must itself depend upon us and be voluntary. This seems to be attested, moreover, by each one of us in private life, and also by the legislators, for they correct and punish those that do evil, except when it is done under compulsion or through ignorance for which the agent is not responsible, and honor those that do noble deeds, evidently intending to encourage the one sort and discourage the other. I say ignorance for which the agent is not responsible, for the ignorance itself is punished by the law, if the agent appeared to be responsible for his ignorance, e.g., for an offense committed in a fit of drunkenness the penalty is doubled, for the origin of the offense lies in the man himself. He might have avoided the intoxication, which was the cause of his ignorance. Again, ignorance of any of the ordinances of the law, which a man ought to know and easily can know, does not avert punishment. And so in other cases, where ignorance seems to be the result of negligence, the offender is punished, since it lay with him to remove this ignorance, for he might have taken the requisite trouble. It may be objected that it was the man's character not to take the trouble. We reply that men are themselves responsible for acquiring such a character by a dissolute life, and for being unjust or profligate in consequence of repeated acts of wrong, or of spending their time in drinking, and so on. For it is repeated acts of a particular kind that give a man a particular character. This is shown by the way in which men train themselves for any kind of contest or performance. They practice continually. Not to know, then, that repeated acts of this or that kind produce a corresponding character or habit shows an utter want of sense. Moreover, it is absurd to say that he who acts unjustly does not wish to be unjust, or that he who behaves profligately does not wish to be profligate. But if a man knowingly does acts which must make him unjust, he will be voluntarily unjust, though it does not follow that, if he wishes it, he can cease to be unjust and be just, any more than he who is sick can, if he wishes it, be whole. And it may be that he is voluntarily sick, through living incontinently and disobeying the doctor. At one time, then, he had the option not to be sick, but he no longer has it, now that he has thrown away his health. When you have discharged a stone, it is no longer in your power to call it back, but nevertheless the throwing and casting away of that stone rests with you, for the beginning of its flight depended upon you. Just so the unjust or the profligate man at the beginning was free not to acquire this character, and therefore he is voluntarily unjust or profligate. But now that he has acquired it, he is no longer free to put it off. But it is not only our mental or moral vices that are voluntary. Bodily vices also are sometimes voluntary and then are censured. We do not censure natural ugliness, but we do censure that which is due to negligence and want of exercise. And so with weakness and infirmity. We should never reproach a man who is born blind, or had lost his sight in an illness or by a blow. We should rather pity him, but we should all censure a man who had blinded himself by excessive drinking or any other kind of profligacy. We see, then, that of the vices of the body it is those that depend on ourselves that are censured, while those that do not depend on ourselves are not censured. And if this be so, then in other fields also those vices that are blamed must depend upon ourselves. Some people may perhaps object to this. All men, they may say, desire that which appears good to them, but cannot control this appearance. A man's character, whatever it be, decides what shall appear to him to be the end. If, I answer, each man be in some way responsible for his habits or character, then in some way he must be responsible for this appearance also. But if this be not the case, then a man is not responsible for, or is not the cause of, his own evil doing, but it is through ignorance of the end that he does evil, fancying that thereby he will secure the greatest good, and the striving towards the true end does not depend on our own choice. But a man must be born with a gift of sight, so to speak, if he is to discriminate rightly and to choose what is really good. And he is truly well born who is by nature richly endowed with this gift, for it is the greatest and fairest gift, which we cannot acquire or learn from another, but must keep all our lives just as nature gave it to us. To be well and nobly born in this respect is to be well born in the truest and completest sense. Now, granting this to be true, how will virtue be any more voluntary than vice? For whether it be nature or anything else that determines what shall appear to be the end, it is determined in the same way for both alike, for the good man as for the bad, and both alike refer all their acts of whatever kind to it. And so, whether we hold that it is not merely nature that decides what appears to each to be the end, whatever that be, but that the man himself contributes something, or whether we hold that the end is fixed by nature, but that virtue is voluntary, inasmuch as the good man voluntarily takes the steps to that end. In either case, vice will be just as voluntary as virtue, for self is active in the bad man just as much as in the good man, in choosing the particular acts at least, if not in determining the end. If then, as is generally allowed, the virtues are voluntary, for we do, in fact, in some way help to make our character, and, by being of a certain character, give a certain complexion to our idea of the end, the vices also must be voluntary, for all this applies equally to them. We have thus described in outline the nature of the virtues in general, and have said that they are forms of moderation or modes of observing the mean, and that they are habits or trained faculties, and that they show themselves in the performance of the same acts which produce them, and that they depend on ourselves and are voluntary, and that they follow the guidance of right reason. But our particular acts are not voluntary in the same sense as our habits, for we are masters of our acts from beginning to end when we know the particular circumstances, but we are masters of the beginnings only of our habits or characters, while their growth by gradual steps is imperceptible, like the growth of disease. Inasmuch, however, as it lay with us to employ or not to employ our faculties in this way, the resulting characters are on that account voluntarily. Book 6. The Intellectual Virtues. 1. The virtues or excellence of the mind or soul, it will be remembered, we divided into two classes, and called the one moral and the other intellectual. The moral excellences or virtues we have already discussed in detail. Let us now examine the other class, the intellectual excellences, after some preliminary remarks about the soul. We said before that the soul consists of two parts, the rational and the irrational part. We will now make a similar division of the former, and will assume that there are two rational faculties. One, that by which we know those things that depend on invariable principles. 2. That by which we know those things that are variable. For to generically different objects must correspond generically different faculties, if, as we hold, it is in virtue of some kind of likeness or kinship with their objects that our faculties are able to know them. Let us call the former the scientific or demonstrative, the latter the calculative or deliberative faculty. For to deliberate is the same as to calculate, and no one deliberates about things that are invariable. One division, then, of the rational faculty may be fairly called the calculative faculty. Our problem, then, is to find what each of these faculties becomes in its full development or in its best state, for that will be its excellence or virtue. But its excellence will bear direct reference to its proper function. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Section 12. 2. Now the faculties which guide us in action and in the apprehension of truth are three: sense, reason, and desire. The first of these cannot originate action, as we see from the fact that brutes have sense but are incapable of action. If we take the other two, we find two modes of reasoning, the affirmation and negation, or assent and denial, and two corresponding modes of desire, the pursuit and avoidance, or attraction and repulsion. Now, moral virtue is a habit or formed faculty of choice or purpose, and purpose is desire following upon deliberation. It follows, then, that if the purpose is to be all it should be, both the calculation or reasoning must be true and the desire right, and that the very same things must be assented to by the former and pursued by the latter. This kind of reasoning, then, and this sort of truth has to do with action. But speculative reasoning that has to do neither with action nor production is good or bad according as it is true or false simply. For the function of the intellect is always the apprehension of truth, but the function of the practical intellect is the apprehension of truth in agreement with right desire. Purpose, then, is the cause, not the final but the efficient cause or origin of action, and the origin of purpose is desire and calculation of means, so that purpose necessarily implies on the one hand the faculty of reason and its exercise, and on the other hand a certain moral character or state of the desires. For right action and the contrary kind of action are alike impossible without both reasoning and moral character. Mere reasoning, however, can never set anything going, but only reasoning about means to an end, what may be called practical reasoning, which practical reasoning also regulates production, for in making anything you always have an ulterior object in view. What you make is desired not as an end in itself, but only as a means to, or a condition of, something else. But what you do is an end in itself, for well-doing or right action is the end, and this is the object of desire. Purpose, then, may be called either a reason that desires or a desire that reasons, and this faculty of originating action constitutes a man. No past event can be purposed, e.g., no one purposes to have sacked Troy, for no one deliberates about that which is past, but about that which is to come, and which is variable. But the past cannot be undone, so that Agathon is right when he says, "This thing alone not God himself can do, to make undone that which hath once been done." We have thus found that both divisions of the reason, or both the intellectual faculties, have the attainment of truth for their function. That developed state of each, then, in which it best attains truth will be its excellence or virtue. 3. Let us describe these virtues, then, starting afresh from the beginning. Let us assume that the modes in which the mind arrives at truth, either in the way of affirmation or negation, are 5 in number, viz. Art, science, prudence, wisdom, reason. For conception and opinion may be erroneous. What science is we may learn from the following considerations, for we want a precise account, and must not content ourselves with metaphors. We all suppose that what we know with scientific knowledge is invariable, but of that which is variable we cannot say, so soon as it is out of sight, whether it is in existence or not. The object of science, then, is necessary. Therefore it is eternal. For whatever is of its own nature necessary is eternal, and what is eternal neither begins nor ceases to be. Further, it is held that all science can be taught, and that what can be known in the way of science can be learnt. But all teaching starts from something already known, as we have explained in the Analytics, for it proceeds either by induction or by syllogism. Now, it is induction that leads the learner up to universal principles, while syllogism starts from these. There are principles, then, from which syllogism starts, which are not arrived at by syllogism, and which, therefore, must be arrived at by induction. Science, then, may be defined as a habit or formed faculty of demonstration, with all the further qualifications which are enumerated in the Analytics. It is necessary to add this, because it is only when the principles of our knowledge are accepted and known to us in a particular way that we can properly be said to have scientific knowledge, for unless these principles are better known to us than the conclusions based upon them, our knowledge will be merely accidental. This, then, may be taken as our account of science. 4. That which is variable includes that which man makes and that which man does. But making or production is different from doing or action. Here we adopt the popular distinctions. The habit or formed faculty of acting with reason or calculation, then, is different from the formed faculty of producing with reason or calculation. And so the one cannot include the other, for action is not production, nor is production action. Now the builder's faculty is one of the arts, and may be described as a certain formed faculty of producing with calculation. And there is no art which is not a faculty of this kind, nor is there any faculty of this kind which is not an art. An art, then, is the same thing as a formed faculty of producing with correct calculation. And every art is concerned with bringing something into being, i.e., with contriving or calculating how to bring into being some one of those things that can either be or not be, and the cause of whose production lies in the producer, not in the thing itself which is produced. For art has not to do with that which is or comes into being of necessity, nor with the products of nature, for these have the cause of their production in themselves. Production and action being different, art, of course, has to do with production and not with action, and in a certain sense its domain is the same as that of chance or fortune, as Agathon says, "Art waits on fortune, fortune waits on art." Art, then, as we said, is a certain formed faculty or habit of production with correct reasoning or calculation, and the contrary of this is a habit of production with incorrect calculation, the field of both being that which is variable. 5. In order to ascertain what prudence is, we will first ask who they are whom we call prudent. It seems to be characteristic of a prudent man that he is able to deliberate well about what is good or expedient for himself, not with a view to some particular end, such as health or strength, but with a view to well-being or living well. This is confirmed by the fact that we apply the name sometimes to those who deliberate well in some particular field, when they calculate well the means to some particular good end, in matters that do not fall within the sphere of art. So we may say generally that a man who can deliberate well is prudent. But no one deliberates about that which cannot be altered, nor about that which it is not in his power to do. Now science, we saw, implies demonstration, but things whose principles or causes are variable do not admit of demonstration, for everything that depends upon these principles or causes is also variable. And on the other hand, things that are necessarily determined do not admit of deliberation. It follows, therefore, that prudence cannot be either a science or an art. It cannot be a science because the sphere of action is that which is alterable. It cannot be an art because production is generically different from action. It follows from all this that prudence is a formed faculty that apprehends truth by reasoning or calculation, and issues in action in the domain of human good and ill, for while production has another end than itself, this is not so with action, since good action or well-doing is itself the end. For this reason, Pericles and men who resemble him are considered prudent, because they are able to see what is good for themselves and for men, and this we take to be the character of those who are able to manage a household or a state. This, too, is the reason why we call temperance, signifying thereby that it is the virtue which preserves prudence. But what temperance preserves is this particular kind of judgment, for it is not any kind of judgment that is destroyed or perverted by the presentation of pleasant or painful objects, not such a judgment, for instance, as that the angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles, but only judgments about matters of practice. For the principles of practice, or the causes which originate action, are the ends for the sake of which acts are done. But when a man is corrupted by pleasure or pain, he straightway loses sight of the principle, and no longer sees that this is the end for the sake of which, and as a means to which, each particular act should be chosen and done, for vice is apt to obliterate the principle. Our conclusion, then, is that prudence is a formed faculty which apprehends truth by reasoning or calculation, and issues in action in the field of human good. Moreover, art, or the artistic faculty, has its excellence or perfect development in something other than itself, but this is not so with prudence. Again, in the domain of art, voluntary error is not so bad as involuntary, but it is worse in the case of prudence, as it is in the case of all the virtues or excellences. It is plain, then, that prudence is a virtue or excellence, and not an art. And the rational parts of the soul, or the intellectual faculties, being 2 in number, prudence will be the virtue of the second, the calculative part, or the faculty of opinion, for opinion deals with that which is variable, and so does prudence. But it is something more than a formed faculty of apprehending truth by reasoning or calculation, as we see from the fact that such a faculty may be lost, but prudence, once acquired, can never be lost. 6. Science is a mode of judging that deals with universal and necessary truths, but truths that can be demonstrated depend upon principles, and, since science proceeds by demonstrative reasoning, every science has its principles. The principles, then, on which the truth of science depend cannot fall within the province of science, nor yet of art or prudence, for a scientific truth is one that can be demonstrated, but art and prudence have to do with that which is variable. Nor can they fall within the province of wisdom, for it is characteristic of the wise man to have a demonstrative knowledge of certain things. But the habits of mind or formed faculties by which we apprehend truth without any mixture of error, whether in the domain of things invariable or in the domain of things variable, are science, prudence, wisdom, and reason. If, then, no one of the first 3, prudence, science, wisdom, can be the faculty which apprehends these principles, the only possible conclusion is that they are apprehended by reason. 7. The term wisdom is sometimes applied in the domain of the arts to those who are consummate masters of their art. E.g., it is applied to Phidias as a master of sculpture, and to Polycletus for his skill in portrait statues, and in this application it means nothing else than excellence of art or perfect development of the artistic faculty. But there are also men who are considered wise, not in part nor in any particular thing, as Homer says in the Margites. Him the god gave no skill with spade or plough, nor made him wise in aught. But generally wise. In this general sense, then, wisdom plainly will be the most perfect of the sciences. The wise man, then, must not only know what follows from the principles of knowledge, but also know the truth about those principles. Wisdom, therefore, will be the union of intuitive reason with demonstrative scientific knowledge, or scientific knowledge of the noblest objects with its crowning perfection, so to speak, added to it. For it would be absurd to suppose that the political faculty or prudence is the highest of our faculties, unless indeed man is the best of all things in the universe. Now, as the terms wholesome and good mean one thing in the case of men and another in the case of fishes, while white and straight always have the same meaning, we must all allow that wise means one thing always, while prudent means different things. For we should all say that those who are clear-sighted in their own affairs are prudent, and deem them fit to be entrusted with those affairs. and for this reason we sometimes apply the term prudent even to animals when they show a faculty of foresight in what concerns their own life. Moreover, it is plain that wisdom cannot be the same as statesmanship. If we apply the term wisdom to knowledge of what is advantageous to ourselves, there will be many kinds of wisdom, for the knowledge of what is good will not be one and the same for all animals, but different for each species. It can no more be one than the art of healing can be one and the same for all kinds of living things. Man may be superior to all other animals, but that will not make any difference here. For there are other things of a far diviner nature than man, as, to take the most conspicuous instance, the heavenly bodies. It is plain, then, after what we have said, that wisdom is the union of scientific or demonstrative knowledge and intuitive reason about objects of the noblest nature. And on this account people call Anaxagoras and Thales and men of that sort wise, but not prudent, seeing them to be ignorant of their own advantage, and say that their knowledge is something out of the common, wonderful, hard of attainment, nay, superhuman, but useless, since it is no human good that they seek. Prudence, on the other hand, deals with human affairs and with matters that admit of deliberation. For the prudent man's special function, as we conceive it, is to deliberate well, but no one deliberates about what is invariable, or about matters in which there is not some end in the sense of some realizable good. But a man is said to deliberate well, without any qualifying epithet, when he is able, by a process of reasoning or calculation, to arrive at what is best for man in matters of practice. Prudence, moreover, does not deal in general propositions only, but implies knowledge of particular facts also, for it issues in action, and the field of action is the field of particulars. This is the reason why some men that lack scientific knowledge are more efficient in practice than others that have it, especially men of wide experience. For if you know that light meat is digestible and wholesome, but do not know what meats are light, you will not be able to cure people so well as a man who only knows that chicken is light and wholesome. But prudence is concerned with practice, so that it needs knowledge both of general truths and of particular facts, but more especially the latter. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Zeno, 356 to 264 BC. Zeno, 356 to 264 BC. From Diogenes Laertius, Lives and Opinions of Eminent Philosophers, translated from the Greek by Charles D. Young. Book 7, The Ethics of the Stoics. 60. The ethical part of philosophy they, the Stoics, divide into the topic of inclination, the topic of good and bad, the topic of the passions, the topic of virtue, the topic of the chief good, and of primary estimation, and of actions, the topic of what things are becoming, and of exhortation and dissuasion. And this division is the one laid down by Chrysippus, and Archidemus, and Zeno of Tarsus, and Apollodorus, and Diogenes, and Antipater, and Posidonius. For Zeno and Citium and Cleanthes have, as being more ancient they were likely to, adopted a more simple method of treating these subjects. But these men made a division into logic and natural philosophy. 52. They say that the first inclination which an animal has is to protect itself, as nature brings herself to take an interest in it from the beginning, as Chrysippus affirms in the first book of his treatise on ends, where he says that the first and dearest object of every animal is its own existence, and its consciousness of that existence, for that it is not natural for any animal to be alienated from itself, or even to be brought into such a state as to be indifferent to itself, being neither alienated from nor interested in itself. It remains, therefore, that we must assert that nature has bound the animal to itself by the greatest unanimity and affection, For by that means it repels all that is injurious, and attracts all that is akin to it and desirable. But as for what some people say, that the first inclination of animals is to pleasure, they say what is false. For they say that pleasure, if there be any such thing at all, is an accessory only, which nature, having sought it out by itself, as well as those things which are adapted to its constitution, receives incidentally, in the same manner as animals are pleased and plants are made to flourish. Moreover, they say, nature makes no difference between animals and plants when she regulates them so as to leave them without voluntary motion or sense. And some things, too, take place in ourselves in the same manner as in plants. But as inclination in animals tends chiefly to the point of making them pursue what is appropriate to them, we may say that their inclinations are regulated by nature. And as reason is given to rational animals according to a more perfect principle, it follows that to live correctly according to reason is properly predicated of those who live according to nature. For nature is, as it were, the artist who produces the inclination. 53. On which account Zeno was the first writer who, in his treatise on the nature of man, said that the chief good was confessedly to live according to nature, which is to live according to virtue, for nature leads us to this point. And in like manner, Cleanthes speaks in his treatise on pleasure, and so do Posidonius and Hecaton in their essays on ends as the chief good. And again, to live according to virtue is the same thing as living according to one's experience of these things which happen by nature, as Chrysippus explains it in the first book of his treatise on the chief good. For our individual natures are all parts of universal nature, on which account the chief good is to live in a manner corresponding to nature, and that means corresponding to one's own nature and to universal nature, doing none of those things which the common law of mankind is in the habit of forbidding, and that common law is identical with that right reason which pervades everything, being the same with Jupiter, who is the regulator and chief manager of all existing things. Again, this very thing is the virtue of the happy man, and the perfect happiness of life, when everything is done according to a harmony with the genius of each individual, with reference to the will of the universal governor and manager of all things. Diogenes, accordingly, says expressly that the chief good is to act according to sound reason in our selection of things according to our nature. And Archidemus defines it to be living in the discharge of all becoming duties. Chrysippus, again, understands that the nature, in a manner corresponding to which we ought to live, is both the common nature and also human nature in particular. But Cleanthes will not admit of any other nature than the common one alone, as that, in a manner, corresponding to which people ought to live, and repudiates all mention of a particular nature. And he asserts that virtue is a disposition of the mind, always consistent and always harmonious, that one ought to seek it out for its own sake, without being influenced by fear or hope or any external influence. Moreover, that it is in that happiness consists, as producing in the soul the harmony of a life always consistent with itself, and that if a rational animal goes the wrong way, it is because it allows itself to be misled by the deceitful appearances of exterior things, or perhaps by the instigation of those who surround it, for nature herself never gives us any but good inclinations. 54. Now virtue is, to speak generally, a perfection in everything, as in the case of a statue, whether it is invisible as good health, or speculative as prudence. For Hecaton says, in the first book of his treatise on virtues, that the scientific and speculative virtues are those which have a constitution arising from speculation and study, as, for instance, prudence and justice, and that those which are not speculative are those which are generally viewed in their extension as a practical result or effect of the former, such, for instance, as health and strength. Accordingly, temperance is one of the speculative virtues, and it happens that good health usually follows it, and is marshaled, as it were, beside it, in the same way as strength follows the proper structure of an arch. And the unspeculative virtues derive their name from the fact of their not proceeding from any acquiescence reflected by intelligence, but they are derived from others, are only accessories, and are found even in worthless people, as in the case of good health or courage. And Posidonius, in the first book of his treatise on ethics, says that the great proof of the reality of virtue is that Socrates and Diogenes and Antisthenes made great improvement, and the great proof of the reality of vice may be found in the fact of its being opposed to virtue. Again, Chrysippus, in the first book of his treatise on the chief good, and Cleanthes, and also Posidonius in his exhortations, and Hecaton, all agree that virtue may be taught, and that they are right, and that it may be taught, is plain from men becoming good after having been bad. On this account, Panaetius teaches that there are two virtues, one speculative and the other practical. But others make three kinds, the logical, the natural, and the ethical. Posidonius divides virtue into 4 divisions, and Cleanthes, Chrysippus, and Antipater make the divisions more numerous still. For Apollophanes asserts that there is but one virtue, namely prudence. Among the virtues, some are primitive and some are derived. The primitive ones are prudence, manly courage, justice, and temperance. And subordinate to these, as a kind of species contained in them, are magnanimity, continence, endurance, presence of mind, wisdom in counsel. And the Stoics defined prudence as a knowledge of what is good and bad and indifferent, justice as a knowledge of what ought to be chosen, what ought to be avoided, and what is indifferent, magnanimity as a knowledge of engendering a lofty habit superior to all such accidents as happen to all men indifferently, whether they be good or bad. Continence they consider a disposition which never abandons right reason, or a habit which never yields to pleasure. Endurance they call a knowledge or habit by which we understand what we ought to endure, what we ought not, and what is indifferent. Presence of mind they define as a habit which is prompt at finding out what is suitable on a sudden emergency. And wisdom in counsel they think a knowledge which leads us to judge what we are to do and how we are to do it, in order to act becomingly. And analogously, of vices too, there are some which are primary and some which are subordinate, as, for instance, folly and cowardice and injustice and intemperance are among the primary vices, incontinence, slowness, and folly in counsel among the subordinate ones, and the vices are ignorance of those things of which the virtues are the knowledge. 55. Good, looked at in a general way, is some advantage, with the more particular distinction being partly what is actually useful, partly what is not contrary to utility, on which account virtue itself and the good which partakes of virtue are spoken of in a threefold view of the subject. First, as to what kind of good it is, and from what it ensues, as, for instance, in an action done according to virtue. Secondly, as to the agent, in the case of a good man who partakes of virtue. At another time, they define the good in a peculiar manner, as being what is perfect according to the nature of a rational being as rational being. And secondly, they say that it is a conformity to virtue, so that all actions which partake of virtue, and all good men, are themselves in some sense the good. And in the third place, they speak of its accessories, joy and mirth, and things of that kind. In the same manner they speak of vices, which they divide into folly, cowardice, injustice, and things of that kind. and they consider that those things which partake of vices, and actions done according to vice, and bad men, are themselves in some sense the evil, and its accessories are despondency and melancholy, and other things of that kind. 56. Again, of goods, some have reference to the mind, and some are external, and some neither have reference to the mind nor are external. The goods having reference to the mind are virtues and actions according to the virtues. The external goods are the having a virtuous country, a virtuous friend, and the happiness of one's country and friend. And those which are not external, and which have no reference to the mind, are such as a man's being virtuous and happy to himself. And reciprocally, of evils, some have reference to the mind, such as the vices and actions according to them. Some are external, such as having a foolish country, or a foolish friend, or one's country or one's friend being unhappy. And those evils which are not external, and which have no reference to the mind, are such as a man's being worthless and unhappy to himself. 57. Again, of goods. Some are final, some are efficient, and some are both final and efficient. For instance, a friend, and the services done by him to one, are efficient goods, but courage and prudence and liberty and delight and mirth and freedom from pain, and all kinds of actions done according to virtue, are final goods. There are, too, as I said before, some goods which are both efficient and final, for inasmuch as they produce perfect happiness, they are efficient, and inasmuch as they complete it by being themselves parts of it, they are final. And in the same way, of evils, some are final, and some efficient, and some partake of both natures. For instance, an enemy and the injuries done to one by him are efficient evils. Fear, meanness of condition, slavery, want of delight, depression of spirits, excessive grief, and all actions done according to vice are final evils, and some partake of both characters, since, inasmuch as they produce perfect unhappiness, they are efficient, and inasmuch as they complete it in such a way as to become parts of it, they are final. 58. Again, of the goods which have reference to the mind, some are habits, some are dispositions, and some are neither habits nor dispositions. Dispositions are virtues, habits are practices, and those which are neither habits nor dispositions are energies. And speaking generally, the following may be called mixed goods: happiness in one's children, and a happy old age. But knowledge is a pure good, and some goods are continually present, such as virtue, and some are not always present, as joy or taking a walk. 59. But every good is expedient, and necessary, and profitable, and useful, and serviceable, and beautiful, and advantageous, and eligible, and just. Expedient, inasmuch as it brings us things which by their happening to us do us good. Necessary, inasmuch as it assists us in what we have need to be assisted. Profitable, inasmuch as it repays all the care that is expended on it, and makes the return with interest to our great advantage. Useful, inasmuch as it supplies us with what is of utility. Serviceable, because it does us service which is much praised. Beautiful, because it is in accurate proportion to the need we have of it, and to the service it does. Advantageous, inasmuch as it is of such a character as to confer advantage on us. Eligible, because it is such that we may rationally choose it. And just, because it is in accordance with law, and is an efficient cause of union. And they call the honorable the perfect good, because it has naturally all the numbers which are required by nature, and because it discloses a perfect harmony. Now, the species of this perfect good are 4 in number: justice, manly courage, temperance, and knowledge. For in these goods all beautiful actions have their accomplishment. And, analogously, there are also 4 species of the disgraceful: injustice, and cowardice, and intemperance, and folly. And the honorable is predicated in one sense, as making those who are possessed of it worthy of all praise, and in a second sense, it is used of what is well adapted by nature for its proper work, and in another sense, when it expresses that which adorns a man, as when we say that the wise man alone is good and honorable. The Stoics also say that the beautiful is the only good, as Hecaton says in the 3rd book of his treatise on goods, and Chrysippus asserts the same principle in his essays on the beautiful. And they say that this is virtue, and that which partakes of virtue. And this assertion is equal to the other, that everything good is beautiful, and that the good is an equivalent term to the beautiful, inasmuch as the one thing is exactly equal to the other. For since it is good, it is beautiful, and it is beautiful, therefore it is good. 60. But it seems that all goods are equal, and that every good is to be desired in the highest degree, and that it admits of no relaxation and of no extension. Moreover, they divide all existing things into good, bad, and indifferent. The good are the virtues, prudence, justice, manly courage, temperance, and the rest of the like qualities. The bad are the contraries, folly, injustice, and the like. Those are indifferent which are neither beneficial nor injurious, such as life, health, pleasure, beauty, strength, riches, a good reputation, nobility of birth, and their contraries, death, disease, labor, disgrace, weakness, poverty, a bad reputation, baseness of birth, and the like, as Hecaton lays it down in the 7th book of his treatise on the chief good. And he is followed by Apollodorus in his Ethics, and by Chrysippus. For they affirm that these things are not good, but indifferent, though perhaps a little nearer to one species than to the other. For, as it is the property of heat to warm and not to chill one, so it is the property of the good to benefit and not to injure one. Now, wealth and good health cannot be said to benefit any more than to injure anyone. Therefore, neither wealth nor good health are goods. Again, they say that the thing is not good which it is possible to use both well and ill. But it is possible to make either a good or a bad use of wealth or of health. Therefore, wealth and good health are not goods. Posidonius, however, affirms that these things do come under the head of goods. But Hecaton, in the 19th book of his treatise on goods, and Chrysippus, in his treatises on pleasure, both deny that pleasure is a good. For they say that there are disgraceful pleasures, and that nothing disgraceful is good, and that to benefit a person is to move him or keep him according to virtue, but to injure him is to move him or to keep him according to vice. They also assert that things indifferent are thus spoken of in a twofold manner. Firstly, those things are called so, which have no influence in producing either happiness or unhappiness, such, for instance, as riches, glory, health, strength, and the like. For it is possible for man to be happy without any of these things, and also it is upon the nature of the use that is made of them that happiness or unhappiness depends. In another sense, those things are called indifferent which do not excite any inclination or aversion, as, for instance, the fact of a man's having an odd or an even number of hairs on his head, or his putting out or drawing back his finger. For it is not in this sense that the things previously mentioned are called indifferent, for they do excite inclination or aversion, on which account some of them are chosen, though there is an equal reason for preferring or shunning all the others. 61. Again, of things indifferent, they call some preferred, proegmena, and others rejected, apoproegmena. Those are preferred which have some proper value, haxion, and those are rejected which have no value at all, apasion, achonta. And by the term proper value, they mean that quality of things which causes them to concur in producing a well-regulated life. And in this sense, every good has a proper value. Again, they say that a thing has value when, in some point of view, it has a sort of intermediate power of aiding us to live conformably to nature. And under this class, we may range riches or good health, if they give any assistance to natural life. Again, value is predicated of the price which one gives for the attainment of an object, which someone who has experience of the object sought fixes as its fair price. As if we were to say, for instance, that some wheat was to be exchanged for barley, with a mule being thrown in to make up the difference. Those goods then are preferred which have a value, as in the case of the mental goods, ability, skill, improvement, and the like, and in the case of the corporeal goods, life, health, strength, a good constitution, soundness, beauty, and in the case of external goods, riches, glory, nobility of birth, and the like. Rejected things are, in the qualities of the mind, stupidity, unskillfulness, and the like. In the case of circumstances affecting the body, death, disease, weakness, a bad constitution, mutilation, disgrace, and the like. In the case of external circumstances, poverty, want of reputation, ignoble birth, and the like. But those qualities and circumstances which are indifferent are neither preferred nor rejected. Again, of things preferred, some are preferred for their own sakes, some for the sake of other things, and some partly for their own sakes, and partly for that of other things. Those which are preferred for their own sakes are ability, improvement, and the like. Those which are preferred for the sake of other things are wealth, nobility of birth, and the like. Those which are preferred partly for their own sake and partly for the sake of something else are strength, vigor of the senses, universal soundness, and the like. For they are preferred for their own sakes, inasmuch as they are in accordance with nature, and for the sake of something else, inasmuch as they are productive of no small number of advantages. And the same is the case in the inverse ratio with those things which are rejected. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Zeno, 356 to 264 BC. Part 2. 62. Again, they say that it is duty, which is preferred, and which contains in itself reasonable arguments why we should prefer it, as, for instance, its corresponding to the nature of life itself. Also, this argument extends to plants and animals, for even their nature is subject to the obligation of certain duties. And duty, to kathekon, had this name given to it by Zeno in the first instance, its appellation being derived from its coming to, or, according to some people, apoto kata tinas hekion, and its effect is something kindred to the preparations made by nature. Now, of the things done according to inclination, some are duties, and some are contrary to duty, and some are neither duties nor contrary to duty. Those duties which reason selects to do, as, for instance, to honor one's parents, one's brothers, one's country, to gratify one's friends. Those actions are contrary to duty, which reason does not choose, as, for instance, to neglect one's parents, to be indifferent to one's brothers, to shirk assisting one's friends, to be careless about the welfare of one's country, and so on. Those are neither duties nor contrary to duty, which reason neither selects to do, nor, on the other hand, repudiates. Such actions, for instance, as to pick up straw, to hold a pen or a comb, or things of that sort. Again, there are some duties which do not depend on circumstances, and some which do. Those do not depend on circumstances, to take care of one's health and of the sound state of one's senses, and the like. Those which do depend on circumstances are the mutilation of one's members, the sacrificing of one's property, and so on. And the case of those actions which are contrary to duty is similar. Again, of duties, some are always duties, and some are not always such. What is always a duty is to live in accordance with virtue, but to ask questions, to give answers, to walk, and the like, are not always duties. And the same statement holds good with respect to acts contrary to duty. There is also a class of intermediate duties, such as the duty of boys obeying their masters. Section 63. The Stoics also say that the mind is divisible into 8 parts, for that the 5 organs of sensation, and the vocal power, and the intellectual power, which is the mind itself, and the generative power, are all parts of the mind. But by error, there is produced a perversion which operates on the intellect, from which many perturbations arise, and many causes of inconsistency. And all perturbation is itself, according to Zeno, a movement of the mind, or superfluous inclination, which is irrational and contrary to nature. Moreover, of the superior class of perturbations, as Hecaton says in the 2nd book of his treatise on the passions, and as Zeno also says in his work on the passions, there are 4 kinds: grief, fear, desire, and pleasure. And they consider that these perturbations are judgments, as Chrysippus contends in his work on the passions. For covetousness is an opinion that money is a beautiful object, and in like manner, drunkenness and intemperance, and other things of that sort, are judgments. And grief they define to be an irrational contraction of the mind, and divide it into the following species: pity, envy, emulation, jealousy, pain, perturbation, sorrow, anguish, confusion. Pity is a grief over someone on the ground of his being in undeserved distress. Envy is a grief at the good fortune of another. Emulation is a grief at that belonging to someone else, which one desires oneself. Jealousy is a grief at another also having what one has oneself. Pain is a grief which weighs one down. Perturbation is grief which narrows one, and causes one to feel in a strait. Sorrow is a grief arising from deliberate thought, which endures for some time, and gradually increases. Anguish is a grief with acute pain. Confusion is an irrational grief, which frets one, and prevents one from clearly discerning present circumstances. But fear is the expectation of evil, and the following feelings are all classed under the head of fear: apprehension, hesitation, shame, perplexity, trepidation, and anxiety. Apprehension is a fear which produces alarm. Shame is a fear of discredit. Hesitation is a fear of coming activity. Perplexity is a fear from the imagination of some unusual thing. Trepidation is a fear accompanied with an oppression of the voice. Anxiety is a fear of some uncertain event. Again, desire is an irrational appetite, to which head the following feelings are referable: want, hatred, contentiousness, anger, love, enmity, rage. Want is a desire arising from our not having something or other, and is, as it were, separated from the thing, but is still stretching and attracted towards it in vain. And hatred is a desire that it should be ill with someone, accompanied with a certain continual increase and extension. Contentiousness is a certain desire accompanied with deliberate choice. Anger is a desire of revenge on a person who appears to have injured one in an unbecoming way. Love is a desire not conversant about a virtuous object, for it is an attempt to conciliate affection because of some beauty which is seen. Enmity is a certain anger of long duration and full of hatred, and it is a watchful passion, as is shown in the following lines. For though we deem the short-lived fury past, 'tis sure the mighty will revenge at last. But rage is anger at its commencement. Again, pleasure is an irrational elation of the mind over something which appears to be desirable, and its different species are enjoyment, rejoicing at evil, delight, and extravagant joy. Enjoyment now is a pleasure which charms the mind through the ears. Rejoicing at evil, epikairekakaya, is a pleasure which arises at the misfortunes of others. Delight, tersias, that is to say, turning, tresias, is a certain turning of the soul, protopatis siucus, to softness. Extravagant joy is the dissolution of virtue. And as there are said to be some sicknesses, harostema, in the body, such as gout and arthritic disorders, so too there are diseases of the soul, such as a fondness for glory or for pleasure, and other feelings of that sort. For a harostema is a disease accompanied with weakness, and a disease is an opinion of something which appears exceedingly desirable. And, as in the case of the body, there are illnesses to which people are especially liable, such as colds or diarrhea, so also there are propensities which the mind is under the influence of, such as enviousness, pitifulness, quarrelsomeness, and so on. There are also 3 good dispositions of the mind: joy, caution, and will. And joy, they say, is the opposite of pleasure, since it is a rational elation of the mind. So caution is the opposite of fear, being a rational avoidance of anything, for the wise man will never be afraid, but he will act with caution. And will they define as the opposite of desire, since it is a rational wish. As therefore some things fall under the class of the first perturbations, in the same manner do some things fall under the class of the first good dispositions, and accordingly, under the head of will, are classed goodwill, placidity, salutation, affection, and under the head of caution are ranged reverence and modesty. Under the head of joy, we speak of delight, mirth, and good spirits. 64. They say also that the wise man is free from perturbations, because he has no strong propensities, but that this freedom from propensities also exists in the bad man, being, however, then quite another thing, inasmuch as it proceeds in him only from the hardness and unimpressibility of his nature. They also pronounce the wise man free from vanity, since he regards with equal eye what is glorious and what is inglorious. At the same time, they admit that there is another character devoid of vanity, who, however, is only reckoned one of the rash men, being in fact the bad man. They also say that all the virtuous men are austere, because they never speak with reference to pleasure, nor do they listen to that which is said by others with reference to pleasure. At the same time, they call another man austere too, using the term in nearly the same sense as they do when they speak of austere wine, which is used in compounding medicines, but not for drinking. They also pronounce the wise to be honest-hearted men, anxiously attending to those matters which may make them better, by means of some principle which conceals what is bad, and brings to light what is good. Nor is there any hypocrisy about them, for they cut off all pretense in their voice and appearance. They also keep aloof from business, for they guard carefully against doing anything contrary to their duty. They drink wine, but they do not get drunk, and they never yield to frenzy. Occasionally, extraordinary imaginations may obtain a momentary power over them, owing to some melancholy or trifling, arising not according to the principle of what is desirable, but contrary to nature. Nor again will the wise man feel grief, because grief is an irrational contraction of the soul, as Apollodorus defines it in his Ethics. They are also, as they say, godlike, for they have something in them which is, as it were, a god. But the bad man is an atheist. Now, there are two kinds of atheists, one who speaks in a spirit of hostility to, and the other who utterly disregards, the divine nature. But they admit that all bad men are not atheists in this last sense. The good, on the contrary, are pious, for they have a thorough acquaintance with the laws respecting the gods, and piety is a knowledge of the proper reverence and worship due to the gods. Moreover, they sacrifice to the gods and keep themselves pure, for they avoid all offenses having reference to the gods, and the gods admire them, for they are holy and just in all that concerns the deity. And the wise men are the only priests, for they consider the matters relating to sacrifices, and the erection of temples, and purifications, and all other things which peculiarly concern the gods. They also pronounce that men are bound to honor their parents and their brethren, in the second place after the gods. They also say that parental affection for one's children is natural to them, and is a feeling which does not exist in bad men. And they lay down the position that all offenses are equal, as Chrysippus argues, in the 4th book of his Ethical Questions, and so say Persius and Zeno. For if one thing that is true is not more true than another thing that is true, neither is one thing that is false more false than another thing that is false. So, too, one deceit is not greater than another, nor one sin than another. For the man who is 100 furlongs from Canopus and the man who is only 1 are both equally not in Canopus. And so, too, he who commits a greater sin and he who commits a less are both equally not in the right path. Heraclitus of Tarsus, indeed, the friend of Antipater of Tarsus, and Athenodorus, both assert that offenses are not equal. Again, the Stoics, as for instance Chrysippus, in the 1st book of his work on Lives, say that the wise man will take part in the affairs of the state if nothing hinders him, for that he will restrain vice and excite men to virtue. Also, they say that he will marry, as Zeno says in his Republic, and beget children. Moreover, that the wise man will never form mere opinions, that is to say, he will never agree to anything that is false, and that he will become a cynic, for that cynicism is a short path to virtue, as Apollodorus calls it in his Ethics, that he will even eat human flesh if there should be occasion, that he is the only free man, and that the bad are slaves, for that freedom is a power of independent action, but slavery a deprivation of the same. That there is, besides, another slavery, which consists in subjection, and a third, which consists in possession and subjection, the contrary of which is masterhood, which is likewise bad. And they say, not only are the wise free, but that they are also kings, since kingly power is an irresponsible dominion which can only exist in the case of the wise man, as Chrysippus says in his treatise on the proper application of his terms made by Zeno, for he says that a ruler ought to give decisions on good and evil, and that none of the wicked understand these things. In the same way, they assert that they are the only people who are fit to be magistrates or judges or orators, and that none of the bad are qualified for these tasks. Moreover, they say that they are free from all error, in consequence of not being prone to any wrong actions, also that they are unconnected with injury, for that they never injure anyone else, nor themselves. They also affirm that they are not pitiful, and never make allowance for anyone, for that they do not relax the punishments appointed by law, since yielding and pity and mercifulness itself never exist in any of their souls, so as to induce an affectation of kindness in respect of punishment, nor do they ever think any punishment too severe. Again, they say that the wise man never wonders at any of the things which appear extraordinary, as, for instance, any of the stories about Charon, or the ebbing of the tide, or the springs of hot water, or the bursting forth of flames. But, say they further, the wise man will not live in solitude, for he is by nature sociable and practical. Accordingly, he will take exercise for the sake of hardening and invigorating his body. And the wise man will pray, asking good things from the gods, as Posidonius says in the first book of his treatise on duties, and Hecaton says the same thing in the 13th book of his treatise on extraordinary things. They also say that friendship exists in the virtuous alone, on account of their resemblance to one another, and they describe friendship itself as a certain communion of the things which concern life, since we use our friends as ourselves. And they assert that a friend is desirable for his own sake, and that a number of friends is good, and that among the wicked there is no such thing as friendship, and that no wicked man can have a friend. Again, they say that all the foolish are mad, for they are not prudent, and that madness is equivalent to folly in every one of its actions, but that the wise man does everything properly, just as we say that Ismenias can play every piece of flute music well. Also, they say that everything belongs to the wise man, for that law has given them perfect and universal power. But some things also are said to belong to the wicked, just in the same manner as some things are said to belong to the unjust, or as a house is said to belong to a city, in a different sense from that in which a thing belongs to the person who uses it. 65. And they say that virtues reciprocally follow one another, and that he who has one has all, for that the precepts of them all are common, as Chrysippus affirms in the first book of his treatise on laws, and Apollodorus in his natural philosophy, according to the ancient system, and Hecaton in the third book of his treatise on virtues. For they say that the man who is endued with virtue is able to consider and also to do what must be done. But what must be done must be chosen, and encountered, and distributed, and awaited, so that if a man does some things by deliberate choice, and some in a spirit of endurance, and some distributively, and some patiently, he is prudent, and courageous, and just, and temperate, and each of the virtues has a particular subject of its own, about which it is conversant, as, for instance, courage is conversant about the things which must be endured. Prudence is conversant about what must be done, and what must not, and what is of a neutral or indifferent character. And in like manner, The other virtues are conversant about their own peculiar subjects, and wisdom in counsel and shrewdness follow prudence, and good order and decorum follow temperance, and equality and goodness of judgment follow justice, and constancy and energy follow courage. Another doctrine of the Stoics is that there is nothing intermediate between virtue and vice, while the Peripatetics assert that there is a stage between virtue and vice, being an improvement on vice which has not yet arrived at virtue. For the Stoics say that as a stick must be either straight or crooked, so a man must either be just or unjust, and cannot be more just than just, or more unjust than unjust, and that the same rule applies to all cases. Moreover, Chrysippus is of the opinion that virtue can be lost, but Cleanthes affirms that it cannot, the one saying that it can be lost by drunkenness or melancholy, the other maintaining that it cannot be lost on account of the firm perceptions which it implants in men. They also pronounce it a proper object of choice. Accordingly, we are ashamed of actions which we do improperly, while we are aware that what is honorable is the only good. Again, they affirm that it is, of itself, sufficient for happiness, as Zeno says, and he is followed in this assertion by Chrysippus in the first book of his treatise on virtues, and by Hecaton in the second book of his treatise on goods. For if, says he, quote, magnanimity be sufficient of itself to enable us to act in a manner superior to all other men, and if that is a part of virtue, then virtue is of itself sufficient for happiness, despising all things which seem troublesome to it. End quote. However, Panaetius and Posidonius do not admit that virtue has this sufficiency of itself, but say that there is also need of good health, and competency, and strength, and their opinion is that a man exercises virtue in everything, as Cleanthes asserts, for it cannot be lost, and the virtuous man on every occasion exercises his soul, which is in a state of perfection. 66. Again, they say that justice exists by nature, and not because of any definition or principle, just as law does, or right reason, as Chrysippus tells us in his treatise on the beautiful. And they think that one ought not to abandon philosophy on account of the different opinions prevailing among philosophers, since, on account of this principle, one would wholly quit life, as Posidonius argues in his exhortatory essays. Another doctrine of Chrysippus is that general learning is very useful, and the school in general maintain that there are no obligations of justice binding on us with reference to other animals on account of their dissimilarity to us, as Chrysippus asserts in the first book of his treatise on justice, and the same opinion is maintained by Posidonius in the first book of his treatise on duty. They say, too, that the wise man will love those young men who, by their outward appearance, show a natural aptitude for virtue, and this opinion is advanced by Zeno in his Republic, and by Chrysippus in the first book of his work on Lives, and by Apollodorus in his Ethics. And they describe love as an endeavor to benefit a friend on account of his visible beauty, and that it is an attribute not of acquaintanceship, but of friendship. Accordingly, that Thrasmedes, although he had his mistress in his power, abstained from her because he was hated by her. Love, therefore, according to them, is a part of friendship, as Chrysippus asserts in his essay on love, and it is not blamable. Moreover, beauty is the flower of virtue. And as there are three kinds of lives, the theoretical, the practical, and the logical, they say that the last is the one which ought to be chosen. For that a logical, that is, a rational, animal, was made by nature on purpose for speculation and action. And they say that a wise man will very rationally take himself out of life, either for the sake of his country, or of his friends, or if he be in bitter pain, or under the affliction of mutilation, or incurable disease. They affirm, too, that the best of political constitutions is a mixed one, combined of democracy, and kingly power, and aristocracy. And they say many things of this sort, and more too, in their ethical dogmas, and they maintain them by suitable explanations and arguments. But this may be enough for us to say of their doctrines on this head, by way of summary, and taking them in an elementary manner. End of section 14. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Section 15 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Section 15. Epicurus, 341 to 270. From Diogenes Laertius's Lives and Opinions of Eminent Philosophers. Translated from the Greek by Charles D. Young. Book 10. The Epicurean Ethics. Epicurus to Menocius, greeting. 27. Let no one delay to study philosophy while he is young, and when he is old let him not become weary of the study, for no man can ever find the time unsuitable or too late to study the health of his soul. And he who asserts either that it is not yet time to philosophize, or that the hour has passed, is like a man who should say that the time is not yet come to be happy, or that it is too late. So that both young and old should study philosophy, the one in order that when he is old he may be young in good things through the pleasing recollection of the past, and the other in order that he may be at the same time both young and old, in consequence of his absence of fear for the future. It is right then for a man to consider the things which produce happiness, since if happiness is present, we have everything, and when it is absent, we do everything with a view to possess it. Now, what I have constantly recommended to you, these things I would have you do and practice, considering them to be the elements of living well. First of all, believe that God is a being incorruptible and happy, as the common opinion of the world about God dictates, and attach to your idea of him nothing which is inconsistent with incorruptibility or with happiness, and think that he is invested with everything which is able to preserve to him this happiness, in conjunction with incorruptibility. For there are gods, though our knowledge of them is indistinct, but they are not of the character which people in general attribute to them, for they do not pay a respect to them which accords with the ideas that they entertain of them. And that man is not impious who discards the gods believed in by the many, but he who applies to the gods the opinions entertained of them by the many. For the assertions of the many about the gods are not anticipations, proepsis, but false opinions, poiepsis. And in consequence of these, the greatest evils which befall wicked men, and the benefits which are conferred on the good, are all attributed to the gods, for they connect all their ideas of them with a comparison of human virtues, and everything which is different from human qualities they regard as incompatible with the divine nature. Accustom yourself also to think death a matter with which we are not at all concerned, since all good and evil is in sensation, and since death is only the privation of sensation. On which account the correct knowledge of the fact that death is no concern of ours makes the mortality of life pleasant to us, inasmuch as it sets forth no illimitable time, but relieves us from the longing for immortality. For there is nothing terrible in living to a man who rightly comprehends that there is nothing terrible in ceasing to live, so that he was a silly man who said that he feared death, not because it would grieve him when it was present, but because it did grieve him while it was future. For it is very absurd that that which does not distress a man when it is present should afflict him when only expected. Therefore the most formidable of all evils, death, is nothing to us, since when we exist, death is not present to us, and when death is present, then we have no existence. It is no concern then either of the living or of the dead,
since to the one it has no existence, and the other class has no existence itself. But people in general at times flee from death as the greatest of evils, and at times wish for it as a rest from the evils in life. Nor is the not living a thing feared, since living is not connected with it, nor does the wise man think not living is an evil, but just as he chooses food, not preferring that which is most abundant, but that which is nicest, so too he enjoys time, not measuring it as to whether it is of the greatest length, but as to whether it is most agreeable. And he who enjoins a young man to live well and an old man to die well is a simpleton, not only because of the constantly delightful nature of life, but also because the care to live well is identical with the care to die well. And he was still more wrong who said, "'Tis well to taste of life, and then when born to pass with quickness to the shades below." For if this really was his opinion, why did he not quit life? For it was easily in his power to do so if it really was his belief. But if he was joking, then he was talking foolishly in a case where it ought not to be allowed. And we must recollect that the future is not our own, nor, on the other hand, is it wholly not our own. I mean, so that we could never altogether await it with a feeling of certainty that it will be, nor altogether despair of it as what will never be. And we must consider that some of the passions are natural and some empty, and of the natural ones, some are necessary and some merely natural. And of the necessary ones, some are necessary to happiness, and others necessary that the body may be exempt from trouble, and others in order that life itself may exist. For a correct theory with regard to these things can refer all choice and avoidance to the health of the body and the freedom from disquietude of the soul, since this is the end of living happily. For it is for the sake of this that we do everything, wishing to avoid grief and fear, and when once this is the case with respect to us, then the storm of the soul is, as I may say, put an end to, since the animal is unable to go as if to something deficient, and to seek something different from that by which the good of the soul and body will be perfected. For then we have need of pleasure when we grieve, because pleasure is not present. But when we do not grieve, then we have no need of pleasure, and on this account we affirm that pleasure is the beginning and end of living happily, for we have recognized this as the first good, being connate with us, and it is with reference to it that we begin every choice and avoidance. And to this we come as if we judged of all good by passion as the standard. And since this is the first good, and connate with us, on this account we do not choose every pleasure, but at times we pass over many pleasures when any difficulty is likely to ensue from them. And we think many pains better than pleasures, when a greater pleasure follows them, if we endure the pain for a time. Every pleasure is therefore a good on account of its own nature, but it does not follow that every pleasure is worthy of being chosen, just as every pain is an evil, and yet every pain must not be avoided. But it is right to estimate all these things by the measurement and view of what is suitable and unsuitable, for at times we may feel the good as an evil, and at times, on the contrary, we may feel the evil as good. And we think contentment a great good, not in order that we may never have but a little, but in order that, if we have not much, we may make use of a little, being genuinely persuaded that those men enjoy luxury most completely who are the best able to do without it, and that everything which is natural is easily provided, and what is useless is not easily procured. And simple flavors give as much pleasure as costly fare, when everything that can give pain and every feeling of want is removed, and corn and water give the most extreme pleasure when any one in need eats them. To accustom oneself, therefore, to simple and inexpensive habits is a great ingredient in the perfecting of health, and makes a man free from hesitation with respect to the necessary uses of life. And when we on certain occasions fall in with more sumptuous fare, it makes us in a better disposition toward it, and renders us fearless with respect to fortune. When, therefore, we say that pleasure is a chief good, we are not speaking of the pleasures of the debauched man, or those which lie in sensual enjoyment, as some think who are ignorant, and who do not entertain our opinions, or else interpret them perversely. But we mean the freedom of the body from pain, and of the soul from confusion. For it is not continued drinkings and revels, or the enjoyment of female society, or feasts of fish and other such things, as a costly table supplies, that make life pleasant, but sober contemplation, which examines into the reasons for all choice and avoidance, and which puts to flight the vain opinions from which the greater part of the confusion arises, which troubles the soul. Now, the beginning and the greatest good of all these things is prudence, on which account prudence is something more valuable than even philosophy, inasmuch as all the other virtues spring from it, teaching us that it is not possible to live pleasantly unless one also lives prudently and honorably and justly, and that one cannot live prudently and honestly and justly without living pleasantly, for the virtues are connate with living agreeably, and living agreeably is inseparable from the virtues. Since, who can you think better than that man who has holy opinions respecting the gods, and who is utterly fearless with respect to death, and who has properly contemplated the end of nature, and who comprehends that the chief good is easily perfected and easily provided, and the greatest evil lasts but a short period and causes but brief pain, and who has no belief in necessity, which is set up by some as the mistress of all things, but he refers some things to fortune, and some to ourselves, because necessity is an irresponsible power, and because he sees that fortune is unstable, while our own will is free, and this freedom constitutes, in our case, a responsibility which makes us encounter blame and praise. Since it would be better to follow the fables about the gods than to be a slave to the fate of the natural philosopher, for the fables are sketched as if it were possible to avert the wrath of God by paying him honor, but the other presents us with a necessity which is inexorable. And he, not thinking fortune a goddess, as the generality esteem her, for nothing is done at random by a god, nor a cause which no man can rely on, for he thinks that good or evil is not given by her to men so as to make them live happily, but that the principles of great goods or great evils are supplied by her, thinking it better to be unfortunate in accordance with reason than to be fortunate irrationally, for that those actions which are judged to be the best are rightly done in consequence of reason. Do you, then, study these precepts, and those which are akin to them, by all means, day and night, pondering on them by yourself, and discussing them with anyone like yourself, and then you will never be disturbed by either sleeping or waking fancies, but you will live like a god among men, for a man living amid immortal gods is in no respect like a mortal being. In other works he discards divination, and also in his little epitome, and he says divination has no existence, but if it has any, still we should think that what happens according to it is nothing to us. These are his sentiments about the things which concern the life of man, and he has discussed them at greater length elsewhere. 27. Now he differs with the Cyrenaics about pleasure, for they do not admit that to be pleasure which exists as a condition, but place it wholly in motion. He, however, admits both kinds to be pleasure, namely, that of the soul and that of the body, as he says in his treatise on choice and avoidance, and also in his work on the chief good, and in the first book of his treatise on lives, and in his letter against the Mytilenean philosophers. And in the same spirit, Diogenes of Tarsus, in the 17th book of his Select Discourses, and Metrodorus, in his Timocrates, speak thus: But when pleasure is understood, I mean both that which exists in motion and that which is a state. And Epicurus, in his treatise on choice, speaks thus: Now freedom from disquietude and freedom from pain are states of pleasure, but joy and cheerfulness are beheld in motion and energy. 29. For they make out the pains of the body to be worse than those of the mind. Accordingly, those who do wrong are punished in the body. But he considers the pains of the soul the worst, for that the flesh is only sensible to present affliction, but the soul feels the past, the present, and the future. Therefore, in the same manner, he contends that the pleasures of the soul are greater than those of the body, and he uses as a proof that pleasure is the chief good the fact that all animals, from the moment of their birth, are delighted with pleasure and are offended with pain by their natural instinct, and without the employment of reason. Therefore, too, we of our own inclination flee from pain, so that Hercules, when devoured by his poisoned tunic, cries out, shouting and groaning, and the rocks around re-echoed his sad wails, the mountain heights of Locrian lands and sad Euboea's hills. 30. And we choose the virtues for the sake of pleasure, and not on their own account, just as we seek the skill of the physician for the sake of health, as Diogenes says in the 20th book of his Select Discourses, where he also calls virtue a way of passing one's life, viahohi. But Epicurus says that virtue alone is inseparable from pleasure, but that everything else may be separated from it as mortal. Maxims of Epicurus. 31. Let us, however, now add the finishing stroke, as one may say, to this whole treatise and to the life of the philosopher, giving some of his fundamental maxims, and closing the whole work with them, taking that for our end which is the beginning of happiness. 1. That which is happy and imperishable neither has trouble itself, nor does it cause such to anything, so that it is not subject to the feelings of either anger or gratitude, for these feelings only exist in what is weak. In other passages he says that the gods are speculated on by reason, some existing according to number, and others according to some similarity of form arising from the continual flowing on of similar images, perfected for this very purpose in human form. 2. Death is nothing to us, for that which is dissolved is devoid of sensation, but that which is devoid of sensation is nothing to us. 3. The limit of the greatness of the pleasures is the removal of everything which can give pain, and where pleasure is, as long as it lasts, that which gives pain or that which feels pain, or both of them, are absent. 4. Pain does not abide continuously in the flesh, but in its extremity it is present only for a very short time. That pain which only just exceeds the pleasure in the flesh does not last many days. But long diseases have in them more that is pleasant than painful to the flesh. 5. It is not possible to live pleasantly without living prudently and honorably and justly, nor to live prudently and honorably and justly without living pleasantly. But he to whom it does not happen to live prudently, honorably, and justly cannot possibly live pleasantly. 6. For the sake of feeling confidence and security with regard to men, and not with reference to the nature of government and kingly power being a good, some men have wished to be eminent and powerful, in order that others might attain this feeling by their means, thinking that so they would secure safety as far as men are concerned. So that if the life of such men is safe, they have attained to the nature of good. But if it is not safe, then they have failed in obtaining that for the sake of which they originally desired power according to the order of nature. 7. No pleasure is intrinsically bad, but the efficient causes of some pleasures bring with them a great many perturbations of pleasure. 8. If every pleasure were condensed, if one may so say, and if each lasted long and affected the whole body, or the essential parts of it, then there would be no difference between one pleasure and another. 9. If those things which make the pleasures of debauched men put an end to the fears of the mind and to those which arise about the heavenly phenomena and death and pain, and if they taught us what ought to be the limit of our desires, we should have no pretense for blaming those who wholly devote themselves to pleasure and who never feel any pain or grief, which is the chief evil, from any quarter. 10. If apprehensions relating to the heavenly phenomena did not disturb us, and if the terrors of death did not concern us, and if we had the courage to contemplate the boundaries of pain and of the desires, we should have no need of physiological studies. 11. It would not be possible for a person to banish all fear about those things which are called most essential, unless he knew what is the nature of the universe, or if he had any idea that the fables told about it could be true, and therefore it is that a person cannot enjoy unmixed pleasure without physiological knowledge. 12. It would be no good for a man to secure himself safety as far as men are concerned, while in a state of apprehension as to all the things on high, and those under the earth, and in short, all those in the infinite. 13. Irresistible power and great wealth may, up to a certain point, give us security as far as men are concerned, but the security of men in general depends upon the tranquillity of their souls and their freedom from ambition. 14. The riches of nature are defined and easily procurable, but vain desires are insatiable. 15. The wise man is but little favored by fortune, but his reason procures him the greatest and most valuable goods, and these he does enjoy and will enjoy the whole of his life. 16. The just man is the freest of all men from disquietude, but the unjust man is a perpetual prey to it. 17. Pleasure in the flesh is not increased when once the pain arising from want is removed, it is only diversified. 18. The most perfect happiness of the soul depends on these reflections, and on opinions of a similar character, on all those questions which cause the greatest alarm to the mind. 19. Infinite and finite time both have equal pleasure, if anyone measures its limits by reason. 20. If the flesh could experience boundless pleasure, it would want to dispose of eternity. 21. But reason, enabling us to conceive the end and dissolution of the body, and liberating us from the fears relative to eternity, procures for us all the happiness of which life is capable so completely that we have no further occasion to include eternity in our desires. In this disposition of mind, man is happy even when his troubles engage him to quit life, and to die thus is for him only to interrupt a life of happiness. 22. He who is acquainted with the limits of life knows that which removes the pain which arises from want, and which makes the whole of life perfect, is easily procurable, so that he has no need of those things which can only be attained with trouble. 23. But as to the subsisting end, we ought to consider it with all the clearness and evidence which we refer to whatever we think and believe, otherwise all things will be full of confusion and uncertainty of judgment. 24. If you resist all the senses, you will not even have anything left to which you can refer, or by which you may be able to judge of the falsehood of the senses which you condemn. 25. If you simply discard one sense, and do not distinguish between the different elements of the judgment, so as to know on the one hand the induction which goes beyond the actual sensation, or on the other the actual and immediate notion, the affections and all the conceptions of the mind which lean directly on the sensible representation, you will be imputing trouble into the other sense, and destroying in that quarter every species of criterion. 26. If you allow equal authority to the ideas, which, being only inductive, require to be verified, and to those which bear about them an immediate certainty, you will not escape error, for you will be confounding doubtful opinions with those which are not doubtful, and true judgments with those of a different character. 27. If on every occasion we do not refer every one of our actions to the chief end of nature, if we turn aside from that to seek or avoid some other object, there will be a want of agreement between our words and our actions. 28. Of all the things which wisdom provides for the happiness of the whole life, by far the most important is the acquisition of friendship. 29. The same opinion encourages man to trust that no evil will be everlasting, or even of long duration, as it sees that in the space of life allotted to us, the protection of friendship is most sure and trustworthy. 30. Of the desires, some are natural and necessary, some natural but not necessary, and some are neither natural nor necessary, but owe their existence to vain opinions. Epicurus thinks that those are natural and necessary which put an end to pains, as drink when one is thirsty, and that those are natural but not necessary which only diversify pleasure, but do not remove pain, such as expensive food, and that those are neither natural nor necessary which are such as crowns, or the erection of statues. 31. Those desires which do not lead to pain, if they are not satisfied, are not necessary. It is easy to impose silence on them when they appear difficult to gratify or likely to produce injury. 32. When the natural desires, the failing to satisfy which is, nevertheless, not painful, are violent and obstinate, it is a proof that there is an admixture of vain opinion in them, for then energy does not arise from their own nature, but from the vain opinions of men. 33. Natural justice is a covenant of what is suitable, leading men to avoid injuring one another and being injured. 34. Those animals which are unable to enter into an argument of this nature, or to guard against doing or sustaining mutual injury, have no such thing as justice or injustice. And the case is the same with those nations, the members of which are either unwilling or unable to enter into a covenant to respect their mutual interests. 35. Justice has no independent existence. It results from mutual contracts and establishes itself wherever there is a mutual engagement to guard against doing or sustaining mutual injury. 36. Injustice is not intrinsically bad. It has this character only because there is joined with it a fear of not escaping those who are appointed to punish actions marked with that character. 37. It is not possible for a man who secretly does anything in contravention of the agreement which men have made with one another to guard against doing or sustaining mutual injury, to believe that he shall always escape notice, even if he have escaped notice already 10,000 times, for till his death it is uncertain whether he will not be detected. 38. In a general point of view, justice is the same thing to everyone, for there is something advantageous in mutual society. Nevertheless, the difference of place and divers other circumstances make justice vary. 39. From the moment that a thing declared just by the law is generally recognized as useful for the mutual relations of men, it becomes really just, whether it is universally regarded as such or not. 40. But if, on the contrary, a thing established by law is not really useful for the social relations, then it is not just. And if that which was just, inasmuch as it was useful, loses this character after having been for some time considered so, it is not less true that during that time it was really just, at least for those who do not perplex themselves about vain words, but who prefer in every case examining and judging for themselves. 41. When, without any fresh circumstances arising, a thing which has been declared just in practice does not agree with the impressions of reason, that is a proof that the thing was not really just. In the same way, when in consequence of new circumstances, a thing which has been pronounced just does not any longer appear to agree with utility, the thing which was just, inasmuch as it was useful to the social relations and intercourse of mankind, ceases to be just the moment when it ceases to be useful. 42. He who desires to live tranquilly without having anything to fear from other men ought to make himself friends. Those whom he cannot make friends of he should at least avoid rendering enemies. And if that is not in his power, he should, as far as possible, avoid all intercourse with them, and keep them aloof as far as it is for his interest to do so. 43. The happiest men are they who have arrived at the point of having nothing to fear from those who surround them. Such men live with one another most agreeably, having the firmest grounds of confidence in one another, enjoying the advantages of friendship in all their fullness, and not lamenting as a pitiable circumstance the premature death of their friends. The end of section 15.
Section 16 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Epicurus, 341 to 270 BC, Part 2. 31st. Let us, however, now add the finishing stroke, as one may say, to this whole treatise and to the life of the philosopher, giving some of his fundamental maxims and closing the whole work with them, taking that for our end, which is the beginning of happiness. 1. That which is happy and imperishable neither has trouble itself, nor does it cause such to anything, so that it is not subject to the feelings of either anger or gratitude, for these feelings only exist in what is weak. In other passages he says that the gods are speculated on by reason, some existing according to number, and others according to some similarity of form, arising from the continual flowing on of similar images, perfected for this very purpose in human form. 2. Death is nothing to us, for that which is dissolved is devoid of sensation, but that which is devoid of sensation is nothing to us. 3. The limit of the greatness of the pleasures is the removal of everything which can give pain, and where pleasure is, as long as it lasts, that which gives pain, or that which feels pain, or both of them, are absent. 4. Pain does not abide continuously in the flesh, but in its extremity it is present only a very short time. That pain which only just exceeds the pleasure in the flesh does not last many days, but long diseases have in them more that is pleasant than painful to the flesh. 5. It is not possible to live pleasantly without living prudently and honourably and justly, nor to live prudently and honourably and justly without living pleasantly. But he to whom it does not happen to live prudently, honourably and justly cannot possibly live pleasantly. 6. For the sake of feeling confidence and security with regard to men, and not with reference to the nature of government and kingly power being a good, some men have wished to be eminent and powerful, in order that others might attain this feeling by their means, thinking that so they would secure safety as far as men are concerned, so that, if the life of such men is safe, they have attained to the nature of good, but if it is not safe, then they have failed in obtaining that for the sake of which they originally desired power according to the order of nature. 7. No pleasure is intrinsically bad, but the efficient causes of some pleasures bring with them a great many perturbations of pleasure. 8. If every pleasure were condensed, if one may so say, and if each lasted long and affected the whole body, or the essential parts of it, then there would be no difference between one pleasure and another. 9. If those things which make the pleasures of debauched men put an end to the fears of the mind, and to those which arise about the heavenly phenomena, and death and pain, and if they taught us what ought to be the limit of our desires, we should have no pretence for blaming those who wholly devote themselves to pleasure, and who never feel any pain or grief, which is the chief evil, from any quarter. 10. If apprehensions relating to the heavenly phenomena did not disturb us, and if the terrors of death did not concern us, and if we had the courage to contemplate the boundaries of pain and of the desires, we should have no need of physiological studies. 11. It would not be possible for a person to banish all fear about those things which are called most essential, unless he knew what is the nature of the universe, or if he had any idea that the fables told about it could be true, and therefore it is that a person cannot enjoy unmixed pleasure without physiological knowledge. 12. It would be no good for a man to secure himself safety so far as men are concerned, while in a state of apprehension as to all the things on high, and those under the earth, and, in short, all those in the infinite. 13. Irresistible power and great wealth may, up to a certain point, give us security as far as men are concerned, but the security of men in general depends upon the tranquillity of their souls and their freedom from ambition. 14. The riches of nature are defined and easily procurable, but vain desires are insatiable. 15. The wise man is but little favoured by fortune, but his reason procures him the greatest and most valuable goods, and these he does enjoy, and will enjoy the whole of his life. 16. The just man is the freest of all men from disquietude, but the unjust man is a perpetual prey to it. 17. Pleasure in the flesh is not increased when once the pain arising from want is removed. It is only diversified. 18. The most perfect happiness of the soul depends on these reflections, and on opinions of a similar character on all those questions which cause the greatest alarm to the mind. 19. Infinite and finite time both have equal pleasure, if any one measures its limits by reason. 20. If the flesh could experience boundless pleasure, it would want to dispose of eternity. 21. But reason, enabling us to conceive the end and dissolution of the body, and liberating us from the fears relative to eternity, procures for us all the happiness of which life is capable so completely that we have no further occasion to include eternity in our desires. In this disposition of mind, man is happy even when his troubles engage him to quit life, and to die thus is for him only to interrupt a life of happiness. 22. He who is acquainted with the limits of life knows that which removes the pain which arises from want, and which makes the whole of life perfect, is easily procurable, so that he has no need of those things which can only be attained with trouble. 23. But as to the subsisting end, we ought to consider it with all the clearness and evidence which we refer to whatever we think and believe. Otherwise all things will be full of confusion and uncertainty of judgment. 24. If you resist all the senses, you will not even have anything left to which you can refer, or by which you may be able to judge of the falsehood of the senses which you condemn. 25. If you simply discard one sense and do not distinguish between the different elements of the judgment, so as to know on the one hand the induction which goes beyond the actual sensation, or, on the other, the actual and immediate notion, the affections and all the conceptions of the mind which lean directly on the sensible representation, you will be imputing trouble into the other sense, and destroying in that quarter every species of criterion. 26. If you allow equal authority to the ideas, which, being only inductive, require to be verified, and to those which bear about them an immediate certainty, you will not escape error, for you will be confounding doubtful opinions with those which are not doubtful, and true judgments with those of a different character. 27. If on every occasion we do not refer every one of our actions to the chief end of nature, if we turn aside from that to seek or avoid some other object, there will be a want of agreement between our words and our actions. 28. Of all the things which wisdom provides for the happiness of the whole life, by far the most important is the acquisition of friendship. 29. The same opinion encourages man to trust that no evil will be everlasting, or even of long duration, as it sees that, in the space of life allotted to us, the protection of friendship is most sure and trustworthy. 30. Of the desires, some are natural and necessary, some natural but not necessary, and some are neither natural nor necessary, but owe their existence to vain opinions. Epicurus thinks that those are natural and necessary which put an end to pains, as drink when one is thirsty, and that those are natural but not necessary which only diversify pleasure but do not remove pain, such as expensive food, and that those are neither natural nor necessary which are such as crowns or the erection of statues. 31. Those desires which do not lead to pain, if they are not satisfied, are not necessary. It is easy to impose silence on them when they appear difficult to gratify or likely to produce injury. 32. When the natural desires, the failing to satisfy which is nevertheless not painful, are violent and obstinate, It is a proof that there is an admixture of vain opinion in them, for then energy does not arise from their own nature, but from the vain opinions of men. 33. Natural justice is a covenant of what is suitable, leading men to avoid injuring one another and being injured. 34. Those animals which are unable to enter into an argument of this nature, or to guard against doing or sustaining mutual injury, have no such thing as justice or injustice. And the case is the same with those nations, the members of which are either unwilling or unable to enter into a covenant to respect their mutual interests. 35. Justice has no independent existence. It results from mutual contracts, and establishes itself wherever there is a mutual engagement to guard against doing or sustaining mutual injury. 36. Injustice is not intrinsically bad. It has this character only because there is joined with it a fear of not escaping those who are appointed to punish actions marked with that character. 37. It is not possible for a man who secretly does anything in contravention of the agreement which men have made with one another to guard against doing or sustaining mutual injury, to believe that he shall always escape notice, even if he have escaped notice already 10,000 times. For, till his death, it is uncertain whether he will not be detected. 38. In a general point of view, justice is the same thing to everyone, for there is something advantageous in mutual society. Nevertheless, the difference of place and divers other circumstances make justice vary. 39. From the moment that a thing declared just by the law is generally recognized as useful for the mutual relations of men, it becomes really just, whether it is universally regarded as such or not. 40. But if, on the contrary, a thing established by law is not really useful for the social relations, then it is not just, and if that which was just, inasmuch as it was useful, loses this character, after having been for some time considered so, it is not less true that, during that time, it was really just, at least for those who do not perplex themselves about vain words, but who prefer, in every case, examining and judging for themselves. 41. When, without any fresh circumstances arising, a thing which has been declared just in practice does not agree with the impressions of reason, that is a proof that the thing was not really just. In the same way, when in consequence of new circumstances, a thing which has been pronounced just does not any longer appear to agree with utility, the thing which was just, inasmuch as it was useful to the social relations and intercourse of mankind, ceases to be just the moment when it ceases to be useful. 42. He who desires to live tranquilly without having anything to fear from other men ought to make himself friends. Those whom he cannot make friends of, he should at least avoid rendering enemies. And if that is not in his power, he should, as far as possible, avoid all intercourse with them and keep them aloof, as far as it is for his interest to do so. 43. The happiest men are they who have arrived at the point of having nothing to fear from those who surround them. Such men live with one another most agreeably, having the firmest grounds of confidence in one another, enjoying the advantages of friendship in all their fullness, and not lamenting as a pitiable circumstance the premature death of their friends. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Section 17. Titus, Lucretius, Carus. 95 to 51. On the Nature of Things. Translated from the Latin by H. A. J. Munro. Book 2. The Tranquility of the Philosopher. It is sweet, when on the great sea the winds trouble its waters, to behold from land another's deep distress. Not that it is a pleasure and delight that any should be afflicted, but because it is sweet to see from what evils you are yourself exempt. It is sweet also to look upon the mighty struggles of war, arrayed along the plains without sharing yourself in the danger. But nothing is more welcome than to hold the lofty and serene positions, well fortified by the learning of the wise, from which you may look down upon others and see them wandering all abroad and going astray in their search for the path of life. See the contest among them of intellect, the rivalry of birth, the striving night and day with surpassing effort to struggle up the summit of power and be masters of the world. O miserable minds of men! O blinded breasts! In what darkness of life and in how great dangers is passed this term of life, whatever its duration. Not choose to see that nature craves for herself no more than this, that pain hold aloof from the body, and she in mind enjoy a feeling of pleasure exempt from care and fear. Therefore we see that for the body's nature few things are needed at all, such and such only as take away pain. Nay, though more gratefully at times they can minister to us many choice delights. Nature for her part wants them not, when there are no golden images of youths through the house holding in their right hands flaming lamps for supply of light to the nightly banquet. When the house shines not with silver nor glitters with gold, nor do the panelled and gilded roofs re-echo to the harp. What time, though these things be wanting, they spread themselves in groups on the soft grass beside a stream of water, under the boughs of a high tree, and at no great cost, pleasantly refresh their bodies, above all when the weather smiles and the seasons of the year besprinkle the green grass with flowers. Nor do hot fevers sooner quit the body if you toss about on pictured tapestry and blushing purple, than if you must lie under a poor man's blanket. Wherefore, since treasures avail nothing in respect of our body, nor birth, nor the glory of kingly power, advancing farther you must hold that they are of no service to the minds as well, unless may be when you see your legions swarm over the ground of the campus, waging the mimicry of war, strengthened flank and rear by powerful reserves and great force of cavalry, and you marshal them equipped in arms and animated with one spirit. Thereupon you find that religious scruples, scared by these things, fly panic-stricken from the mind, and that then fears of death leave the breast unembarrassed and free from care, when you see your fleet swarm forth and spread itself far and wide. But if we see that these things are food for laughter and mere mockeries, and in good truth the fears of men and dogging cares dread not the clash of arms and cruel weapons, if unabashed they mix among kings and Caesars, and stand not in awe of the glitter from gold, nor the brilliant sheen of the purple robe, how can you doubt that this is wholly the prerogative of reason, when the whole of life withal is a struggle in the dark? For even as children are flurried and dread all things in the thick darkness, thus we in the daylight fear at times things not a whit more to be dreaded than those which children shudder at in the dark and fancy sure to be. This terror, therefore, and darkness of mind must be dispelled not by the rays of the sun and glittering shafts of day, but by the aspect and law of nature. Now mark, and I will explain by what motion the begetting bodies of matter do beget different things, and after they are begotten again break them up, and by what force they are compelled so to do, and what velocity is given to them for travelling through the great void. Do you mind to give heed to my words? For verily matter does not cohere inseparably massed together, since we see that everything wanes, and perceive that all things ebb, as it were, by length of time, and that age withdraws them from our sight, though yet the sum is seen to remain unimpaired by reason, that the bodies which quit each thing lessen the things from which they go, gift with increase those to which they have come, compel the former to grow old, the latter to come to their prime, and yet abide not with these. Thus the sum of things is ever renewed, and mortals live by a reciprocal dependency. Some nations wax, others wane, and in a brief space the races of living things are changed, and like runners hand over the lamp of life. But some in opposition to this, ignorant of matter, believe that nature cannot, without the providence of the gods in such nice conformity to the ways of men, vary the seasons of the year and bring forth crops, and all the other things which divine pleasure, the guide of life, prompts men to approach, escorting them in person and enticing them by her fondlings to continue their races through the arts of Venus, that mankind may not come to an end. Now, when they suppose that the gods designed all things for the sake of men, they seem to me in all respects to have strayed most widely from true reason. For even if I did not know what first beginnings are, yet this, judging by the very arrangements of heaven, I would venture to affirm, and led by many other circumstances to maintain, that the nature of the world has by no means been made for us by divine power. So great are the defects with which it stands encumbered. Book 3. The Fear of Death Dispelled. Death, therefore, to us is nothing, concerns us not a jot, since the nature of the mind is proved to be mortal, and as in time gone by we felt no distress, when the Paeni from all sides came together to do battle, and all things shaken by war's troublous uproar shuddered and quaked beneath high heaven, and mortal men were in doubt which of the two peoples it should be to whose empire all must fall by sea and land alike. Thus, when we shall be no more, when there shall have been a separation of body and soul, out of both of which were each formed into a single being, to us, you may be sure, who then shall be no more, nothing whatever can happen to excite sensation, not if earth shall be mingled with sea, and sea with heaven. And even supposing the nature of the mind and power of the soul do feel, after they have been severed from our body, yet that is nothing to us who by the binding tie of marriage between body and soul are formed each into one single being. And if time should gather up our matter after our death, and put it once more into the position in which it now is, and the light of life be given to us again, this result even would concern us not at all, when the chain of our self-consciousness has once been snapped asunder. So now we give ourselves no concern about any self which we have been before, nor do we feel any distress on the score of that self. For when you look back on the whole past course of immeasurable time, and think how manifold are the shapes which the motions of matter take, you may easily credit this, too, that these very same seeds of which we now are formed have often before been placed in the same order in which they now are, and yet we cannot recover this in memory. A break in our existence has been interposed, and all the motions have wandered to and fro, far astray from the sensations they produced. For he whom evil is to befall must in his own person exist at the very time it comes, if the misery and suffering are haply to have any place at all. But since death precludes this, and forbids him to be, upon whom the ills can be brought, you may be sure that we have nothing to fear after death, and that he who exists not cannot become miserable, and that it matters not a whit whether he has been born into life at any other time, when a mortal death has taken away his mortal life. Therefore, when you see a man bemoaning his hard case, that after death he shall either rot with his body laid in the grave, or be devoured by flames or the jaws of wild beasts, you may be sure that his ring betrays a flaw, and that there lurks in his heart a secret goad, though he himself declare that he does not believe that any sense will remain to him after death. He does not, methinks, really grant the conclusion which he professes to grant, nor the principle on which he so professes, nor does he take and force himself root and branch out of life, but all unconsciously imagines something of self to survive. For when any one in life suggests to himself that birds and beasts will rend his body after death, he makes moan for himself. He does not separate himself from that self, nor withdraw himself fully from the body so thrown out, and fancies himself that other self, and stands by and impregnates it with his own sense. Hence he makes much moan that he has been born mortal, and sees not that after real death there will be no other self to remain in life, and lament to self that his own self has met death, and there to stand and grieve that his own self there lying is mangled or burnt. For if it is an evil after death to be pulled about by the devouring jaws of wild beasts, I cannot see why it should not be a cruel pain to be laid on fires and burn in hot flames, or to be placed in honey and stifled, or to stiffen with cold, stretched on the smooth surface of an icy slab of stone, or to be pressed down and crushed by a load of earth above. Now no more shall thy house admit thee with glad welcome, nor a most virtuous wife and sweet children run to be the first to snatch kisses and touch thy heart with a silent joy. No more mayst thou be prosperous in thy doings, a safeguard to thine own. One disastrous day has taken from thee, luckless man, in luckless wise, all the many prizes of life. This do men say, but add not thereto, and now no longer does any craving for these things beset thee withal. For if they could rightly perceive this in thought, and follow up the thought in words, they would release themselves from great distress and apprehension of mind. Thou, even as now thou art, sunk in the sleep of death, shalt continue so to be all time to come, freed from all distressful pains. But we, with a sorrow that would not be sated, wept for thee, when close by thou didst turn to an ashen hue on thy appalling funeral pile, and no length of days shall pluck from our hearts our ever-during grief. This question, therefore, should be asked of this speaker, what there is in it so passing bitter, if it come in the end to sleep and rest, that anyone should pine in never-ending sorrow. This, too, men often, when they have reclined at table, cup in hand, and shade their brows with crowns, love to say from the heart, short is this enjoyment for poor weak men, presently it will have been, and never after may it be called back. As if after their death it is to be one of their chiefest afflictions, that thirst and parching drought is to burn them up, hapless wretches, or a craving for anything else is to beset them. What folly! No one feels the want of himself and life at the time when mind and body are together sunk in sleep. For all we care this sleep might be everlasting, no craving whatever for ourselves then moves us. And yet by no means do those first beginnings throughout our frame wander at that time far away from their sense-producing motions, at the moment when a man starts up from sleep and collects himself. Death, therefore, must be thought to concern us much less, if less there can be than what we see to be nothing, for a greater dispersion of the mass of matter follows after death, and no one wakes up upon whom the chill cessation of life has once come. Once more, if the nature of things could subtly utter a voice, and in person could rally any of us in such words as these, what hast thou, O mortal, so much at heart, that thou goest such lengths in sickly sorrows? Why bemoan and bewail death? For say thy life past and gone has been welcome to thee, and thy blessings have not all, as if they were poured into a perforated vessel, run through and been lost without avail. Why not, then, take thy departure like a guest filled with life, and with resignation, thou fool, enter upon untroubled rest? But if all that thou hast enjoyed has been squandered and lost, and life is a grievance, why seek to make any addition, to be wasted perversely in its turn, and lost utterly without avail? Why not rather make an end of life and travail? For there is nothing more which I can contrive and discover for thee to give pleasure. All things are ever the same. Though thy body is not yet decayed with years, nor thy frame worn out and exhausted, yet all things remain the same. Aye, though in length of life thou shouldst outlast all races of things now living, nay, even more if thou shouldst never die, what answer have we to make save this, that nature sets up against us a well-founded claim, and puts forth in her pleading a true indictment? If, however, one of greater age and more advanced in years should complain and lament, poor wretch, his death more than is right, would she not with greater cause raise her voice and rally him in sharp accents? Away from this time forth with thy tears, rascal, a truce to thy complainings, thou decayest after full enjoyment of all the prizes of life. But because thou ever yearnest for what is not present, and despisest what is, life has slipped from thy grasp unfinished and unsatisfying. And or ever thou thoughtest, death has taken his stand at thy pillow, before thou canst take thy departure sated and filled with good things. Now, however, resign all things unsuited to thy age, and with a good grace up and greatly go, thou must. With good reason, methinks, she would bring her charge, with reason rally and reproach, For old things give way and are supplanted by new without fail, and one thing must ever be replenished out of other things, and no one is delivered over to the pit and black Tartarus. Matter is needed for after generations to grow, all of which thou will follow thee when they have finished their term of life, and thus it is that all these no less than thou have before this come to an end, and hereafter will come to an end. Thus one thing will never cease to rise out of another, and life is granted to none in fee simple, to all in usufruct. Think, too, how the bygone antiquity of everlasting time before our birth was nothing to us. Nature, therefore, holds this up to us as a mirror of the time yet to come after our death. Is there aught in this that looks appalling, aught that wears an aspect of gloom? Is it not more untroubled than any sleep? And those things, sure enough, which are fabled to be in the deep of Acheron, do all exist for us in this life. No Tantalus, numbed by groundless terror, as the story is, fears, poor wretch, a huge stone hanging in air, but in life rather a baseless dread of the gods vexes mortals. The fall they fear is such fall of luck as chance brings to each. Nor do birds eat away into Titus laid in Acheron, nor can they soothe to say find during eternity food to peck under his large breast. However huge the bulk of body he extends, though such as to take up with outspread limbs not 9 acres merely, but the whole earth, yet will he not be able to endure everlasting pain and supply food from his own body for ever. But he is for us a Titus, whom, as he grovels in love, vultures rend, and bitter, bitter anguish eats up or troubled thoughts from any other passion do rive. In life, too, we have a Sisyphus before our eyes, who is bent on asking from the people the rods and cruel axes, and always retires defeated and disappointed. For to ask for power, which, empty as it is never given, and always in the chase of it to undergo severe toil. This is forcing uphill with much effort a stone which after all rolls back again from the summit, and seeks in headlong haste the levels of the plain. Then to be ever feeding the thankless nature of the mind, and never to fill it full and sate it with good things, as the seasons of the year do for us, when they come round and bring their fruits and varied delights, though after all we are never filled with the enjoyments of life. This, methinks, is to do what is told of the maidens in the flower of their age, to keep pouring water into a perforated vessel, which in spite of all can never be filled full. Moreover, Cerberus and the Furies and yon privation of light are idle tales as well as all the rest, Ixion's wheel and black, Tartarus belching forth hideous fires from his throat, things which nowhere are nor sooth to say can be. But there is in life a dread of punishment for evil deeds, signal as the deeds are signal, and for atonement of guilt, the prison and the frightful hurling down from the rock, scourgings, executioners, the dungeon of the doomed, the pitch, the metal plate, torches, and even though those are wanting, yet the conscience-stricken mind through boding fears applies to itself, goads and frightens itself with whips, and sees not meanwhile what end there can be of ills, or what limit at last is to be set to punishments, and fears lest these very evils be enhanced after death. The life of fools at length becomes a hell here on earth. This too you may sometimes say to yourself. Even worthy Ancus has quitted the light with his eyes, who is far, far better than thou, unconscionable man. And since then many other kings and Caesars have been laid low, who lorded it over mighty nations. He too, even he who erst paved a way over the great sea, and made a path for his legions to march over the deep, and taught them to pass on foot over the salt pools, and set at naught the roarings of the sea, trampling on them with his horses, had the light taken from him and shed forth his soul from his dying body. The son of the Scipios, thunderbolt of war, terror of Carthage, yielded his bones to earth just as if he were the lowest menial. Think, too, of the inventors of all sciences and graceful arts. Think of the companions of the Heliconian maids, among whom Homer bore the scepter without a peer, and he now sleeps the same sleep as others. Then there is Democritus, who, when a ripe old age had warned him that the memory-waking motions of his mind were waning, by his own spontaneous act offered up his head to death. Even Epicurus passed away, when his light of life had run its course, he who surpassed in intellect the race of man and quenched the light of all, as the ethereal sun arisen quenches the stars. Wilt thou then hesitate and think what a hardship to die? Thou for whom life is well nigh dead, whilst yet thou livest and seest the light, who spendest the greater part of thy time in sleep, and snorest wide awake, and ceasest not to see visions, and hast a mind troubled with groundless terror, and canst not discover often what it is that ails thee. When besotted man thou art sore pressed on all sides with full many cares, and goest astray tumbling about in the wayward wanderings of thy mind. If, just as they are seen to feel that a load is on their mind which wears them out with its pressure, men might apprehend from what causes too it is produced, and whence such a pile, if I may say so, of ills lies on their breast, they would not spend their life as we see them now for the most part do, not knowing any one of them what he means, and wanting ever change of place as though he might lay his burden down. The man who is sick of home often issues forth from his large mansion, and as suddenly comes back to it, finding as he does that he is no better off abroad. He races to his country house, driving his jennettes in headlong haste, as if hurrying to bring help to a house on fire. He yawns the moment he has reached the door of his house, or sinks heavily into sleep and seeks forgetfulness, or even in haste goes back again to town. In this way each man flies from himself, but self, from whom, as you may be sure, is commonly the case, he cannot escape, clings to him in his own despite, hates too himself, because he is sick and knows not the cause of the malady. For if he could rightly see into this, relinquishing all else, each man would study to learn the nature of things, since the point at stake is the condition for eternity, not for 1 hour, in which mortals have to pass all the time which remains for them to expect after death. Once more, what evil lust of life is this, which constrains us with such force to be so mightily troubled in doubts and dangers? A sure term of life is fixed for mortals, and death cannot be shunned, but meet it we must. Moreover, we are ever engaged, ever involved in the same pursuits, and no new pleasure is struck out by living on. But whilst what we crave is wanting, it seems to transcend all the rest. Then, when it has been gotten, we crave something else, and ever does the same thirst of life possess us, as we gape for it open-mouthed. Quite doubtful it is what fortune the future will carry with it, or what chance will bring us, or what end is at hand. Nor by prolonging life do we take one tittle from the time passed in death, nor can we fret anything away, whereby we may haply be a less long time in the condition of the dead. Therefore you may complete as many generations as you please during your life. None the less, however, will that everlasting death await you, and for no less long a time will he be no more in being, who beginning with today has ended his life, than the man who has died many months and years ago. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Epictetus, born 60 A.D. The Discourses of Epictetus. Translated from the Greek by Thomas Wentworth Higginson. Book 1, Chapter 1. Of the things which are, and the things which are not, in our own power. Or human faculties in general. You will find that each is unable to contemplate itself, and therefore to approve or disapprove itself. How far does the proper sphere of grammar extend? As far as the judging of language, of music, as far as the judging of melody. Does either of them contemplate itself, then? By no means. Thus, for instance, when you are to write to your friend, grammar will tell you what to write. But whether you are to write to your friend at all or not, grammar will not tell you. Thus music, with regard to tunes, but whether it be proper or improper at any particular time, to sing or play, music will not tell you. What will, then? That faculty which contemplates both itself and all other things. And what is that? The reasoning faculty. For that alone is found able to place an estimate upon itself, what it is, what are its powers, what its values, and likewise all the rest. For what is it else that says gold is beautiful, since the gold itself does not speak? Evidently, that faculty which judges of the appearances of things, what else distinguishes music, grammar, the other faculties, proves their uses, and shows their proper occasions? Nothing but this. As it was fit, then, this most excellent and superior faculty alone, a right use of the appearances of things, the gods have placed in our own power, but all other matters they have not placed in our power. What? Was it because they would not? I rather think that if they could, they had granted us these too, but they certainly could not. For, placed upon earth and confined to such a body, and to such companions, how was it possible that, in these respects, we should not be hindered by things outside of us? But what says Zeus?
O Epictetus, if it had been possible, I had made this little body and property of thine free, and not liable to hindrance. But now, do not mistake, it is not thy own, but only a finer mixture of clay. Since, then, I could not give thee this, I have given thee a certain portion of myself. This faculty, of exerting the powers of pursuit and avoidance, of desire and aversion, and, in a word, the use of the appearances of things, taking care of this point, and making what is thy own to consist in this, thou wilt never be restrained, never be hindered. Thou wilt not groan, wilt not complain, wilt not flatter anyone. How, then, do all these advantages seem small to thee? Heaven forbid! Let them suffice thee then, and thank the gods.
But now, when it is in our power to take care of one thing, and to apply ourselves to one, we choose rather to take care of many, and to encumber ourselves with many. Body, property, brother, friend, child, and slave. And by this municipality of encumbrances, we are burdened and weighed down. Thus, when the weather does not happen to be fair for sailing, we sit in distress and gaze out perpetually. Which way is the wind? North. What good will that do us? When will the west blow? When it pleases, friend, or when Aeolus pleases. For Zeus has not made you dispenser of the winds, but Aeolus. What then is to be done? To make the best of what is in our power, and take the rest as it occurs. And how does it occur? As it pleases God. What then? Must I be the only one to lose my head? Why, would you have all the world, then, lose their heads for your consolation? Why not are you willing to stretch out your neck, like Lateranus, when he was commanded by Nero to be beheaded? For shrinking a little after receiving a weak blow, he stretched it out again. And before this, when Epicurus, the freedman of Nero, interrogated him about the conspiracy, "If I have a mind to say anything," replied he, "I will tell it to your master." What resource have we, then, upon such occasions? Why, what else but to distinguish between what is ours and what is not ours, what is right and what is wrong? I must die,
And must I die groaning, too? I must be fettered. Must I be lamenting, too? I must be exiled. And what hinders me, then, but that I may go smiling, and cheerful, and serene? Betray a secret. I will not betray it, for this is in my own power. Then I will fetter you. What do you say, man? Fetter me? You will fetter my leg, but not Zeus himself can get the better of my free will. I will throw you into prison. I will behead that paltry body of yours. Did I ever tell you that I alone had a head not liable to be cut off? These things ought philosophers to study. These ought they daily to write, and in these to exercise themselves. Thrasea used to say, I had rather be killed today than banished tomorrow. But how did Rufus answer him? If you prefer it as a heavier misfortune, how foolish a preference. If, as a lighter who has put it in your power, why do you not study to be contented with what is allotted you? Chapter 16. What the Rule of Life is. As someone was reading hypothetical propositions, Epictetus remarked that it was a rule in these to admit whatever was in accordance with the hypothesis, but much more a rule in life to do what was in accordance with nature. For if we desire in every matter and on every occasion to conform to nature, we must on every occasion evidently make it our aim neither to omit anything thus conformable, nor to admit anything inconsistent. Philosophers, therefore, first exercise us in theory, which is the more easy task, and then lead us to the more difficult. For in theory there is nothing to hinder our following what we are taught, but in life there are many things to draw us aside. It is ridiculous, then, to say that we must begin with these applications, for it is not easy to begin with the most difficult. And this excuse children should make to those parents who dislike that they should study philosophy. Am I to blame, then, sir, and ignorant of my duty, and of what is incumbent on me? If this is neither to be learned nor taught, why do you find fault with me? If it is to be taught, pray, teach me yourself, or if you cannot, let me learn it from those who profess to understand it. For what think you, that I voluntarily fall into evil and miss good? Heaven forbid! What then is the cause of my faults? Ignorance. Are you not willing, then, that I should get rid of my ignorance? Whoever was taught the art of music or navigation by anger? Do you expect, then, that your anger should teach me the art of living? This, however, can properly be said only by one who is really in earnest. But he who reads these things and applies to the philosophers merely for the sake of showing, at some entertainment, that he understands hypothetical reasonings, what aim has he but to be admired by some senator who happens to sit near him? Great possessions may be won by such aims as that, but what we hold as wealth passes there for folly. It is hard, therefore, to overcome by appearances where vain things thus pass for great. I once saw a person weeping and embracing the knees of Epicurus, and deploring his hard fortune that he had not more than 150,000 drachmae left. What said Epicurus then? Did he laugh at him, as we should do? No, but cried out with astonishment, "Poor man! How could you be silent under it? How could you bear it?" The first step, therefore, towards becoming a philosopher is to be sensible in what state the ruling faculty of the mind is. For on knowing it to be weak, no person will immediately employ it in great attempts. But for want of this, some who can scarce digest a crumb will yet buy and swallow whole treatises, and so they throw them up again, or cannot digest them. And then come colics, fluxes, and fevers. Such persons ought to consider what they can bear. Indeed, it is easy to convince an ignorant person, so far as concerns theory,
But in matters relating to life, no one offers himself to conviction, and we hate those who have convinced us. Socrates used to say that we ought not to live a life unexamined. Book 2, Chapter 8. The Essence of Good. God is beneficial. Good is also beneficial. It should seem, then, that where the essence of God is, there too is the essence of good. What then is the essence of God? Flesh? By no means. An estate? Fame? By no means. Intelligence? Knowledge? Right reason? Certainly. Here then, without more ado, seek the essence of good. For do you seek that quality in a plant? No. Or in a brute? No. If, then, you seek it only in a rational subject, why do you seek it anywhere but in what distinguishes that from things irrational? Plants make no voluntary use of things, and therefore you do not apply the term good to them. Good then implies such use. And nothing else? If so, you may say that good and happiness and unhappiness belong to mere animals. But this you do not say. And you are right, for how much soever they have the use of things, they have not the intelligent use, and with good reason, for they are made to be subservient to others, and not of primary importance. Why was an ass made? Was it a being of primary importance? No, but because we had need of a back able to carry burdens. We had need, too, that he should be capable of locomotion. Therefore he had the voluntary use of things added. Otherwise he could not have moved. But here his endowments end. For, if an understanding of that use had been likewise added, he would not, in reason, have been subject to us, nor have done us these services, but would have been like an equal to ourselves. Why will you not, therefore, seek the essence of good in that without which you cannot say that there is good in anything? What then? Are not all these likewise the works of the gods? They are, but not primary existences, nor parts of the gods. But you are a primary existence. You are a distinct portion of the essence of God, and contain a certain part of him in yourself. Why then are you ignorant of your noble birth? Why do you not consider whence you came? Why do you not remember, when you are eating, who you are who eat, and whom you feed? When you are in the company of women, when you are conversing, when you are exercising, when you are disputing, do not you know that it is the divine you feed, the divine you exercise? You carry a god about with you, poor wretch, and know nothing of it. Do you suppose I mean some god without you, of gold or silver? It is within yourself that you carry him, and you do not observe that you profane him by impure thoughts and unclean actions. If the mere external image of God were present, you would not dare to act as you do. And when God himself is within you, and hears and sees all, are not you ashamed to think and act thus, insensible of your own nature and at enmity with God? Why then are we afraid, when we send a young man from the school into active life, that he should behave indecently, eat indecently, converse indecently with women, that he should either debase himself by slovenliness, or clothe himself too finely? Knows he not the God within him? Knows he not in what company he goes? It is provoking to hear him say to his instructor, "I wish to have you with me." Have you not God? Do you seek any other while you have him? Or will he tell you any other things than these? If you were a statue of Phidias, as Zeus or Athena, you would remember both yourself and the artist. And if you had any sense, you would endeavor to be in no way unworthy of him who formed you, nor of yourself, nor to appear in an unbecoming manner to spectators. And are you now careless how you appear when you are the workmanship of Zeus himself? And yet, what comparison is there, either between the artists or the things they have formed? What work of any artist has conveyed into its structure those very faculties which are shown in shaping it? Is it anything but marble, or brass, or gold, or ivory? And the Athena of Phidias, when its hand is once extended and a victory placed in it, remains in that attitude forever. But the works of God are endowed with motion, breath, the powers of use and judgment. Being then the work of such an artist, will you dishonor him, especially when he hath not only formed you, but given your guardianship to yourself? Will you not only be forgetful of this, but moreover dishonor the trust? If God had committed some orphan to your charge, would you have been thus careless of him? He has delivered yourself to your care, and says, I had no one fitter to be trusted than you. Preserve this person for me, such as he is by nature, modest, faithful, noble, unterrified, dispassionate, tranquil. And will you not preserve him thus? But it will be said, what need of this lofty look and dignity of face? I answer that I have not yet so much dignity as the case demands, for I do not yet trust to what I have learned and accepted. I still fear my own weaknesses. Let me but take courage a little, and then you shall see such a look and such an appearance as I ought to have. Then I will show you the statue when it is finished, when it is polished. Do you think I will show you a supercilious countenance? Heaven forbid! For Olympian Zeus doth not haughtily lift his brow, but keeps a steady countenance, as becomes him who is about to say, my promise is irrevocable, sure. Such will I show myself to you, faithful, modest, noble, tranquil. What, and immoral too, and exempt from age and sickness? No, but sickening and dying as becomes the divine within me. This is in my power, this I can do. The other is not in my power, nor can I do it. Shall I show you the muscular training of a philosopher? What muscles are those? A will undisappointed, evils avoided, powers duly exerted, careful resolutions, unerring decisions. These you shall see. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Epictetus, Part 2. Chapter 11. The Beginning of Philosophy. The beginning of philosophy, at least to such as enter upon it in a proper way, and by the door, is a consciousness of our own weakness and inability in necessary things, for we came into the world without any natural idea of a right-angled triangle, of a diesis, or a semitone in music, but we learn each of these things by some artistic instruction. Hence they who do not understand them do not assume to understand them, but whoever came into the world without an innate idea of good and evil, fair and base, becoming and unbecoming, happiness and misery, proper and improper, what ought to be done and what not to be done? Hence we all make use of the terms, and endeavour to apply our impressions to particular cases. Such a one hath acted well, not well, right, not right, is unhappy, is happy, is just, is unjust. Which of us refrains from these terms? Who defers the use of them till he has learnt it, as those who do are ignorant of lines and sounds? The reason of this is, that we come instructed in some degree by nature upon these subjects, and from this beginning we go on to add self-conceit. For why, say you, should I not know what fair or base is? Have I not the idea of it? You have. Do I not apply this idea to the particular instance? You do. Do I not apply it rightly, then? Here lies the whole question, and here arises the self-conceit. Beginning from these acknowledged points, men proceed by applying them improperly. For, if they knew how to apply them also, they would be all but perfect. If you think that you know how to apply your general principles to particular cases, tell me on what you base this application. Upon its seeming so to me. But it does not seem so to another, and does not he too think that he makes a right application? He does. Is it possible, then, that each of you should rightly apply your principles on the very subjects about which your opinions conflict? It is not. Have you anything to show us, then, for this application, beyond the fact of its seeming so to you? And does a madman act any otherwise than seems to him right? Is this, then, a sufficient criterion for him, too? It is not. Come, therefore, to some stronger ground than seeming. What is that? The beginning of philosophy is this, the being sensible of the disagreement of men with each other, an inquiry into the cause of this disagreement, and a disapprobation and distrust of what merely seems, a careful examination into what seems, whether it seems rightly, and the discovery of some rule which shall serve like a balance, for the determination of weights, like a square, for distinguishing straight and crooked. This is the beginning of philosophy. Is it possible that all things which seem right to all persons are so? Can things contradictory be right? We say not all things, but all that seems so to us. And why more to you than to the Syrians or Egyptians, than to me or to any other man? Not at all more. Therefore, what seems to each man is not sufficient to determine the reality of a thing, for even in weights and measures we are not satisfied with the bare appearance, but for everything we find some rule. And is there, then, in the present case, no rule preferable to what seems? Is it possible that what is of the greatest necessity in human life should be left incapable of determination and discovery? There must be some rule, and why do we not seek and discover it, and, when we have discovered, ever after make use of it, without fail, so as not even to move a finger without it? For this, I conceive, is what, when found, will cure those of their madness, who make use of no other measure but their own perverted way of thinking. Afterwards, beginning from certain known and determinate points, we may make use of general principles, properly applied to particulars. Thus, what is the subject that falls under our inquiry? Pleasure. Bring it to the rule. Throw it into the scale. Must good be something in which it is fit to confide, and to which we may trust? Yes. Is it fit to trust to anything unstable? No. Is pleasure, then, a stable thing? No. Take it, then, and throw it out of the scale, and drive it far distant from the place of good things. But if you are not quick-sighted, and one balance is insufficient, bring another. Is it fit to be elated by good? Yes. Is it fit, then, to be elated by a present pleasure? See that you do not say it is, otherwise I shall not think you so much as worthy to use a scale. Thus are things judged and weighed, when we have the rules ready. This is the part of philosophy, to examine and fix the rules, and to make use of them, when they are known, is the business of a wise and good man. Book 3, Chapter 3. The chief concern of a good man. The chief concern of a wise and good man is his own reason. The body is the concern of a physician and of a gymnastic trainer, in the fields of the husbandman. The business of a wise and good man is to use the phenomena of existence conformably to nature. Now, every soul, as it is naturally formed for an assent to truth, a dissent from falsehood, and a suspense of judgment with regard to things uncertain. So it is moved by a desire of good, an aversion from evil, and an indifference to what is neither good nor evil. For as a money-changer, or a gardener, is not at liberty to reject Caesar's coin, but when once it is shown, is obliged, whether he will or not, to deliver his wares in exchange for it. So is it with the soul. Apparent good at first sight attracts, and evil repels. Nor will the soul any more reject an evident appearance of good than Caesar's coin. Hence depends every movement, both of God and man. My hence good is preferred to every obligation, however near. My connection is not with my father, but with good. Are you so hard-hearted? Such is my nature, and such is the coin which God hath given me. If therefore good is interpreted to be anything but what is fair and just, away go father and brother and country and everything. What? Shall I overlook my own good and give it up to you? For what? I am your father, but not my good. I am your brother, but not my good. If we place it in a rightly trained will, good must then consist in an observance of the several relations of life, and then he who gives up mere externals acquires good. Your father deprives you of your money, but he does not hurt you. He will possess more land than you, as much more as he pleases, but will he possess more honor, more fidelity, more affection? Who can deprive you of this possession? Not even Zeus, for he did not will it so, since he has put this good into my own power and given it to me, like his own, uncompelled, unrestrained, and unhindered. But when anyone deals in coin different from this, then whoever shows it to him may have whatever is sold for it in return. A thievish proconsul comes into the province. What coin does he use? Silver. Show it him, and carry off what you please. An adulterer comes. What coin does he use? Woman. Take the coin, says one, and give me this trifle. Give it me, and it is yours. Another is addicted to other debauchery. Give him but this coin, and take what you please. Another is fond of hunting. Give him a fine pony or puppy, and he will sell you for it what you will, though it be with sighs and groans. For there is that within which controls him, and assumes this to be current coin. In this manner ought every one chiefly to train himself. When you go out in the morning, examine whomsoever you see or hear, and answer as if to a question. What have you seen? A handsome person. Apply the rule. Is this a thing controllable by will or uncontrollable? Uncontrollable. Then discard it. What have you seen? One in agony for the death of a child. Apply the rule. Death is inevitable. Banish this despair then. Has a consul met you? Apply the rule. What kind of thing is the consular office? Controllable by will or uncontrollable? Uncontrollable. Throw aside this too. It will not pass. Cast it away. It is nothing to you. If we acted thus, and practised in this manner from morning till night, by heaven something would be done, whereas now, on the contrary, we are allured by every semblance, half asleep, and if we ever awake, it is only a little in the school, but as soon as we go out, if we meet anyone grieving, we say, he is undone. If a consul, how happy is he? If an exile, how miserable? If a poor man, how wretched, he has nothing to eat. These miserable prejudices, then, are to be lopped off, and here is our whole strength to be applied. For what is weeping and groaning? Prejudice. What is misfortune? Prejudice. What is sedition, discord, complaint, accusation, impiety, levity? All these are prejudices, and nothing more, and prejudices concerning things uncontrollable by will, as if they could be either good or evil. Let anyone transfer these convictions to things controllable by will, and I will engage that he will preserve his constancy, whatever be the state of things about him. The soul is like a vase filled with water. While the semblances of things fall like rays upon its surface, if the water is moved, the ray will seem to be moved likewise, though it is in reality without motion. When, therefore, anyone is seized with a giddiness in his head, it is not the arts and virtues that are bewildered, but the mind in which they lie. When this recovers its composure, so will they, likewise. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by JamesTStone. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Marcus Aurelius Antonius, 121 to 180. Meditations. Translated from the Greek by George Lung. Book 2. The Ordering of Human Life. 1. Begin the morning by saying to thyself, I shall meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, unsocial. All these things happen to them by reason of their ignorance of what is good and evil. But I, who have seen the nature of the good that it is beautiful, and of the bad that it is ugly, and the nature of him who does wrong, that it is akin to me, not only of the same blood or seed, but that it participates in the same intelligence and the same portion of the divinity. I can neither be injured by any of them, for no one can fix on me what is ugly, nor can I be angry with my kinsman, nor hate him. For we are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids, like the rows of upper and lower teeth. To act against one another, then, is contrary to nature, and it is acting against one another to be vexed and to turn away. 2. Whatever this is that I am, it is a little flesh and breath, and the ruling part. Throw away thy books, no longer distract thyself, it is not allowed. But as if thou wast now dying, despise the flesh. It is blood and bones and a network, a contexture of nerves, veins, and arteries. See the breath also, what kind of a thing it is. Air, and not always the same, but every moment sent out again and sucked in. The third, then, is the ruling part. Consider thus. Thou art an old man. No longer let this be a slave. No longer be pulled by the strings like a puppet to unsocial movements. No longer be either dissatisfied with thy present lot or shrink from the future. 3. All that is from the gods is full of providence. That which is from fortune is not separated from nature, or without an interweaving and involution with the things which are ordered by providence. From thence all things flow, and there is besides necessity, and that which is for the advantage of the whole universe, of which thou art a part. But that is good for every part of nature, which the nature of the whole brings, and what serves to maintain this nature. Now the universe is preserved, as by the changes of the elements, so by the changes of things compounded of the elements. Let these principles be enough for thee. Let them always be fixed opinions. But cast away the thirst after books, that thou mayest not die murmuring, but cheerfully, truly, and from thy heart thankful to the gods. 4. Remember how long thou hast been putting off these things, and how often thou hast received an opportunity from the gods, and yet dost not use it. Thou must now at last perceive of what universe thou art a part, and of what administrator of the universe thy existence is an efflux, and that a limit of time is fixed for thee, which if thou dost not use for clearing away the clouds from thy mind, it will go and thou wilt go, and it will never return. 5. Every moment think steadily as a Roman and a man, to do what thou hast in hand with perfect and simple dignity, and feeling of affection, and freedom, and justice, and to give thyself relief from all other thoughts. And thou wilt give thyself relief, if thou doest every act of thy life as if it were the last, laying aside all carelessness and passionate aversion from the commands of reason, and all hypocrisy, and self-love, and discontent with the portion which has been given to thee. Thou seest how few the things are, the which if a man lays hold of, he is able to live a life which flows in quiet, and is like the existence of the gods. For the gods on their part will require nothing more from him who observes these things. 6. Do wrong to thyself. Do wrong to thyself, my soul, but thou wilt no longer have the opportunity of honoring thyself. Every man's life is sufficient, but thine is nearly finished, though thy soul reverences not itself, but places thy felicity in the souls of others. 7. Do the things external which fall upon thee distract thee? Give thyself time to learn something new and good, and cease to be whirled around. But then thou must also avoid being carried about the other way. For those too are triflers who have wearied themselves in life by their activity, and yet have no object to which to direct every movement, and, in a word, all their thoughts. 8. Through not observing what is in the mind of another, a man has seldom been seen to be unhappy. But those who do not observe the movements of their own minds must of necessity be unhappy. 9. This thou must always bear in mind. What is the nature of the whole, and what is my nature, and how this is related to that, and what kind of a part it is of what kind of a whole, and that there is no one who hinders thee from always doing and saying the things which are according to the nature of which thou art a part. 10. Theophrastus, in his comparison of bad acts, such a comparison as one would make in accordance with the common notions of mankind, says, like a true philosopher, that the offenses which are committed through desire are more blamable than those which are committed through anger. For he who is excited by anger seems to turn away from reason with a certain pain and unconscious contraction. But he who offends through desire, being overpowered by pleasure, seems to be in a manner more intemperate and more womanish in his offenses. Rightly then, and in a way worthy of philosophy, he said that the offense which is committed with pleasure is more blamable than that which is committed with pain, and on the whole the one is more like a person who has been first wronged and through pain is compelled to be angry, but the other is moved by his own impulse to do wrong, being carried towards doing something by desire. 11. Since it is possible that thou mayest depart from life this very moment, regulate every act and thought accordingly. But to go away from among men, if there are gods, is not a thing to be afraid of, for the gods will not involve thee in evil. But if indeed they do not exist, or if they have no concern about human affairs, what is it to me to live in a universe devoid of gods or devoid of providence? But in truth they do exist, and they do care for human things, and they have put all means in man's power to enable him not to fall into the real evils. And as to the rest, if there was anything evil, they would have provided for this also, that it should be altogether in a man's power not to fall into it. Now that which does not make a man worse, how can it make a man's life worse? But neither through ignorance, nor having the knowledge, but not the power to guard against or correct these things, it is possible that the nature of the universe has overlooked them. Nor is it possible that it has made so great a mistake, either through want of power or want of skill, that good and evil should happen indiscriminately to the good and the bad. But death certainly, and life, honor and dishonor, pain and pleasure, all these things equally happen to good men and bad, being things which make us neither better nor worse. Therefore, they are neither good nor evil. 12. How quickly all things disappear, in the universe, the bodies themselves, and in time, the remembrance of them. What is the nature of all sensible things, and particularly those which attract with the bait of pleasure, or terrify by pain, or are noised abroad by vapory fame? How worthless and contemptible, and sordid and perishable and dead they are. All this it is the part of the intellectual faculty to observe. To observe too who these are whose opinions and voices give reputation, what death is, and the fact that, if a man looks at it in itself, and by the abstractive power of reflection resolves into their parts all the things which present themselves to the imagination in it, he will then consider it to be nothing else but an operation of nature. And if any one is afraid of an operation of nature, he is a child. This, however, is not only an operation of nature, but it is also a thing which conduces to the purpose of nature. To observe, too, how man comes near to the deity, and by what part of him, and when this part of a man is so disposed. 13. Nothing is more wretched than a man who traverses everything in around, and pries into the things beneath the earth, as the poet says, and seeks by conjecture what is in the mind of his neighbors, without perceiving that it is sufficient to attend to the demon within him, and to reverence it sincerely. And reverence of the demon consists in keeping it pure from passion and thoughtlessness, and dissatisfaction with what comes from gods and men. For the things from the gods merit veneration for their excellence, and the things from men should be dear to us by reason of kinship, and sometimes even, in a manner, they move our pity by reason of men's ignorance of good and bad. This defect being not less than that which deprives us of the power of distinguishing things that are black and white. 14. Though thou shouldest be going to live 3,000 years, and as many times 10,000 years, still remember that no man loses any other life than that which he now lives, nor lives any other than that which he now loses. The longest and shortest are thus brought to the same. For the present is the same to all, though that which perishes is not the same, and so that which is lost appears to be a mere moment. For a man cannot lose either the past or the future, for what a man has not, how can any one take this from him? These two things then thou must bear in mind. The one, that all things for eternity are of like forms and come round in a circle, and that it makes no difference whether a man shall see the same things during 100 years, or 200, or an infinite time. And the second, that the longest liver and he who will die the soonest lose just the same. For the present is the only thing of which a man can be deprived, if it is true that this is the only thing which he has, and that a man cannot lose a thing if he has it not. 15. Remember that all is opinion. For what was said by the cynic Monimus is manifest, and manifest too is the use of what was said, if a man receives what may be got out of it as far as it is true. 16. The soul of a man does violence to itself, first of all, when it becomes an abscess, and, if it were, a tumor on the universe, so far as it can. For to be vexed at anything which happens is a separation of ourselves from nature, in some part of which the natures of all things are contained. In the next place, the soul does violence to itself when it turns away from any man, or even moves towards him with the intention of injuring, such as are the souls of those who are angry. In the third place, the soul does violence to itself when it is overpowered by pleasure or by pain. Fourthly, when it plays a part and does or says anything insincerely and untruly. Fifthly, when it allows any act of its own and any movement to be without an aim, and does anything thoughtlessly and without considering what it is, it being right that even the smallest things be done with reference to an end. And the end of rational animals is to follow the reason and the law of the most ancient city and polity. 17. Of human life the time is the point, and the substance is in a flux, and the perception dull, and the composition of the whole body subject to putrefaction, and the soul a whirl, and fortune hard to divine, and fame a thing devoid of judgment. And to say all in a word, everything which belongs to the body is a stream, and everything which belongs to the soul is a dream and vapor, and life is a warfare and a stranger's sojourn, and after fame is oblivion. What, then, is that which is able to conduct a man? One thing, and only one: philosophy. But this consists in keeping the demon within a man free from violence and unharmed, superior to pains and pleasures, doing nothing without purpose, nor yet falsely and with hypocrisy, not feeling the need of another man's doing or not doing anything, and besides accepting all that happens, and all that is allotted, as coming from thence, wherever it is, and whence he himself came, and, finally, waiting for death with a cheerful mind, and being nothing else than a dissolution of the elements, which every living being is compounded. But if there is no harm to the elements themselves in each continually changing into another, why should a man have any apprehension about the change and dissolution of all the elements? For it is according to nature, and nothing is evil which is according to nature. This in Carnuntum. Footnote: Carnuntum was about 30 miles east of Vindobona, in brackets, Vienna. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Marcus Aurelius Antonius, Part 2. Book 10. Life Conformable to Nature. 1. Wilt thou then, my soul, never be good and simple and one and naked, more manifest than the body which surrounds thee? Wilt thou never enjoy an affectionate and contented disposition? Wilt thou never be full and without a want of any kind, longing for nothing more, nor desiring anything, either animate or inanimate, for the enjoyment of pleasures? Nor yet desiring time wherein thou shalt have longer enjoyment, or place, or pleasant climate, or society of men with whom thou mayest live in harmony? But wilt thou be satisfied with thy present condition, and pleased with all that is about thee? And wilt thou convince thyself that thou hast everything, and that it comes from the gods, that everything is well for thee, and will be well, whatever shall please them, and whatever they shall give for the conservation of the perfect living being, the good and just and beautiful, which generates and holds together all things, and contains and embraces all things which are dissolved for the production of other like things? Wilt thou never be such that thou shalt so dwell in community with the gods and men, as neither to find fault with them at all, nor to be condemned by them? 2. Observe what thy nature requires, so far as thou art governed by nature only, then do it and accept it. If thy nature, so far as thou art a living being, shall not be made worse by it. And next, thou must observe what thy nature requires, so far as thou art a living being. And all this thou mayest allow thyself, if thy nature, so far as thou art a rational animal, shall not be made worse by it. But the rational animal is consequently also a political, social animal. Use these rules, then, and trouble thyself about nothing else. 3. Everything which happens either happens in such wise as thou art formed by nature to bear it, or as thou art not formed by nature to bear it. If, then, it happens to thee in such a way as thou art formed by nature to bear it, do not complain, but bear it as thou were formed by nature to bear it. But if it happens in such a wise as thou art not formed by nature to bear it, do not complain, for it will perish after it has consumed thee. Remember, however, that thou art formed by nature to bear everything, with respect to which it depends on thine own opinion to make it endurable and tolerable, by thinking that it is either thy interest or thy duty to do this. 4. If a man is mistaken, instruct him kindly, and show him his error. But if thou art not able, blame thyself, or blame not even thyself. 5. Whatever may happen to thee, it was prepared for thee from all eternity, and the implication of causes was, from eternity, spinning the thread of thy being, and of that which is incident to it. 6. Whether the universe is a concourse of atoms, or nature is a system, let this first be established, that I am part of the whole which is governed by nature. Next, I am, in a manner, intimately related to the parts which are of the same kind with myself. For remembering this, inasmuch as I am a part, I shall be discontented with none of the things which are assigned to me out of the whole. For nothing is injurious to the part, if it is for the advantage of the whole. For the whole contains nothing which is not for its advantage, and all natures indeed have this common principle, but the nature of the universe has this principle besides, that it cannot be compelled, even by any external cause, to generate anything harmful to itself. By remembering, then, that I am part of such a whole, I shall be content with everything that happens. And inasmuch as I am, in a manner, intimately related to the parts which are of the same kind with myself, I shall do nothing unsocial, but I shall rather direct myself to the things which are of the same kind with myself, and I shall turn all my efforts to the common interest, and divert them from the contrary. Now, if these things are done so, life must flow on happily, just as thou mayest observe that the life of a citizen is happy, who continues a course of action which is advantageous to his fellow citizens, and is content with whatever the state may assign to him. 7. The parts of the whole, everything, I mean, which is naturally comprehended in the universe, must of necessity perish. But let this be understood in this sense, that they must undergo change. But if this is naturally both an evil and a necessity for the parts, the whole would not continue to exist in a good condition, the parts being subject to change and constituted so as to perish in various ways. For whether did nature herself design to do evil to the things which are parts of herself, and to make them subject to evil, and of necessity fall into evil, or have such results happened without her knowing it? Both of these suppositions indeed are incredible. But if a man should even drop the term nature as an efficient power, and should speak of these things as natural, even then it would be ridiculous to affirm at the same time that the parts of the whole are, in their nature, subject to change, and at the same time to be surprised or vexed as if something were happening contrary to nature, particularly as the dissolution of things is to those things of which each thing is composed. For there is either a dispersion of the elements out of which everything has been compounded, or a change from the solid to the earthy, and from the airy to the aerial, so that these parts are taken back into the universal reason, whether this at certain periods is consumed by fire, or renewed by eternal changes. And do not imagine that the solid and the airy part belong to thee from the time of generation, for all this received its accretion only yesterday and the day before, as one may say, from the food and the air which is inspired. This, then, which has received the accretion, changes, not that which thy mother brought forth, but suppose that this, which thy mother brought forth, implicates thee very much with that other part, which has the peculiar quality of change. This is nothing, in fact, in the way of objection to what is said. 8. When thou hast assumed these names, good, modest, true, rational, a man of equanimity, and magnanimous, take care that thou dost not change these names, and if thou shouldst lose them, quickly return to them. And remember that the term rational was intended to signify a discriminating attention to every several thing, and freedom from negligence. and that equanimity is the voluntary acceptance of the things which are assigned to thee by the common nature, and that magnanimity is the elevation of the intelligent part above the pleasurable or painful sensations of the flesh, and above that poor thing called fame, and death, and all such things. If, then, thou maintainest thyself in the possession of these names, without desiring to be called by these names by others, thou wilt be another person, and wilt enter on another life. For to continue to be such as thou hast hitherto been, and to be torn to pieces and defiled in such a life, is the character of a very stupid man, and one over-fond of his life, and like those half-devoured fighters with wild beasts, who, though covered with wounds and gore, still entreat to be kept to the following day, though they be exposed in the same state to the same claws and bites. Therefore, fix thyself in the possession of these few names, and if thou art able to abide in them, abide as if thou wast removed from certain islands of the happy. But if thou shalt perceive that thou fallest out of them, and dost not maintain thy hold, go courageously into some nook where thou shalt maintain them, or even depart at once from life, not in passion, but with simplicity and freedom and modesty, after doing this one laudable thing at least in thy life, to have gone out of it thus. In order, however, to the remembrance of these names, it will greatly help thee if thou rememberest the gods, and that they wish not to be flattered, but wish all reasonable beings to be made like themselves. And if thou rememberest that what does the work of a fig tree is a fig tree, and that what does the work of a dog is a dog, and that what does the work of a bee is a bee, and that what does the work of a man is a man. 9. Mimi, war, astonishment, torpor, slavery, will daily wipe out those holy principles of thine. How many things without studying nature dost thou imagine, and how many dost thou neglect? But it is thy duty so to look on, and so to do everything, that at the same time the power of dealing with circumstances is perfected, and the contemplative faculty is exercised, and the confidence which comes from the knowledge of each several thing is maintained without showing it, but yet not concealed. For when wilt thou enjoy simplicity, win gravity, and win the knowledge of every several thing, both what it is in substance, and what place it has in the universe, and how long it is formed to exist, and of what things it is compounded, and to whom it can belong, and who are able both to give it and take it away. 10. A spider is proud when it has caught a fly, and another when he has caught a poor hare, and another when he has taken a little fish in a net, and another when he has taken wild boars, and another when he has taken bears, and another when he has taken sarmatians. Are not these robbers, if thou examinest their opinions? 11. Acquire the contemplative way of seeing how all things change into one another, and constantly attend to it, and exercise thyself about this part of philosophy. For nothing is so much adapted to produce magnanimity. Such a man has put off the body, and as he sees that he must, no one knows how soon, go away from among men, and leave everything here, he gives himself up entirely to just doing all his actions, and in everything else that happens he resigns himself to the universal nature. But as to say what any man shall say or think about him, or do against him, he never even thinks of it, being himself contented with these two things, with acting justly in what he now does, and being satisfied with what is now assigned to him. And he lays aside all distracting and busy pursuits, and desires nothing else than to accomplish the straight course through the law, and by accomplishing the straight course, to follow God. 12. What need is there of suspicious fear, since it is in thy power to inquire what ought to be done? And if thou seest clear, go by this way content, without turning back. But if thou dost not see clear, stop and take the best advisers. But if any other things oppose thee, go on according to thy powers, with due consideration, keeping to that which appears to be just. For it is best to reach this object, and if thou dost fail, let thy failure be in attempting this. He who follows reason in all things is both tranquil and active at the same time, and also cheerful and collected. 13. Inquire of thyself as soon as thou wakest from sleep, whether it will make any difference to thee if another does what is just and right. It will make no difference. Thou hast not forgotten, I suppose, that those who assume arrogant airs in bestowing their praise or blame on others are such as they are at bed and at board, and thou hast not forgotten what they do, and what they avoid, and what they pursue, and how they steal and how they rob, not with hands and feet, but with their most valuable part, by means of which there is produced, when a man chooses, fidelity, modesty, truth, law, a good demon, happiness. 14. To her who gives and takes back all, to nature, the man who is instructed and modest says, Give what thou wilt, take back what thou wilt. And he says this not proudly, but obediently, and well pleased with her. 15. Short is the little which remains to thee of life. Live as on a mountain, for it makes no difference whether a man lives there or here, if he lives everywhere in the world as in a state. Political community. Let men see. Let them know a real man who lives according to nature. If they cannot endure him, let them kill him, for that is better than to live thus, as men do. 16. No longer talk at all about the kind of man that a good man ought to be, but be such. 17. Constantly contemplate the whole of time and the whole of substance, and consider that all individual things, as to substance, are a grain of a fig, and as to time, the turning of a gimlet. 18. Look at everything that exists, and observe that it is already in dissolution and in change, and, as it were, putrefaction or dispersion, or that everything is so constituted by nature as to die. 19. Consider what men are when they are eating, sleeping, generating, easing themselves, and so forth. Then what kind of men they are when they are imperious and arrogant, or angry and scolding from their elevated place. But a short time ago, to how many they were slaves, and for what things, and after a little time, consider in what condition they will be. 20. That is for the good of each thing, which the universal nature brings to each, and it is for its good at the time when nature brings it. 21. The earth loves the shower, and the solemn ether loves, and the universe loves to make whatever is about to be. I say then to the universe that I love as thou lovest, and is not this too said, that this or that loves is wont to be produced? 22. Either thou livest here and hast already accustomed thyself to it, or thou art going away, and this was thine own will, or thou art dying, and hast discharged thy duty. But besides these things there is nothing. Be of good cheer, then. 23. Let this always be plain to thee, that this piece of land is like any other, and that all things here are the same with things on the top of a mountain, or on the seashore, or wherever thou choosest to be. For thou wilt find just what Plato says, dwelling within the walls of a city, as in a shepherd's fold on a mountain. 25. He who flies from his master is a runaway, but the law is master, and he who breaks the law is a runaway. And he also who is grieved or angry or afraid is dissatisfied because something has been, or is, or shall be, of the things which are appointed by him who rules all things. And he is law, and assigns to every man what is fit. He then who fears or is grieved or is angry is a runaway. 26. A man deposits seed in a womb and goes away, and then another cause takes it, and labors on it, and makes a child. What a thing from such a material! Again, the child passes food down through the throat, and then another cause takes it, and makes perception and motion, and in fine life and strength and other things. How many and how strange! Observe then the things which are produced in such a hidden way, and see the power, just as we see the power which carries things downwards and upwards, not with the eyes, but still no less plainly. 27. Constantly consider how all such things as they are now, in time past also were, and consider that they will be the same again, and place before thy eyes entire dramas and stages of the same form, whatever thou hast learned from thy experience, or from older history, for example, the whole court of Hadrianus, and the whole court of Antoninus, and the whole court of Philippus, Alexander, Croesus, for all those were such dramas as we see now, only with different actors. 28. Imagine every man who is grieved at anything or discontented to be like a pig which is sacrificed and kicks and screams. Like this pig also is he who on his bed in silence laments the bonds in which we are held, and consider that only to the rational animal is it given to follow voluntarily what happens, but simply to follow is a necessity imposed on all. 29. Severally, on the occasion of everything that thou doest, pause and ask thyself, if death is a dreadful thing, because it deprives thee of this. 30. When thou art offended at any man's fault, forthwith turn to thyself, and reflect in what like manner thou dost err thyself. For example, in thinking that money is a good thing, or pleasure, or a bit of reputation, and the like. For by attending to this, thou wilt quickly forget thy anger, if this consideration also is added, that the man is compelled. For what else could he do? Or, if thou art able, take away from him the compulsion. 31. When thou hast seen Satyron the Socratic, think of either Eutychus or Hymen, and when thou hast seen Euphrates, think of Eutychiron or Sylvanus, and when thou hast seen Alciphron, think of Tropiophorus, and when thou hast seen Xenophon, think of Crito or Severus, and when thou hast looked on thyself, think of any other Caesar, and in the case of everyone, do in like manner. Then let this thought be in thy mind. Where then are those men? Nowhere, or nobody knows where. For thus continuously thou wilt look at human beings as smoke, and nothing at all, especially if thou reflectest at the same time that what has once changed will never exist again in the same infinite duration of time. But thou, in what a brief space of time is thy existence? And why art thou not content to pass through this short time in an orderly way? What matter and opportunity for thy activity art thou avoiding? For what else are these things except exercises for the reason, when it has viewed carefully and by examination into their nature the things which happen in life? Persevere, then, until thou shalt have made these things thy own, as the stomach which is strengthened makes all things its own, as the blazing fire makes flame and brightness out of everything that is thrown into it. 32. Let it not be in any man's power to say truly of thee that thou art not simple, or that thou art not good, but let him be a liar whoever shall think anything of this kind about thee. And this is altogether in thy power. For who is he that shall hinder thee from being good and simple? Do thou only determine to live no longer, unless thou shalt be such. For neither does reason allow thee to live, if thou art not such. 33. What is that which, as to this material, our life, can be done or said in the way most conformable to reason? For whatever this may be, it is in thy power to do it or say it, and do not make excuses that thou art hindered. Thou wilt not cease to lament till thy mind is in such a condition that, what luxury is to those who enjoy pleasure, such shall be to thee, in the manner which is subjected and presented to thee, the doing of the things which are conformable to man's constitution. For a man ought to consider as an enjoyment everything which it is in his power to do according to his own nature. And it is in his power everywhere. Now it is not given to a cylinder to move everywhere by its own motion, nor yet to water, nor to fire, nor to anything else which is governed by nature or an irrational soul, for the things which check them and stand in the way are many. But intelligence and reason are able to go through everything that opposes them, and in such manner as they are formed by nature and as they choose. Place before thy eyes this facility with which the reason will be carried through all things, as fire upwards, as a stone downwards, as a cylinder down an inclined surface, and seek for nothing further. For all other obstacles either affect the body only which is a dead thing, or, except through opinion and the yielding of the reason itself, they do not crush nor do any harm of any kind, for if they did, he who felt it would immediately become bad. Now, in the case of all things which have a certain constitution, whatever harm may happen to any of them, that which is so affected becomes consequently worse, but in like case a man becomes both better, if one may say so, and more worthy of praise, by making a right use of these accidents. And finally remember that nothing harms him who is really a citizen, which does not harm the state, nor does anything harm the state which does not harm law, order, and of these things which are called misfortunes, not one harms law. What then does not harm law does not harm either state or citizen. 34. To him who is penetrated by true principles, even the briefest precept is sufficient, and any common precept to remind him that he should be free from grief and fear. For example, leaves, some the wind scatters on the ground, so is the race of men. Leaves also are thy children, and leaves too are they who cry out as if they were worthy of credit and bestow their praise, or on the contrary curse, or secretly blame and sneer. And leaves, in like manner, are those who shall receive and transmit a man's fame to after times. For all such things as these are produced in the season of spring, as the poet says. Then the wind casts them down. Then the forest produces other leaves in their places. But a brief existence is common to all things, and yet thou avoidest and pursuest all things as if they would be eternal. A little time, and thou shalt close thy eyes, and him who has attended thee to thy grave, another soon will lament. 35. The healthy eye ought to see all visible things, and not to say, I wish for green things, for this is the condition of a diseased eye. And the healthy hearing and smelling ought to be ready to perceive all that can be heard and smelled. And the healthy stomach ought to be, with respect to all food, just as the mill, with respect to all things which it is formed to grind. And accordingly, the healthy understanding ought to be prepared for everything which happens, but that which says, Let my dear children live, and let all men praise whatever I may do, is an eye which seeks for green things, or teeth which seek for soft things. 36. There is no man so fortunate that there shall not be by him, when he is dying, some who are pleased with what is going to happen. Suppose that he was a good and wise man. Will there not be at last someone to say to himself, Let us breathe freely, being relieved from this schoolmaster? It is true that he was harsh to none of us, but I perceived that he tacitly condemns us. This is what is said of a good man. But in our own case, how many other things are there for which there may be many who wish to get rid of us? Thou wilt consider this then when thou art dying, and thou wilt depart more contentedly by reflecting thus, I am going away from such a life, in which even my associates, in behalf of whom I have striven so much, prayed, and cared, themselves wish me to depart, hoping, perchance, to get some little advantage by it. Why then should a man cling to a longer stay here? Do not, however, for this reason, go away less kindly disposed to them, but preserving thy own character, and friendly and benevolent and mild, and, on the other hand, not as if thou wast torn away, But as when a man dies a quiet death, the poor soul is easily separated from the body, such also ought to be thy departure from men to be. For nature united thee to them and associated thee. But does she now dissolve the union? Well, I am separated as from kinsmen, not however dragged resisting, but without compulsion. For this too is one of the things according to nature. 37. Accustom thyself as much as possible, on the occasion of anything being done by any person, to inquire with thyself, for what object is this man doing this? But begin with thyself, and examine thyself first. 38. Remember that this which pulls the strings is the thing which is hidden within. This is the power of persuasion. This is life. This, if one may so say, is man. In contemplating thyself, never include the vessel which surrounds thee and these instruments which are attached to it, for they are like to an axe, differing only in this, that they grow to the body. For indeed there is no more use in these parts without the cause which moves and checks them, than in the weaver's shuttle, and the writer's pen, and the driver's whip. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Plotinus, 205 to 270. Enneadus, translated from the Greek by Thomas Taylor. 1. On the Virtues. 1. Since evils are here and revolve from necessity about this terrestrial place, but the soul wishes to fly from evils, it is requisite to fly from hence. What therefore is the flight? To become similar, says Plato, to God. But this will be effected if we become just and holy in conjunction with intellectual prudence, and in short, if we are truly virtuous. If, therefore, we are assimilated through virtue, is it to one who possesses virtue? But to whom are we assimilated? To divinity. Are we then assimilated to that nature which appears to possess the virtues in a more eminent degree, and also to the soul of the world, and to the intellect which is the leader in it, in which there is an admirable wisdom? For it is reasonable to suppose that while we are here we are assimilated to this intellect. Or is it not in the first place dubious whether all the virtues are present with this intellect, such as temperance and fortitude, since there is nothing which can be dreadful to it? For nothing externally happens to it, nor does anything pleasing approach to it, which when not present it may become desirous of possessing or apprehending. But if it also has an appetite directed to the intelligibles, after which our souls aspire, it is evident that ornament and the virtues are from thence derived to us. Has therefore this intellect these virtues? Or may we not say, it is not reasonable to suppose, that it possesses what are called the political virtues, viz., prudence indeed, about the part that deliberates and consults, fortitude about the irascible part, temperance in the agreement and concord of the part that desires, with the reasoning power, and justice in each of these parts performing its proper office, with respect to governing and being governed. Shall we say, therefore, that we are not assimilated to divinity according to the political virtues, but according to greater virtues which employ the same appellation? But if according to others, are we not at all assimilated according to the political virtues? Or is it not absurd that we should not in any respect be assimilated according to these? For rumor also says that these are divine. We must say, therefore, that we are after a matter assimilated by them, but that the assimilation is according to the greater virtues. In either way, however, it happens that divinity has virtues, though not such as the political. If, therefore, someone should grant that, though it is not possible to be assimilated according to such virtues as these, since we subsist differently with reference to other virtues, yet nothing hinders but that we by our virtues may be assimilated to that which does not possess virtue. but after what manner? Thus, if anything is heated by the presence of heat, it is necessary that also should be hot from whence the heat is derived. And if anything is hot by the presence of fire, it is necessary that fire itself also should be hot by the presence of heat. To the first of these assertions, however, it may be said that there is heat in fire, but a connascent heat, so that it will follow from analogy that virtue is indeed adventitious to the soul, but connascent with that nature from whence it is derived by imitation. And with respect to the argument from fire, it may be said that divinity possesses virtue, but that virtue in him is in reality greater than virtue, because it subsists causally. But if that virtue indeed, of which the soul participates, was the same with that from which it is derived, it would be necessary to speak in this manner. Now, however, the one is different from the other. For neither is the sensible the same with the intelligible house, or with that which is the object of intellectual conception, though it is similar to it. And the sensible house participates of order and ornament, though there is neither order nor ornament nor symmetry in the productive principle of it in the mind. Thus, therefore, we participate from thence, i.e., from divinity, of ornament, order and consent, and those things pertain to virtue, but there consent, ornament, and order are not wanted, and therefore divinity has no need of virtue. We are, however, nevertheless assimilated to what he possesses through the presence of virtue, and thus much for the purpose of showing that it is not necessary virtue should be there, though we are assimilated to divinity by virtue. But it is also necessary to introduce persuasion to what has been said, and not to be satisfied with compulsion alone. 2. In the first place, therefore, the virtues must be assumed, according to which we say that we are assimilated to divinity, in order that we may discover the same thing. For that which is virtue with us, being an imitation, is there an archetype, as it were, and not virtue, by which we signify that there is a twofold similitude, one of which requires a sameness in the things that are similar, these being such as are equally assimilated from the same thing, but the other being that in which one thing is assimilated to another, but the latter ranks as first, and is not converted to the other, nor is said to be similar to it. Here, therefore, the similitude must be assumed after another manner, since we do not require the same, but rather another form, the assimilation being effected after a different manner. What, therefore, is virtue, both that which is universal and that which is particular? The discussion, however, will be more manifest by directing our attention to each of the virtues. For thus that which is common, according to which all of them are virtues, will be easily apparent. The political virtues, therefore, of which we have spoken above, truly adorn and render us better, bounding and moderating the desires, and in short the passions, and taking away false opinions from a more excellent nature, by limiting and placing the soul beyond the immoderate and indefinite, and by themselves receiving measure and bound. Perhaps, too, these measures are in soul as in matter, are assimilated to the measure which is in divinity, and possess a vestige of the best which is there. For that which is in every respect deprived of measure, being matter, is entirely dissimilar to divinity. But so far as it receives form, so far it is assimilated to him who is without form. But things which are nearer to divinity participate of him in a greater degree. Soul, however, is nearer to and more allied to him than body, and therefore participates of him more abundantly, so that appearing as a god it deceives us, and causes us to doubt whether the whole of it is not divine. After this manner, therefore, these are assimilated. 3. Since, however, Plato indicates that this similitude to God pertains to a greater virtue than that which is political, let us speak concerning it, in which discussion also the essence of political virtue will become more manifest, and likewise the virtue which is essentially more excellent, which will in short be found to be different from that which is political. Plato, therefore, when he says that a similitude to God is a flight from terrestrial concerns, and when besides this he does not admit that the virtues belonging to a polity are simply virtues, but adds to them the epithet political, and elsewhere calls all the virtues purifications, evidently admits that the virtues are twofold, and that a similitude to divinity is not effected according to political virtue. How, therefore, do we call these purifications, and how, being purified, are we especially assimilated to divinity? Shall we say that since the soul is in an evil condition when mingled with the body, becoming similarly passive and concurring in opinion with it in all things, it will be good and possess virtue if it neither consents with the body but energizes alone, and this is to perceive intellectually and to be wise, nor is similarly passive with it, and this is to be temperate, nor dreads a separation from the body, and this is to possess fortitude. But reason and intellect are the leaders, and this will be justice. If anyone, however, calls this disposition of the soul, according to which it perceives intellectually, and is thus impassive, a resemblance of God, he will not err. For divinity is pure, and the energy is of such a kind that the being which imitates it will possess wisdom. What then? Is not divinity also disposed after this matter? Or may we not say that he is not, but that the disposition pertains to the soul, and that soul perceives intellectually, in a way different from divinity? It may also be said that of the things which subsist with him, some subsist differently from what they do with us, and others are not at all with him. Again, therefore, is intellectual perception with him and us homonymous? By no means, but the one is primary, and that which is derived from him secondary. For as the discourse which is in voice is an imitation of that which is in the soul, so likewise that which is in the soul is an imitation of that which is in something else, i.e. in intellect. As, therefore, external discourse is divided and distributed, when compared to that which is in the soul, thus also that which is in the soul and which is the interpreter of intellectual discourse is divided when compared with it. Virtue, however, pertains to the soul, but not to intellect, nor to that which is beyond intellect. 6. Each of the virtues, however, is twofold, for each is both in the intellect and in the soul. And in intellect, indeed, each is not properly virtue, but virtue is in soul. What then is it in intellect? The energy of intellect and that which is. But here that which is in another is virtue derived from thence. For justice itself and each of the virtues are not in intellect such as they are here, but they are as it were paradigms. But that which proceeds from each of these into the soul is virtue. For virtue pertains to a certain thing, but each thing itself pertains to itself and not to anything else. With respect to justice, however, if it is the performance of appropriate duty, does it always consist in a multitude of parts? Or does not one kind consist in multitude, when there are many parts of it, but the other is entirely the performance of appropriate duty, though it should be one thing? True justice itself, therefore, is the energy of one thing towards itself, in which there is not another and another. Hence, justice in the soul is to energize in a greater degree intellectually. But temperance is an inward conversion to intellect, and fortitude is apathy, according to a similitude of that to which the soul looks, and which is naturally impassive. But soul is impassive from virtue, in order that she may not sympathize with her subordinate associate. 7. These virtues, therefore, follow each other in the soul in the same manner as those paradigms in intellect which are prior to virtue. For their intelligence is wisdom and science, a conversion to itself is temperance, its proper work is the performance of its appropriate duty, and justice, and that which is, as it were, fortitude, is immateriality, and an abiding with purity in itself. In soul, therefore, perception directed to intellect is wisdom and prudence, which are the virtues of the soul. For soul does not possess these in the same manner as intellect. Other things also follow after, similarly in soul. They are likewise consequent to purification, since all the virtues are purifications, and necessarily consist in the soul being purified, for otherwise no one of them would be perfect. And he indeed who possesses the greater virtues has necessarily the less incapacity, but he who possesses the less has not necessarily the greater. This, therefore, is the life which is the principal and leading aim of a worthy man. But whether he possesses in energy or in some other way the less or the greater virtues must be considered by a survey of each of them, as for instance of prudence. For if it uses the other virtues, how can it any longer remain what it is? And if also it should not energize? Likewise, it must be considered whether naturally the virtues proceed to a different extent, and this temperance measures, but that entirely takes away what is superfluous. And in a similar manner in the other virtues, prudence being wholly excited. Or perhaps the worthy man will see to what extent they proceed, and perhaps sometimes according to circumstances he will energize according to some of them. But arriving at the greater virtues, he will perform other measures according to them. Thus, for instance, in the exercise of temperance, he will not measure it by political temperance, but in short he will separate himself as much as possible from the body, and will live not merely the life of a good man which political virtue thinks fit to enjoin, but leaving this he will choose another life, namely that of the gods. For the similitude is to these and not to good men. The similitude indeed to good men is an assimilation of one image to another, each being derived from the same thing, but a similitude to God is an assimilation as to a paradigm. 15. On the good or the one. 3. What then will the one be, and what nature will it possess? Or may we not say that it is not at all wonderful? It should not be easy to tell what it is, since neither is it easy to tell what being is or what form is. But our knowledge is fixed in forms. When, however, the soul directs its attention to that which is formless, then being unable to comprehend that which is not bounded, and as it were impressed with forms by a former of a various nature, it falls from the apprehension of it, and is afraid it will possess nothing from the view. Hence it becomes weary in endeavors of this kind, and gladly descends from the survey, frequently falling from all things, till it arrives at something sensible, and as it were rests in a solid substance, just as the sight also, when wearied with the perception of small objects, eagerly converts itself to such as are large. When, however, the soul wishes to perceive by itself and sees itself alone, then, in consequence of being one with the object of its perception, it does not think that it yet possesses that which it investigates, because it is not different from that which it intellectually perceives. At the same time, it is requisite that he should act in this manner who intends to philosophize about the one. Since, therefore, that which we investigate is one, and we direct our attention to the principle of all things, to the good, and the first, we ought not to be far removed from the natures which are about the first of things, nor fall from them to the last of all things, but proceeding to such as are first, we should elevate ourselves from sensibles which have an ultimate subsistence. The soul, likewise, should for this purpose be liberated from all vice, in consequence of hastening to the vision of the good, and should ascend to the principle which is in herself, and become one instead of many things, in order that she may survey the principle of all things, and the one. It is requisite, therefore, that the soul of him who ascends to the good should then become intellect, and that he should commit his soul to and establish it in intellect, in order that what intellect sees his soul may vigilantly receive, and may through intellect survey the one, not employing any one of the senses, nor receiving any thing from them, but with a pure intellect, and with the summit, and as it were flower of intellect, beholding that which is most pure. When, therefore, he who applies himself to the survey of a thing of this kind imagines that there is either magnitude or figure or bulk about this nature, he has not intellect for the leader of the vision, because intellect is not naturally adapted to perceive things of this kind, but such an energy is the energy of sense, and of opinion following sense. But in order to perceive the one, it is necessary to receive from intellect a declaration of what intellect is able to accomplish. Intellect, however, is able to see either things prior to itself, or things pertaining to itself, or things effected by itself. And the things indeed contained in itself are pure, but those prior to itself are still purer and more simple. Or rather, this must be asserted of that which is prior to it. Hence, that which is prior to it is not intellect, but something more excellent. For intellect is a certain one among the number of beings, but that is not a certain one, but is prior to every thing. Nor is it being, for being has, as it were, the form of the one. But that is formless, and even without intelligible form. For the nature of the one being generative of all things is not any one of them. Neither, therefore, is it a certain thing, nor a quality, nor a quantity, nor intellect, nor soul, nor that which is moved, nor again that which stands still. Nor is it in place or in time, but is by itself uniform, or rather without form, being prior to all form, to motion and to permanency. 4. In this affair, however, a doubt especially arises, because the perception of the highest God is not effected by science nor by intelligence, like other intelligibles, but by the presence of him, which is a mode of knowledge superior to that of science. But the soul suffers an apostasy from the one, and is not entirely one when it receives scientific knowledge. For science is reason, and reason is multitudinous. The soul, therefore, in this case, deviates from the one and falls into number and multitude. Hence it is necessary to run above science, and in no respect to depart from a subsistence which is profoundly one, but it is requisite to abandon science, the objects of science, every other thing, and every beautiful spectacle. For everything beautiful is posterior to the supreme, and is derived from him in the same manner as all diurnal light is derived from the sun. Hence Plato says he is neither effable nor to be described by writing. We speak, however, and write about him, extending ourselves to him, and exciting others by a reasoning process to the vision of him, pointing out, as it were, the way to him who wishes to behold something of his ineffable nature. For doctrine extends as far as to the way and the progression to him, but the vision of him is now the work of one who is solicitous to perceive him. He, however, will not arrive at the vision of him, and will not be affected by the survey, nor will have in himself, as it were, an amatory passion from the view, which passion causes the lover to rest in the object of his love, nor receive from it a true light, which surrounds the whole soul with its splendor, in consequence of becoming nearer to it. He, I say, will not behold this light, who attempts to ascend to the vision of the Supreme while he is drawn downwards by those things which are an impediment to the vision. He will likewise not ascend by himself alone, but will be accompanied by that which will divulse him from the one, or rather he will not be himself collected into one. For the one is not absent from anything, and yet is separated from all things, so that it is present and yet not present with them. But it is present with those things that are able and are prepared to receive it, so that they become congruous, and, as it were, pass into contact with it, through similitude and a certain inherent power allied to that which is imparted by the one. When, therefore, the soul is disposed in such a way as she was when she came from the one, then she is able to perceive it, as far as it is naturally capable of being seen. He, therefore, who has not yet arrived thither, but either on account of the above-mentioned obstacle is deprived of this vision, or through the want of reason which may conduct him to it, and impart faith respecting it, such a one may consider himself as the cause of his disappointment through these impediments, and should endeavor, by separating himself from all things, to be alone. End of section 22.